Xiao Pengtian was the great general of the Sky Wolf King's tribe and also a candidate for the Sky Wolf King. At this time, Lu Chen dared to let him return to the Sky Wolf King's tribe, something Yelv could never have imagined. The audacity of the North Prince really didn't seem like something a 16 or 17-year-old child could possess, and for a moment, Yelv gaze involuntarily followed Lu Chen's figure, unable to move away. Honestly, Yelv didn't have much confidence in Xiao Pengtian, now that the Sky Wolf King had died in battle and she, as the core of power in the Sky Wolf King's tribe, had been taken away by the North Prince. Once Xiao Pengtian returned to the Sky Wolf King's tribe, he would be the next center of power. He could very well lead the Sky Wolf King's tribe away from the Northland or choose to join the North Free King's tribe, refusing to relocate to North City. Daring to release Xiao Pengtian back to the Sky Wolf King's tribe at this time took a kind of audacity not just anyone could muster. Yelv saw absolute confidence in Lu Chen. This young man was the most confident and audacious man she had ever seen. Xiao Wenyao came back to her senses at this moment, and she cautiously asked, "Uncle, does the North Prince plan to let you go back?" Xiao Pengtian nodded and said, "The North Prince has entrusted me with the responsibility of relocating the tribe to North City." Yelv eyes moved away from Lu Chen, and she looked at Xiao Pengtian, saying, "General Xiao, it seems the North Prince holds you in high regard." On hearing Yelv words, Xiao Pengtian felt a mix of emotions. He gave a wry smile and said, "I suppose that's an honor." With that, Xiao Pengtian looked at Xiao Wenyao and reminded her, "Yao Yao, the North Prince mansion is not a royal court. When you get there, you can no longer be as willful as before." Xiao Pengtian knew of Xiao Wenyao's penchant for mistreating slaves, a practice that, within the royal courts, would not garner any criticism. But the North Prince mansion was different. It was populated by people of great sum, and even the maids and servants were from great sum, while Xiao Wenyao was merely a hostage from the barbarian tribe. If she continued to mistreat the servants as she used to, she might very well provoke the North Prince. Xiao Wenyao said, "Don't worry, uncle, I know what to do." In her heart, Xiao Wenyao had already resigned herself to being the North Prince's slave, and with her past experience of having so many slaves, she naturally knew how a slave should behave. After reminding Xiao Wenyao, Xiao Pengtian then looked at Yelv and said, "Madam, take care." As his voice faded, Xiao Pengtian turned and walked towards where the barbarian tribe elders were located. Seeing Xiao Pengtian's return, seemingly also having recovered his strength, the elders of the barbarian tribe were extremely excited for a moment. Unbidden, some undue thoughts arose in their hearts, but Xiao Pengtian's words promptly chilled the elders. "Elders, I have pledged my loyalty to the North Prince, and I will take full responsibility for the relocation to North City." The high priest sighed, turned, and said, "Let's go, prepare to go back." He didn't want to say more. The Sky Wolf King's tribe was already on a path of no return, and Xiao Pengtian's return could do nothing to change that. Now the North Free King was probably already leading his army all over the Northland in search of them, and even though Xiao Pengtian had returned, their tribe's small numbers were no match for a direct confrontation with the North Free King. Moving south was their only way to avoid the North Free King. Or they could directly join the North Free King's tribe. However, most people from the Sky Wolf King's tribe likely would not join the North Free King's tribe. Under Yelv leadership over the years, the lifestyle and habits of the Sky Wolf King's tribe had become more aligned with those of Great Sum, whereas the North Free King's tribe was still one that had not fully civilized. Of course, there were those who still preferred the life on the grasslands. Upon hearing the high priest's words, everyone fell silent. On the way back to their tribe, no one spoke a word. On the grasslands where the north wind howled, only the sound of the wind and horse hooves could be heard. Meanwhile, Lu Chen also set off for home with Yelv and Xiao Wenyao. On the journey, Lu Chen often found himself attracted to Yelv wanting to deal with her during their rest stops. Yelv mature beauty had an extremely powerful effect on men, and Lu Chen found that even though he had reached the master realm, he struggled to control himself in front of her. Yelv ability to maintain her integrity for decades within the barbarian tribe earned Lu Chen's deep respect. If Yelv had not been using some skill or strength, she could not have preserved her integrity for so many years within a barbarian tribe. Fortunately, Lu Chen always had his personal guard Bai Qingqing by his side. Whenever he felt he couldn't control himself, he would go and chat with Bai Qingqing to cultivate their relationship. Even though Yelv Nanyan now belonged to Lu Chen, and he could completely possess her, they were still on the road home. Lu Chen elected to wait until they reached Yan County so his servants could properly take care of Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao first. Before long, Lu Chen and his entourage finally arrived at Yan County. When the common folk of Yan County saw that Lu Chen had brought back the wife and daughter of the Sky Wolf King, they were ecstatic. In the eyes of the common folk, the North Prince had not only conquered the Sky Wolf King's tribe but also subdued the Sky Wolf King's women. Although this thought was somewhat indecent, for the simple commoners, it was indeed a very thrilling affair. In the past, it had always been the barbarians coming south to snatch women from Great Sum, and now their prince had finally vented some spleen and captured the Sky Wolf King's women and daughter. The idea of the North Prince fiercely tormenting the Sky Wolf King's women and daughter every night gave the common people great satisfaction. Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, riding their horses, felt somewhat at a loss as they watched the cheering common folk on both sides of Yan County. The reason the common people were cheering was because the North Prince had brought the two women with him, which immediately made them feel humiliated. Fortunately, it was not long before they reached the North Prince mansion. When Lu Chen rode back to the North Prince mansion, Mu Zixuan had already been waiting with Great Xiaozhou and Little Xiaozhou at the mansion's gateway. The brocade guard had long since informed Mu Zixuan of Lu Chen's return with two women, so she had arranged rooms for Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao in advance, and also prepared some maids and servants for them. After dismounting his horse, Mu Zixuan immediately approached. "Prince, you've returned." Lu Chen gave a slight smile, then spoke, "This half-month, with your lordship away from the prince's mansion, you have managed everything on your own. You've worked hard." Mu Zixuan replied, "It's this concubine's duty, not at all difficult." At that moment, Mu Zixuan turned her head towards Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao. With a beaming smile, Mu Zixuan asked, "Prince, are these the two women that you had the brocade guard send a message to this concubine about?" Lu Chen turned his head towards Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, then introduced them to Mu Zixuan. "This is the wife of the Sky Wolf King, and this is the Sky Wolf King's daughter." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately went up to Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao. Yelv Nanyan promptly said, "I've seen the princess." When a princess meets a princess, there's generally no need for such formalities, but Yelv Nanyan knew her status was no different from that of a prisoner. If she wanted to have a good life in the North Prince mansion in the future, she had to get along well with the wife of the North Prince. Seeing Yelv Nanyan paying her respects, the slow-to-react Xiao Wenyao quickly followed suit and said, "I've seen the princess." Mu Zixuan smiled slightly and then, holding the jade hands of Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, said, "You two need not be so formal. From now on, we are family." Then something seemed to occur to Mu Zixuan, who then asked, "Right, I still don't know your names or your ages." Since Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao had entered the North Prince mansion, they would have to forsake their previous titles. It wasn't possible to still refer to them as princess or queen. Yelv Nanyan immediately responded, returning to the princess, "My name is Yelv Nanyan, and I am 32 years old." Xiao Wenyao also hurriedly said, "My name is Xiao Wenyao, and I am 18 years old." Mu Zixuan, with a smile, said, 32 years old, much older than me. So from now on, I will call you Sister Nanyan. Yelv Nanyan quickly replied, "Princess, this is inappropriate. I am merely the prince's hostage, I am not worthy of you calling me sister." Mu Zixuan said with a smile, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. The North Prince mansion does not have so many rules. Compared to the many formalities of Great Shah, the North Prince mansion clearly did not have as many." Even Mu Zixuan, a princess, called Chu Yukan, Madam Chu, following Lu Chen's example, so calling Yelv Nanyan, sister, was not a big deal. The most important thing was that Yelv Nanyan was the wife of the Sky Wolf King. Though Yelv Nanyan had now left the Sky Wolf King tribe, her status was still politically very important to Lu Chen. In the meantime, Mu Zixuan continued, By the way, I've had someone prepare rooms for the two of you. Please, come with me. This. Seeing the princess being so hospitable, Yelvananian and Xiao Wenyao were both a bit stunned. The two of them were merely prisoners, and they had not expected the North Prince's wife to treat them with such courtesy. However, being older and having experienced more, Yelvananian knew this was Mu Zixuan's way of winning people over. She just couldn't quite understand why Mu Zixuan would bother to win over her, the wife of the Sky Wolf King. At this moment, Yelvananian and Xiao Wenyao both turned to look at Lu Chen. They were now Lu Chen's women, and naturally, they had to read his mood. Lu Chen, with a smile, said to Yelvananian and Xiao Wenyao, "You two follow my beloved consort inside." Seeing that Lu Chen had spoken, Yelvananian and Xiao Wenyao in unison said, "Yes, Prince." Then the two followed Mu Zixuan into the mansion. Lu Chen patted Bai Qingqing's bottom, signaling her to follow inside as well. Bai Qingqing's face flashed with a blush, but she said nothing and promptly went inside. Yelvananian was a 9th-grade martial artist, and Xiao Wenyao was a 7th-grade martial artist. Until he had completely secured control over the two women, Lu Chen remained a bit worried they could pose a threat to his people, so he still had to take precautions. Lu Chen certainly did not wish for unrest in his harem. After Mu Zixuan led Yelvananian and Xiao Wenyao into the mansion, Lu Chen went straight to his study. Meanwhile, at the gates of Yan County, an old man with graying hair, dressed in coarse cloth, lingered in front of the city's notice board, quietly listening to the conversations of the passers-by. The prince has indeed avenged us. It used to be the barbarians stealing our women, but today, it was finally our turn to take theirs. The Sky Wolf King's wife is truly beautiful, the prince is fortunate indeed. And the Sky Wolf King's daughter is not bad either, and not only pretty, but also with a good figure and especially strong legs. You lot, your heads are full of women. Don't you know that the North Prince is planning to relocate the Sky Wolf King tribe to North City? If you ask me, those uncivilized brutes should all be killed. The North Prince actually intends to move them to North City. Kill. You understand nothing. Haven't you heard that the North Prince is planning to greatly expand construction, build roads and fortify towns? If those barbarians were all killed, who would do the heavy labor? Tisk, the Sky Wolf King tribe has already surrendered to the North Prince. If they are to move to North City, so be it. I've heard that the North Prince's plans aren't just about relocating the Sky Wolf King tribe to North City. He intends to turn the entire North Land into his domain. Before long, all the barbarian tribes of the North Land will become the prince's subjects. Anyone who dares not submit will be attacked by his army. The North Prince really has guts. Before, we wouldn't even dare to dream that the barbarians could have such a day. Listening to the townspeople's discussions, the old man muttered to himself, "Great ambition, but it remains to be seen if he possesses the corresponding strength." Satu-Ce arrived in North City half a month ago, but he didn't go directly to Prince's mansion to find Lu Chen. He stayed in Yan County for half a month, looked around, and inquired about the local people's opinion of Lu Chen. As he expected, North Prince's reputation had completely reversed. Now, the common people of North City greatly supported the North Prince. This was within Satu-Ce's expectations and he didn't find it too surprising. During this time, Satu-Ce heard an interesting opinion from the mouths of the locals in North City. Many of them said that the North Prince was the son of destiny, a man blessed by immortals. After some investigation, coupled with intelligence collected by the Shadow Guard, Satu-Ce quickly understood why the people thought the North Prince was the son of destiny. Rumors said that on the day the barbarian tribe attacked North City, countless heavenly thunders fell from the sky, striking the barbarian army into a chaotic retreat. Although the common folk hadn't been on the battlefield, they had heard numerous accounts of what happened there. Of course, Satu-Ce did not believe the rumors were true just because they were circulated among the people, but their persistence indicated that something related to heavenly thunder indeed occurred that day. At that moment, Satu-Ce turned away from the notice board at the city gate and headed directly to the campsite where the Imperial Army was stationed. The Imperial Army was about to return to the capital city, and Satu-Ce planned to speak to Lin Shuming before he led the Imperial Army back, in order to understand what they had seen after arriving in North City. At this time, Lin Shuming was in his tent preparing the report about North City that he needed to present after returning to the capital. Then, a soldier entered the tent and reported, "General, there's an old man with white hair outside holding a jade pendant, claiming he has an urgent matter for you." If it were an ordinary old man, the soldiers would generally not take notice and would likely send him away. However, since the man had produced a jade pendant granted by the emperor, the soldier did not know whether it was real or fake and decided to show it to Lin Shuming. The sound of the soldier's voice faded as he placed the jade pendant on the desk. Lin Shuming, who was initially curious about who would come looking for him with a jade pendant, froze immediately upon seeing it. Ordinary people did not have the privilege to meet the state preceptor, nor had many seen him, including some high-ranking ministers who had never met Satusi. But Lin Shuming was different. As the son of the left minister, he had met the state preceptor, Satusi, several times. And he also happened to know the jade pendant worn by Satusi. With one look at the pendant, Lin Shuming knew it was Satusi coming to see him. However, he was extremely puzzled, as the state preceptor was a pillar of great sum and usually would not leave the capital city. How could he have come to North City in person? Coming back to his senses, Lin Shuming immediately said, "Please invite that old man in." Lin Shuming refrained from revealing Satusi's identity to the soldier. Since Satusi had come to North City, he must be on an important mission, and Lin Shuming did not intend to expose his identity. Seeing Lin Shuming's change in expression upon seeing the jade pendant, the soldier knew the old man's identity must be extraordinary. He immediately said, "I'll invite the old man in at once." As the soldier's voice fell, he turned and left the tent. Soon after, Satusi appeared in Lin Shuming's tent. Lin Shuming instantly instructed the soldier, "Leave us for now, and have the soldiers outside move 20 steps away from the tent." "Yes, General." Once the soldier had left the tent, Lin Shuming promptly bowed and said, "Greetings, state preceptor." After the formalities, Lin Shuming walked forward, holding out the jade pendant with both hands to give it back to Satusi, then asked, "State preceptor, what brings you to North City?" Stroking his beard, Satusi replied with a smile, "I have come to North City on important matters, General Lin need not inquire further." Hearing this, Lin Shuming instantly realized that the state preceptor had likely come for the North Prince. It was probable that the Sum Emperor had given the state preceptor a task, which indeed was beyond a general's scope to inquire. Lin Shuming quickly shifted the topic and asked, "I overstepped. May I know the reason for your visit?" Satusi said, "I would like to know what you all have seen after your arrival in North City." Upon hearing this question, the vision of the gruesome scene outside Yan County flashed in Lin Shuming's mind. Lin Shuming had led the imperial army to stay in North City for almost 2 months and had strictly forbidden his soldiers from investigating, fearful of provoking the North Prince's wrath. Lin Shuming was no fool. He could immediately tell that those huge craters and the horrific state of the barbarian corpses were caused by some sort of weapon. Obviously, it was not something he could get involved in. They were still in North City, under the scrutiny of the North Prince. If they made any misstep that was discovered by the North Prince, it might be uncertain whether he could even return to the capital city. Thus, Lin Shuming had instructed the soldiers in the camp to avoid discussing the scene they had witnessed since their arrival in North City. At this moment, Lin Shuming looked a bit pale, but he replied solemnly, "Upon our arrival at Yan County, we saw that the area outside the city was full of enormous craters, and the ground was littered with the limbs and body parts of the barbarian tribe. Those craters had a width of at least 6 or 7 steps." Hearing this, Satusi continued to ask, "According to your judgment, General Lin, what caused those craters?" Lin Shuming replied, "I also can't think of anything that could have caused such a huge crater, but it must have been some kind of special weapon. Judging from the distribution of the barbarians' corpses, the 50,000 heavy cavalry of North City played a significant role. However, without that mysterious weapon that routed the barbarian army of 300,000, it would have been very difficult for the 50,000 heavy cavalry alone to defeat the barbarian army." Lin Shuming, a general and a veteran of battlefields, needed only a glance at the distribution of the barbarians, remains to largely reconstruct the events that had taken place during the barbarians' attack on North City. The only thing he could not determine was the nature of that mysterious weapon, which was also the cause of his ongoing concern. At that moment, Lin Shuming suddenly thought of something else and added, "By the way, I heard that on the day the barbarians attacked Yan County, the common people there heard continuous booming thunder, so I suspect that those craters might be closely related to the sounds heard by the people of Yan County." Upon hearing Lin Shuming's words, Satu Ce pondered for a moment. To create a crater 6 to 7 steps wide, even a Grandmaster wouldn't be able to do it. It would require a great Grandmaster like himself to exert such destructive force. With this thought, Satu Ce asked, "Is it possible that a great Grandmaster appeared in North City that day, and those craters were created by that great Grandmaster?" Lin Shuming said, "I had considered that initially, but upon closer examination of the craters, I found they don't resemble the handiwork of a great Grandmaster. The craters are very uniform in width, and what's more important, there is a large number of them, scattered from Yan County all the way to Wanning Valley. If you were to strike, I believe you could indeed create craters like those, but to create hundreds of them, I'm not sure." Lin Shuming trailed off, knowing that Satu Ce was a great Grandmaster, but not the specifics of his capabilities since Satu Ce rarely showed his power in front of others and had always been enigmatic. Yet Lin Shuming still did not believe that Satu Ce could create hundreds of craters the likes of those in the Wanning Valley by human power alone. At this point, Satu Ce said, "Indeed, the skill within me is insufficient to create so many large craters. If these craters were not formed by human effort, then that presents a problem. If North City truly possesses a terrifying weapon with destructive power comparable to that of a great Grandmaster, and word of this spreads, it may not be long before the major kingdoms join forces against Great Sum. Nowadays, a Grandmaster serves as the public pillar of each kingdom, and no matter how intense the war between nations becomes, they absolutely refrain from deploying anyone stronger than a Grandmaster to the battlefield. But if a weapon emerged with killing power on par with a Grandmaster's force, then the status of Grandmasters would be completely undermined, and the balance among the great kingdoms would be disrupted. Once the other kingdoms learned of this, it was certain they would unite against the nation possessing such a mysterious weapon. It was inevitable." After hearing Satu Ce's words, Lin Shuming's expression turned even more solemn, as he naturally understood the implications. Then Lin Shuming asked, "I have been troubled about how to report the Battle of Yan County to the imperial court. Please advise me, state preceptor." As he said this, Lin Shuming bowed in respect to Satu Ce. Although the imperial army led by Lin Shuming had not arrived in time for the major battle between North City and the barbarian tribe, they had come to North City nonetheless. As the commander in charge of leading the imperial army northwards, Lin Shuming would inevitably have to report his observations from North City to the imperial court, which made him feel quite uneasy. The heavy cavalry was less of a concern. The imperial court probably already knew about the North Prince's control over the heavy cavalry. But as for the mysterious weapon in the North Prince's possession, Lin Shuming truly did not know whether to report it or not. A weapon with destructive power comparable to a Grandmaster's Strikaya. If the imperial court were to learn of it, not only would the court itself be in an uproar, but it was likely that all the great kingdoms would immediately be thrown into turmoil. While Lin Shuming was merely a military general, as the son of the left minister, he possessed a certain political savvy and realized the gravity of the situation. Well, now that the state preceptor had arrived, he surely knew how to report it, didn't he? After some thought, Satu Ce said to Lin Shuming, "General Lin, do not mention those craters in your official report. Just state that a great Grandmaster may have taken action in North City. As for those craters, once I return to the capital city, I will speak to His Majesty about them personally." Lin Shuming's eyes brightened, and he bowed again, saying, "Thank you, State Preceptor." Satu Ce nodded slightly and continued, "Has General Lin noticed anything else unusual during your time in North City?" Lin Shuming responded, "Not for the moment. I've been cautious not to let the soldiers pay excessive attention to what has been happening in North City, fearing it might provoke the North Prince's displeasure." Satu Ce stated, General Lin's approach is correct. Indeed, at this time, the Imperial Army cannot afford too many small movements. With that, Satu Ce turned and said, "That will be all for today, General Lin." I must now make my way to the North Prince Mansion. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuming felt a jolt in his heart. The state preceptor was indeed heading for the North Prince. Safe travels, state preceptor. Satu Ce quickly left the encampment where the imperial army was stationed and went straight to the North Prince Mansion. Meanwhile, at the North Prince Mansion. After returning to the North Prince Mansion, Lu Chen did not rush to seek out his woman for a romantic rendezvous. Instead, he sat on the stone bench in the pavilion of the outer courtyard, earnestly examining the new map of the Northland recently drawn up by the Brocade Guard. Since he intended to bring the entirety of the Northland under his domain, making it thoroughly his territory, it was certainly necessary to understand the extent of the Northland and its terrain. Just then, a young maid with flushed cheeks entered the outer courtyard. Prince, a white-haired elder has arrived at the entrance of the prince's mansion. He says he wishes to see you, she reported. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. A white-haired elder. Is he alone? Under normal circumstances, Lu Chen, the prince, was not someone whom just anyone could meet on a whim. Surely, Lu Chen couldn't personally receive every commoner who came to the prince's mansion's gates insisting on an audience. Otherwise, he'd have no time for anything other than greeting commoners all day long. Ever since defeating the barbarian tribe's army of 300,000, there had always been some who brought gifts to the mansion hoping for an audience with him. Most of these people were from the various powers within Great Sha. For example, members of aristocratic families, or envoys from certain seigneurs. However, Lu Chen had basically ignored them. He might accept the gifts, but there was no need to meet the bearers. He didn't have so much time to watch them flatter him to his face. Learning someone was looking for him, Lu Chen's first thought was that yet another power was sending someone to flatter him. But then, his focus shifted to the words, white-haired elder. If it was someone sent by a certain power to deliver a gift or to flatter him, it was unlikely they would send an old man. The young maid then said, yes, he's by himself. Lu Chen continued to inquire, he's not carrying any sort of token. If an ordinary person came to the prince's mansion without a token or didn't state their identity and intentions, the servants of the mansion wouldn't bother informing Lu Chen of the visit, they would instead simply turn the visitor away. The maid answered, no. At this point, the maid suddenly realized her mistake and quickly added, Prince, it was Commander Bai who instructed me to come and report to you. The newly arrived maid, whose training was inadequate, had now realized that ordinary people didn't have the privilege of seeing the prince, so she hurriedly mentioned that it was Bai Qingqing who had sent her to make the report. Bai Qingqing's position had not been removed, she was still the guard commander, although she no longer managed the inner courtyard on a daily basis. When Lu Chen heard the maid say that it was Bai Qingqing who had sent her, he immediately understood that the visitor must not be someone ordinary, otherwise Bai Qingqing wouldn't have allowed the maid to report to him. Glancing at the young maid before him, Lu Chen then said, bring him to see me. The maid promptly responded, yes, Prince. She then quickly turned and made her way to the exterior of the courtyard. Watching the maid's departing figure, Lu Chen felt somewhat reflective. Back in the capital city, his residence only had a few maids. Now, his residence probably had countless maids and servants. As one's status rises, indeed, everything else becomes easier to obtain. That young maid was clearly new, and she wasn't just any commoner's child. Lately, quite a few families had been thrusting maids toward the North Prince mansion, attempting to get them into his bed. But his bed was not so easily climbed upon. It seemed he had to have a proper talk with his consort, they should not be accepting just any maid from now on. Putting aside whether those maids had 9 out of 10 marks in terms of quality, just by looking at their naive appearances, he wasn't the least bit interested. He preferred mature beauties like Chu Yukan and Yelv Nanyan. Lu Chen waited in the pavilion for a while before an old man with white hair, dressed in coarse clothes, followed a young maid into the courtyard. Seeing the white-haired elder before him, Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment. This old man looked just like an ordinary commoner and did not seem to be someone with a special identity. However, Lu Chen was no fool. Since Bai Qingqing had specifically sent the maid to inform him of this person's arrival, it was clear that this old man was not as simple as he appeared. Lu Chen then used the system to identify the old man. Name: Satu Ce. Identity: state preceptor of the Great Sum dynasty, one of the national pillars, currently visiting North City partly to test the North Prince, and partly to deliver a message from the Sum Emperor. Strength. Grand Master. Loyalty. 50. Seeing the introduction from the system, Lu Chen frowned. A state preceptor. As one of the national pillars and a state preceptor, what was he doing wandering around North City instead of staying properly in the capital city? At that moment, Satu Ce said to Lu Chen, "This humble one pays his respects to the prince. May the prince live thousands and thousands of years." Hearing this, Lu Chen let out a chuckle and then said, "State preceptor, why are you wandering around North City pretending to be an ordinary old commoner? You don't think I wouldn't recognize you, do you?" Seeing that Lu Chen had recognized him at a glance, Satu Ce was a little surprised. The princes of the Sum Emperor, with the exception of Prince Lu Yi, had not seen him, so theoretically the North Prince should not know that he was the state preceptor. With a smile, Satu Ce then asked, "How did the prince recognize me?" Lu Chen calmly replied, "Although you've concealed your presence, in front of me, a master who is neither humble nor arrogant and can even pose a threat to me, there's probably no one else but you, a Grand Master, in the entire Great Sum." At this, Satu Ce was taken aback once more. A master. The North Prince had actually reached the master realm. How was that possible? He remembered that when the North Prince left the capital city, he did not even have any inner strength and was just an ordinary person. Practicing martial arts is not the same as maneuvering through politics. A person can conceal their thoughts when involved in political intrigue, but it's different with martial arts. Whether you have inner strength or have trained in martial arts, it's easy for others to see through. Especially in front of someone whose realm is higher than your own, a martial artist of lower realm finds it difficult to hide their true strength. Just as Satu Ce doubted whether he had heard wrong, he sensed a martial aura emanating from Lu Chen. The martial aura on Lu Chen was very faint. An average person, or someone of the same realm as Lu Chen, would not be able to detect Lu Chen's realm. But Satu Ce was different, he was a Grand Master. Even if Lu Chen had hidden his aura and strength, attempting to cover up the inner strength within his body, it would still be perceived by Satu Ce. That's why Lu Chen revealed right away that he was a master. There was nothing to hide in front of Satu Ce, the Grand Master, and for the time being, he could not conceal his strength in front of a Grand Master. Satu Ce quickly regained his composure and praised, "Worthy of being the North Prince who defeated the 30,000-strong army of the barbarian tribe. At only 17, you've broken through to the Master Realm. It seems that before long, the Great Sum will have a celestial at the heavenly human realm to stand guard." 2 hours ago, Satu Ce was still at the city gates, questioning whether the North Prince's personal strength could support his ambition. Of course, the strength he considered was the military strength of the entire North City as well as the personal strength of the North Prince himself. Now that he knew the North Prince had reached the Master Realm, Satu Ce instantly understood the confidence that underlay the North Prince's claim to the entire North Land as his personal territory. A 17-year-old master. This was a rare occurrence in the entire world, or rather, it had never happened before. There was no martial artist who had become a master before 20, at least, not publicly known. To become a master at 17 indicated that the North Prince possessed an extremely terrifying martial arts talent. Judging by the rate at which he was advancing through the realms, it was possible that he could become a Grand Master before the age of 25. He has great potential to become a celestial in the martial arts world. This was even more terrifying than the Sum Emperor's martial arts talent. Satu Ce had always believed the Sum Emperor to be the most talented martial artist he'd ever seen, but he never imagined that the Sum Emperor's son would surpass him in talent. Keep in mind that when the North Prince was in the capital city, no one knew he knew martial arts. If the North Prince hadn't practiced martial arts while in the capital city but started learning martial arts after arriving in North City, then he could be said to be the most talented martial artist the martial arts world had seen in 1,000 years. He couldn't be described merely as a genius. He was a prodigy. After hearing Satu Ce's words, Lu Chen replied with a smile, "I don't believe the state preceptor would travel a great distance to North City just to praise me with a few words. If you have something to say, state preceptor, please be straightforward." Hearing this, Satu-Se immediately said, "Before I discuss official matters, I would like to ask the prince how he views the current state of the world." Hearing this question, Lu Chen instantly realized that Satu-Se was testing him. Satu-Se was the state preceptor and also a pillar of Great Shah, even the Sum Emperor held him in great respect. Indeed, he had the qualifications to test any prince. Lu Chen then countered with a question: does the world referred to by the state preceptor mean Great Shah, or does it include the other dynasties as well? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Satu-Se's mind paused for a moment. Clearly, he meant just Great Shah. Satu-Se had not expected anyone to step outside the scope he had envisioned. When people usually referred to the world, they meant Great Shah, not the other dynasties or nations. After a moment, Satu-Se continued to ask, does the prince really think that all the dynasties and nations in the world combined constitute the world? Hearing this question from Satu-Se, Lu Chen was somewhat perplexed. Why did everyone in Great Shah think that the world referred only to Great Shah? It might be understandable for ordinary people to think this way, but Satu-Se was after all the Great Shah's state preceptor, and they clearly knew there were many other dynasties and nations beyond Great Shah. Lu Chen then said, it's somewhat difficult for this prince to understand why the state preceptor would ask this question. Are not other dynasties and Great Shah under the same world, the same sky? Naturally, the world should include all dynasties and nations. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Satu-Se showed a smile. He suddenly bowed to Lu Chen and said, this old man has learned a lesson. Lu Chen was taken aback. Just learned a lesson like that. He had merely explained his own understanding of the world. Satu-Se continued, the prince's thoughts have far surpassed this old man. The North Prince's view of the world was not Great Shah but the whole world. The North Prince's ambition was much greater than he had imagined. Even the former Sum Emperor did not have such ambition. Lu Chen felt that Satu-Se's words were somewhat baffling. He could not help thinking that perhaps it was due to Satu-Se's old age that his words seemed incomprehensible. At this moment, Satu-Se posed another question. This old man has one more question for the prince. With such insight and martial arts talent, why did you choose not to participate in the struggle for succession when in the capital city? With the prince's insight and martial arts talent, it wouldn't be too difficult to obtain the position of crown prince. Indeed, with Lu Chen's martial arts talent, his insight, and the backing of the Chu family, it would be very easy for him to acquire the title of crown prince. There was no need for him to come to the cold and barren North City to grow his influence. Hearing this from Satu-Se, Lu Chen asked with a smile, does the state preceptor think it is easier for a painter to create the desired effect on a blank canvas or to modify someone else's painting to achieve that effect? Upon hearing Lu Chen's analogy, Satu-Se instantly understood his meaning. Then, Satu-Se said, so that's the reason. No wonder you agreed without hesitation when His Majesty asked you to come to North City. Today's Great Shah was controlled by powerful aristocratic families. Any reform or order from the Sum Emperor would face their obstruction, but North City was different. It was too poor to have any significant aristocratic families, at most some minor clans. The North Prince's edicts could pass unimpeded in North City. The North Prince could do as he pleased in North City, like painting on blank canvas however he wished. Lu Chen said, your words are not quite accurate. It wasn't for this prince to decide whether to come to North City or not, but His Majesty's decision. Satu-Se acknowledged, the prince speaks the truth. Lu Chen continued, all right, let's end the idle talk here. The state preceptor must be here on behalf of His Majesty. Please tell this prince directly what His Majesty's command for me is. Satu-Se said, His Majesty has instructed this old man to inform the prince that he intends to make you the crown prince. You should strive hard and not fail His Majesty's expectations. Hearing this from Satu-Se, Lu Chen chuckled. That was quite an offer, one that he was afraid he couldn't accept. Although that was his thought, Lu Chen did not say it in front of Satu-Se. Instead, he said, thank you for coming all the way to North City to convey my father's words. Please tell him that I will certainly work harder and definitely not disappoint his expectations. With a smile, Satu-Se said, of course, this old man will definitely convey your words to His Majesty. However, before I leave North City, I would like to say something from the heart to the prince. Lu Chen said, please speak, state preceptor. Satu-Ce said, it is indeed not easy to achieve the desired effect when painting on someone else's canvas, but if someone is willing to offer the prince a larger blank canvas, I hope the prince has enough patience to wait. Surely then, the prince's brush will more easily outline the world envisioned in his heart on that canvas. Hearing Satu-Ce's veiled hint, Lu Chen glanced at his loyalty value, discovering that it had actually reached 85. That was a bit outrageous. Just after a few words, the loyalty of a grandmaster toward himself had increased so much. Lu Chen then said, thank you for the reminder, state preceptor. This prince will certainly keep it in mind. Originally, Satu-Ce wanted to probe into matters about those great pits, but in the end, he gave up. After hearing Lu Chen's responses, what had caused those great pits no longer mattered. Satu-Ce arrived at the prince's mansion and exchanged a few words with Lu Chen before leaving directly, without lingering too long at the North Prince mansion. Lu Chen suspected that Satu-Ce's visit to North City was not as simple as just conveying a message. He had seen in Satu-Ce's file that another purpose of his trip was to test him. With just a few questions asked, how could he probe his secrets? Lu Chen suspected that Satu-Ce might have been in North City for some time without his knowledge, so he immediately summoned Bai Qingqing to the courtyard. Bai Qingqing, the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard, certainly would have received intelligence from other Shadow Guards upon her return to Yan County. Asking her would likely reveal how long Satu-Ce had been in North City. After a short while, Bai Qingqing arrived in the courtyard, and upon entering, she performed a courtesy and said, this servant pays respect to the prince. Lu Chen directly took Bai Qingqing's jade hand, helped her up, and said, Bai, do you know how long the state preceptor has been in North City? Bai Qingqing answered expressionlessly, around half a month. Hearing this, Lu Chen thought that it was indeed as he had suspected. Satu-Ce had arrived in North City much earlier. However, he couldn't blame Satu-Ce, as he himself had been away negotiating with the Sky Wolf King's tribe in the northern grasslands for over half a month. At this time, Lu Chen continued to inquire, since he has come to Yan County, he must have brought you a new mission as well. While saying this, Lu Chen wrapped his arm around Bai Qingqing's slender waist and stood behind her, his hand wandering over her body. Being held like this by Lu Chen, Bai Qingqing's body involuntarily began to tremble, and a blush appeared on her usually cool face. The state preceptor has instructed this servant to investigate evidence of Prince Lu Shuyun colluding with the barbarian tribe and then to send the collected evidence back to the capital city. Hearing this, Lu Chen smirked slightly. As expected, after the threat from the northern barbarian tribes had ended, his father, the Sum Emperor, was preparing to take action against the aristocratic families. Once the evidence of these families colluding with the barbarian tribes was obtained, it was likely that his father would use it as an excuse to directly purge their influence within the court. Satu-Ce had also hinted to him earlier that Satu-Ce's intention was clear. He hoped that Lu Chen would not rebel when the Sum Emperor dealt with the aristocratic families, as the position was likely to be his in the future, so Satu-Ce was reminding him that purging the families would benefit him as well. In fact, there was no need for Satu-Ce to specifically remind him, as Lu Chen had no intention of rebelling while the Sum Emperor was dealing with the aristocratic families. Times make heroes. Great Sum was turbulent under the surface, but it had not yet descended into complete chaos, and if he were to rebel at this moment, it would be suicide. Moreover, Lu Chen was no fool. He actually hoped the Sum Emperor would swiftly deal with the aristocratic families, as if not cleared, they would make a mess of things when he someday took control of the entire Great Sum. Each dynasty would give rise to powerful families, but many of the aristocratic families in Great Sum were no ordinary families. They controlled the court, a vast amount of resources, and could even be said to control the lifeline of Great Sum. These families were beyond comparison with newly emerging powerful clans. The families that the Sum Emperor intended to remove were precisely those that held sway in the court, and it was unrelated to some of the emerging clans. On the contrary, the Sum Emperor would not only refrain from suppressing these new powers but would also support them, allowing them to become a force to counter the old aristocratic families at court. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen decided to put aside the matters of the capital city for the time being and focus first on the development of North City. With the 10,000 captives from the barbarian tribe and the newly acquired method of making cement, infrastructure development of the major roads in North City could begin. Just then, a maid came into the courtyard. Prince, the two ladies have finished washing up. Hearing this, Lu Chen came back to his senses. The two ladies the maid mentioned were naturally Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, who had just entered the North Prince mansion. Lu Chen then let go of Bai Qingqing and gave her a pat on the buttocks. Bai, you can go attend to your matters. A sense of shame suddenly washed over Bai Qingqing, and she couldn't understand why Lu Chen always liked to touch her buttocks. As you command, Prince. Having spoken, Bai Qingqing quickly left. At that moment, Lu Chen said to the maid who had made the report, which courtyard are the two ladies in? Led me there. The maid immediately responded. Yes, Prince. Please follow this servant. Following that, the maid led Lu Chen to the courtyard of Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao. Their rooms were both located in the same courtyard, which was not very large, having only 2 rooms. Next door was the courtyard where Wang Qingqi resided. At that moment, Wang Qingqi was sitting above the courtyard wall, openly scrutinizing the 2 barbarian beauties that Lu Chen had brought back. Then, as a man's figure appeared in the courtyard of Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, the 2 promptly rose from the stone bench in the pavilion. We pay respect to the prince. Seeing the new attire of Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, Lu Chen was momentarily dazzled. They had exchanged their clothes for those of great sum and, after the maids had carefully dressed them, looked significantly different from before. Yelv Nanyan wore a sheer long gown embellished with lotus patterns, with a belt cinched at the waist, perfectly showcasing her voluptuous figure. The sheer fabric clung to her skin, suggesting more than it revealed. As it tightly hugged her body, her shapely buttocks were even more pronounced, making the beautiful matron look seductive, noble, and opulent. Lu Chen took another look at Xiao Wenyao. She was dressed in a white gown inside with a dark green robe over it, her black hair shining and draped at her waist, her head adorned with a single hairpin. She looked no different from a sheltered young lady from Great Sha. Standing together, Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao resembled a mother and her daughter. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen smiled slightly before saying, I didn't expect you two to become even more beautiful after getting dressed up. It seems I am quite fortunate. Hearing this, both Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao's cheeks flushed with a hint of red. This was the first time they had dressed completely in the style of Great Sha, and they hadn't expected to become more beautiful in the attire of Great Sha. When they had looked at themselves in the bronze mirror earlier, they were immediately astounded by their own beauty. Previously, they would wrap themselves tightly in fur coats and occasionally wear fur hats, which totally concealed their figures and beauty. At that moment, Wang Qingqi, sitting on a wall of the courtyard and brimming with a smile, said, Congratulations, Prince, on acquiring 2 new beauties. Hearing this, Lu Chen turned to look at Wang Qingqi, who was sitting atop the courtyard wall, and replied, Mr. Wang isn't busy managing the affairs of the rain listening pavilion and instead comes here for entertainment. With an air of someone who couldn't be scalded by boiling water, Wang Qingqi said, The prince is so fierce, I am very scared. I heard that the prince took in 2 female slaves, so I wanted to come and see what my sisters look like. Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao felt somewhat astonished by the dialogue between Wang Qingqi and Lu Chen. The red-clothed woman, sitting so casually on the courtyard wall, was actually a female slave of the North Prince. Are the female slaves of the North Prince mansion so bold as to speak to their master, the North Prince, in such a manner? Xiao Wenyao thought of the slaves at her own royal court. If any slave dared to speak to her in that way, they would not need to wait for her to act, as the other slaves would beat that disrespectful slave half to death. At this time, Wang Qingqi glanced at Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, continuing with a smile, It seems the prince still remembers what I mentioned before that the royal court of the barbarian tribe has beautiful women. When Lu Chen first arrived in North City, he had asked if there were any beautiful women in North City. At that time, Wang Qingqi informed him that there were beautiful women in the royal court of the barbarian tribe. At that time, Wang Qingqi was the tower master of the Hundred Flowers Tower and the saintess of the Misty Pavilion, dealing with a huge amount of information every day, so she had some understanding of the barbarian tribe's royal court and knew that the Sky Wolf King's wife was especially beautiful. Upon meeting them today, Wang Qingqi was also amazed by Yelv Nanyan's appearance, feeling completely incomparable to her. The mature charm that Yelv Nanyan exuded was something she did not possess, and she was well aware that Lu Chen particularly fancied this kind of beauty, like that of Yelv Nanyan and Chu Yukan. Whenever Chu Yukan was mentioned in front of Lu Chen, he became as excited as if he'd been injected with rooster's blood, turning extremely ferocious. Wang Qingqi then hopped down from the wall, her light figure gracefully touching the ground. She then approached Lu Chen and whispered in his ear, "Prince, has the Brocade Guard received any news about the Great Zhou dynasty? There have been some movements from the Great Zhou dynasty recently." Wang Qingqi came here not simply to idle chat with Lu Chen. As the tower master of the Rain Listening Pavilion, she was responsible for collecting intelligence on various dynasties and nations for Lu China. She didn't have time to come here and chat about women with him. Startled by Wang Qingqi's words, Lu Chen paused for a moment. At present, most of the Brocade Guard were distributed within the territory of the Great Xia dynasty, with few members in other dynasties, and he indeed had not heard about any unusual activities from the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou dynasty was close to North City, located in the southwest corner. Although it was a newly founded dynasty and quite poor and weak, it was still a neighbor to North City, and Lu Chen was bound to keep track of their movements. Lu Chen had been dealing with the affairs in North City recently and had almost paid no attention to the Great Zhou dynasty. Unexpectedly, the Rain Listening Pavilion had managed to infiltrate the Great Zhou dynasty in such a short time, reflecting Wang Qingqi's high efficiency. Lu Chen then asked, "I haven't sent any Brocade Guards to the Great Zhou dynasty yet. Tell me directly whatever movements they have." Wang Qingqi replied, "The Great Zhou dynasty has been mobilizing troops continuously for half a month, and now they've stationed 200,000 troops at the border between Great Xia and North City." Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled and then said, "Is the Great Zhou dynasty under the impression that I want to attack them?" Lu Chen didn't believe that the Great Zhou dynasty would invade Great Xia at this time. The barbarian tribe's army of 300,000 had just been annihilated by North City. As a recently established dynasty, the Great Zhou dynasty would not dare make a sudden move against Great Xia. The actions of the Great Zhou dynasty were most likely defensive against North City. With such a colossal entity appearing to their north, it was impossible for them not to be concerned at all. It wasn't just the Great Zhou dynasty's stationing of 200,000 troops inside Great Xia itself, the various seigneurs were also stationing troops in areas adjoining North City. For instance, the Qi prince had, just over a month ago, upon hearing that 5,000 heavy cavalry sent by Lu Chen to pick up Mu Zixuan and the others had just left Anping City, immediately moved the 50,000 troops from his territory to the northern border overnight. The 50,000-strong army made no moves, simply remaining across from Anping City, monitoring North City. Clearly, the appearance of the 50,000 heavy cavalry had deterred all dynasties, especially the powers surrounding North City. They feared that Lu Chen would suddenly send troops to attack them, so they hastily dispatched troops northward to guard against North City. Seeing that Lu Chen seemed unfazed, Wang Qingqi said, "Prince, I believe that Great Zhou's troop movements northward are not only about defending against North City." Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. In his view, once the 50,000 heavy cavalry of North City were deployed, there certainly wouldn't be any powers nearby daring to trouble him. If the Dayu dynasty's troop movements northward weren't for defending against North City, what were they for? Could it really be that they intended to attack North City? Lu Chen then said, "Share your thoughts." Wang Qingqi promptly said, "To my knowledge, it's not only Great Zhou that is moving troops. The other major dynasties are secretly doing the same, and they are all stationing troops near the border with Great Sum. Therefore, I believe it's unlikely that the Dayu dynasty's troop movements are solely for defending against North City. It's more like the major dynasties have reached some tacit agreement and are preparing to take action against Great Sum." Lu Chen fell into deep thought. He had been paying attention to the happenings within Great Sum's borders, nearly unaware of the news of the major dynasties mobilizing troops. It's also possible that since he went to the Northland for half a month, the intelligence reports were piling up in his study. However, speaking of which, this was a good test of the Rain Listening Pavilion's ability to collect information. At this point, Wang Qingqi continued, after the 50,000 heavy cavalry from North City appeared, the major dynasties probably believed that these heavy cavalry belonged to His Majesty. Coupled with the court's existing heavy cavalry, Great Sum now commands nearly 80,000 heavy cavalry, which likely led the other dynasties to mistakenly think that His Majesty has ambitions for outward expansion. Lu Chen thought for a moment and agreed with Wang Qingqi's words. Although these 50,000 heavy cavalry were the great Yu remnants he had summoned through the system, others were not privy to these matters. What other dynasties saw was that Great Sum now had nearly 80,000 heavy cavalry. The sudden addition of 50,000 heavy cavalry by Great Sum surely signified something obvious. When the major dynasties are evenly matched and one suddenly begins to massively bolster its military forces, unbeknownst to others, they can only assume you are gearing up for war. Consequently, the major dynasties would tacitly think about eliminating the strongest one first. Thinking this, Lu Chen showed a hint of a smile. Then he said to Wang Qingqi, Mr. Wang's intelligence work is well done. Continue the good work in the future, and pay more attention to the movements of the major dynasties. Wang Qingqi immediately responded, Yes, Prince. At this point, Wang Qingqi lightly leapt up and landed directly on top of the courtyard wall. Prince, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Lu Chen said, all right. Afterward, Wang Qingqi's figure quickly disappeared from view. At this moment, Lu Chen came back to his senses and looked at Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao. Yelv Nanyan then spoke with neither humility nor arrogance, Prince, I would like to go see our barbarian tribe soldiers, if that's permitted. Lu Chen said, no problem, come with me. Lu Chen had intended to take Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao to meet those barbarian tribe soldiers anyway, to help them calm down completely and avoid harboring any inappropriate thoughts in their minds. Lu Chen quickly arrived at the camp holding the barbarian tribe captives alongside Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao. There were 100,000 captives from the barbarian tribe, and North City had put in a substantial amount of effort just to manage these captives. The camp for the barbarian captives was stationed with 10,000 heavy cavalry men. Aside from them, there were also regular soldiers responsible for managing the captives. Essentially, one North City soldier had to be responsible for more than 100 barbarian captives, which put significant pressure on the North City soldiers in charge of management. The majority of officers and soldiers from North City believed that killing these barbarian captives would be the simplest solution. However, keeping these captives was an order from the North Prince, so the officers and soldiers did not comment further. As soon as Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao descended from their carriage, the laboring barbarian captives exploded into commotion upon seeing them. Princess! Princess! Look, everyone, it's the princess! What's happening? Why is the princess showing up in Yan County? Could it be that our tribe has been annihilated by the North Prince and even the princess has been captured by him? No. It can't be. The princess is so wise, once she knew we were defeated, she would surely have moved the royal court immediately. How could the North Prince so easily find the specific location of our tribe? That person cannot be the princess. Seeing that the barbarian captives could not believe the princess of the barbarian tribe had come down from the carriage, a North City soldier looking after the captives sneered and said, You probably don't know yet, but your princess has already agreed to marry our prince. She is now our prince's woman. What's more, soon your Sky Wolf King tribe will be resettled in North City. It's only because our prince is merciful. If it were someone else, they would have slaughtered all you barbarians long ago. Upon hearing the soldier's words, the barbarian captives were stunned. How could their princess choose to marry the North Prince? Had their royal court truly been located by the North Prince? Without the princess with the Sky Wolf King tribe, did the Sky Wolf King tribe still have a future? For a moment, the mood among the barbarian captives turned very somber, and the atmosphere at the scene was incredibly oppressive. At this time, a guard from the prince's mansion came before the captives. those from the Sky Wolf King tribe stay behind. Everyone from the North Free King tribe may leave now. Among these 100,000 barbarian captives, many were soldiers from the North Free King tribe. Hearing the guard's words, quite a few North Free King tribe captives turned and left, and soon only those from the Sky Wolf King tribe remained on the scene. By now, Yelv Nanyan, with a serene pace, approached the soldiers. Seeing not only the princess but also the daughter of the Sky Wolf King, Xiao Wenyao, the soldiers had to accept reality. It seemed that the royal court of the Sky Wolf King tribe had indeed been found by the North Prince, otherwise their princess and princess wouldn't be here together. At that moment, the barbarian captives kneeled down one after another, saying, "Greetings, princess." Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen felt somewhat moved, astonished by the high regard the barbarian captives held for Yelv Nanyan. Indeed, capturing her had been the right decision. Even if Yelv Nanyan had not been beautiful, without a 90-grade beauty score, her strong political value made capturing her essentially the same as controlling the entire Sky Wolf King tribe. Of course, it must be said that he was lucky. Yelv Nanyan was indeed beautiful, surpassing a score of 90, and what mattered most was that Yelv Nanyan was still pure, exactly his type. Yelv Nanyan, looking at the kneeling captives, felt a mix of emotions and sighed, "I am no longer a princess. Stand up, everyone. Like you, I am but a prisoner." After hearing Yelv Nanyan's words, the barbarian captives still did not rise. At this moment, one of the captives looked up and asked, "Princess, has the Sky Wolf King tribe really been annihilated by the North Prince?" Yelv Nanyan replied, "The North Prince is merciful and has allowed the Sky Wolf King tribe to settle in North City. Your relatives will live in North City as citizens of Great Sum. In a sense, from now on, there will no longer be a Sky Wolf King tribe." After Yelv Nanyan said this, the barbarian captives had a hard time believing it. Weren't they attacking North City to claim its lands? Now that the North Prince had defeated them, not only did he refrain from destroying their royal court but also relocated their tribespeople to North City, turning them into citizens of Great Sum. Then, what was the point of their initial attack on North City? Not only had they lost so many lives, but now they had also become captives, and their tribe was no more. In the end, the blood of 200,000 men was spilled in a completely meaningless war. At this moment, the barbarian captives were silent, unsure of what to say. Yelv Nanyan sighed softly, then continued, "The North Prince has asked me to tell you that you will labor in North City for 10 years. If any of you perform well, the North Prince will allow you to visit home and may also offer you a chance to finish your labor early. After the labor is over, whether you choose to stay in North City as citizens of Great Sum or return to the grasslands to continue a nomadic life, the decision will be yours to make." Hearing these words, the captives of the barbarian tribe each lifted their heads, visibly reinvigorated. One of the soldiers then asked, "Princess, is what you are saying true? Can we really return home to see our families?" Yelv Nanyan said, "On the way here, I asked the North Prince, and he said each month he will grant 100 of you the opportunity to return home to visit your families. However, you'll have to wait until half a year has passed, but the North Prince won't restrict your relatives from actively visiting you." Upon hearing these words, the captives from the barbarian tribe became incredibly excited. They all had thought they would never be able to leave North City or see their relatives again, but unexpectedly, the North Prince was willing to let their relatives visit them. If that was the case, it probably wouldn't be long before they could see their relatives. However, it quickly dawned on some of the barbarian tribe captives that they owed this treatment to the sacrifices of their queen. At that moment, a captive asked, "Queen Yelv, is this a condition you secured by agreeing to marry the North Prince?" Just as Yelv Nanyan was about to answer, she saw the faces of the barbarian tribe captives all intently staring at her, and she immediately fell silent. In reality, this had little to do with her, as she now had no bargaining power in the presence of Lu Chen. Seeing Yelv Nanyan's silence, the captives from the barbarian tribe took it as her default agreement. Instantly, the captives held even greater gratitude toward Yelv Nanyan, and her standing in their hearts rose yet another notch. Just then, another captive from the barbarian tribe suddenly asked, "Queen Yelv, does this mean both you and the princess are to marry the North Prince?" Yelv Nanyan answered, "Yes." The captive continued, then, the princess will become the North Prince's woman. If I tell the North Prince something about the princess's mother, would that be considered a meritorious deed? Upon hearing the captive's words, Xiao Wenyao was taken aback for a moment, then immediately said, something about my mother. What is it? The captive said, replying to the princess, back then, your mother was poisoned to death by the Sky Wolf King, and several of his followers, including myself, are aware of this matter. Although the Sky Wolf King was already dead, Xiao Wenyao was still alive, and was about to become the North Prince's woman. If she could be told of some disgraceful acts the Sky Wolf King had committed and grow to hate him, it would, to some extent, be helping the North Prince. After all, the North Prince was Xiao Wenyao's father's sworn enemy. If Xiao Wenyao bore no hatred for the Sky Wolf King, it wouldn't be good for the North Prince, and Xiao Wenyao might not wholeheartedly join the North Prince mansion. But if Xiao Wenyao learned her mother was killed by the Sky Wolf King, it was very likely she would no longer care about her father's death at the hands of the North Prince, and it would be much easier for her to wholeheartedly join the North Prince mansion. At that moment, another captive from the barbarian tribe spoke up. Princess, I am also aware of this, and what's more, I know that the poison used against your mother was personally administered by the Sky Wolf King. At these words, Xiao Wenyao's complexion instantly turned deathly pale. She had long heard this suspicion from her uncle, but it was after all just speculation without evidence. She hadn't expected that, after her father's death, his former followers would stand up as witnesses. Her mother had indeed been poisoned by her own father. With that thought, Xiao Wenyao couldn't help but shudder. Her father's heart was so malicious. To take another queen, he didn't hesitate to poison the wife who had always been by his side. If it weren't for her mother convincing her uncle to step down back then, her father might not have been able to become the king of the barbarian tribe. Yet, the first thing he did after becoming the Sky Wolf King was to poison her mother. Initially, Xiao Wenyao had felt a hint of sorrow over Xiao Hongbo's death, as he was her biological father and they were related by blood. But after hearing the revelations of her father's former subordinates, the last bit of kinship she felt for Xiao Hongbo vanished. She merely thought that Xiao Hongbo deserved to be killed by the North Prince. It was as if the North Prince had avenged her mother's death for her. Meanwhile, Lu Chen approached from a distance. Seeing Xiao Wenyao's tears streaming down onto the ground, he said with a smile, "What's the matter, little princess, is your heart aching for the suffering of your tribal warriors?" Xiao Wenyao did not reply, merely wiping away her tears continuously. At that time, Yelv Nanyan spoke up from her side. Prince, a few former subordinates of the Sky Wolf King just confessed to Yao Yao that he had poisoned Yao Yao's mother to death. Upon hearing Yelv Nanyan's words, Lu Chen was taken aback. He had already heard about this matter in the intelligence collected by Wu Yuan, but he had only regarded it as a tidbit of gossip. It didn't have much to do with him after all. But seeing Xiao Wenyao crying so heartbrokenly, she must have had an extremely close relationship with her mother. In that case, did he help Xiao Wenyao avenge her mother's death? Thinking of this, Lu Chen glanced at Xiao Wenyao's favorability and found that it had indeed increased by quite a lot, almost reaching 80. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. Then he turned to the captive barbarian tribe members and said, "The Sky Wolf King, for his own ambition, did not even spare his wife's life. Not only did he kill his own wife, he also led you to North City to pillage and slaughter, committing so many sins. Since some of you were once the Sky Wolf King's subordinates, you must know even more about the wrongs he committed. As long as you stand forward and reveal all his crimes, I will give you a chance to return home and visit your families." The war had ended. There had to be a war criminal onto whom all the blame could be directed. This would facilitate Lu Chen's conquest of the entire Sky Wolf King's tribe. By then, the people of the Sky Wolf King's tribe would only think that it was their king's fault. Their king, driven by his own ambition, had led the entire tribe into an abyss. Compared to the Sky Wolf King, it was North Prince who was truly good to them. North Prince didn't just refrain from killing them, he also gave them a chance to redeem themselves, and he even relocated their families to North City. As time passed, these barbarian tribe members would only grow to hate the Sky Wolf King more and more. Lu Chen thought to himself that since the Sky Wolf King was already dead, let him serve a purpose one last time. Just as Lu Chen had anticipated, as soon as he finished speaking, a barbarian tribe captive stood up and said, I know that the Sky Wolf King would secretly imprison some women he had looted and torture them in a tent. He pretended to want to marry the queen, claiming he loved her, but in truth he only coveted her beauty and the power she wielded. He was scum. Upon hearing the captive's words, Lu Chen frowned slightly, feeling as if he had been implicated. Was it his imagination? However, since the captive was talking about the Sky Wolf King, Lu Chen did not pay too much attention to it. Once one came forward, others followed. Quickly another barbarian tribe soldier stood up and said, I know that Xiao Hongbo, to become the chieftain of our tribe, secretly murdered an elder who opposed him, and even cooked and ate the elder's entrails. Xiao Hongbo is a demon. I know. I also know. ... For a time, the captive barbarian tribe members stood up one after another, exposing the crimes Xiao Hongbo had committed. At first, their statements were plausible, but as they continued, some began to fabricate outrageous tales. Such as Xiao Hongbo enjoying eating children, having relations with men, and even a taste for excrement came up. This was exactly the effect Lu Chen wanted. After all, the more the Sky Wolf King was despised by members of his tribe, the easier it would be for the barbarian tribe captives to submit to North City. When it felt about right, Lu Chen turned to Qin Yushan and said, Commander Qin, later on have someone list all of the Sky Wolf King Xiao Hongbo's crimes and then issue a proclamation to be distributed throughout all the cities in North City. Qin Yushan immediately said, Yes, Prince. Having said this, Lu Chen looked at Yelv Nanyan and said, Queen Yelv, it should be enough by now, we can head back. Yelv Nanyan glanced at the barbarian tribe captives present, then looked at Xiao Wenyao, who was in a state of stupor and sighed softly, Yes, Prince. Shortly afterwards, they returned to the prince's mansion. After Yelv Nanyan returned to the prince's mansion, she sat on the wooden stool in her room, gazing out of the window at the courtyard, lost in thought. Just then, the voice of a maid from the prince's mansion came from outside the courtyard. My respects to the prince. Hearing the maid's voice, Yelv Nanyan was momentarily taken aback, then she quickly stood up. Just as she did so, Lu Chen pushed the door and entered the room. Lu Chen had been holding back all the way since he left the Northland. He also held back when he went to the barbarian tribe prisoner camp, but in the end, he couldn't hold back any longer. It was like placing a candy in front of a child, allowing them to look but not to taste. Who could endure that? As soon as Lu Chen returned to the prince's mansion, the first thing he did was head straight for Yelv Nanyan's room. When Yelv Nanyan saw Lu Chen enter her room, she was momentarily stunned. She was about to say something when she noticed Lu Chen closing the door behind him. Yelv Nanyan immediately became nervous. What was this young man going to do, running into her room and locking the door? At this time, Lu Chen gave a slight smile. Queen Yelv need not be afraid. This prince has come to ask you about some matters. Hearing this, Yelv Nanyan thought to herself in confusion, asking about matters, what matters? At that moment, Lu Chen sat down at the table inside the room. Yelv Nanyan then asked, May I know what the prince wishes to inquire about? Lu Chen glanced at the dignified and graceful Yelv Nanyan. Please have a seat first, Queen Yelv. Yelv Nanyan had no choice but to sit down. Now there were only the two of them in the room, and Yelv Nanyan felt the atmosphere was a bit strange, especially with them sitting so close to each other. However, Yelv Nanyan thought that although Lu Chen was very powerful, he was just a 16 or 17-year-old boy. She was more than a decade his senior. What was there to fear? Moreover, from Lu Chen's demeanor, it appeared he genuinely had something to discuss with her, and besides, it was still broad daylight. After all, he was a prince, so it was unlikely he would do something untoward. This thought quickly calmed Yelv Nanyan's heart. May I know what the prince seeks from me? Lu Chen directly asked. I noticed that Queen Yelvi's appearance seems very similar to the women of Great Sha. Could it be that you are originally from Great Sha? Upon hearing this question, Yelv Nanyan was taken aback, and Lu Chen's query brought her mother to mind. Yelv Nanyan fell into silence, not speaking for some time, while Lu Chen watched her eyes and asked, What's wrong? Yelv Nanyan regained her senses and hastily said, "It's nothing, I was just caught off guard. Indeed, my mother was from Great Shah. When the barbarian tribe came south, they captured her and took her to their tribe, where she gave birth to me. I resemble my mother, so it's not strange that the prince finds similarities between me and the women of Great Shah." Lu Chen responded, "I see, I hadn't realized there was such a story behind it. I thought Queen Yelv bore a strong resemblance to Great Shah's women." Just as Lu Chen was about to say something further, Yelv Nanyan spoke up, "Prince, I have left the Sky Wolf King tribe and am no longer the Sky Wolf King's wife. You don't have to call me Queen Yelv anymore, just my name will do." They were now in the North Prince mansion, where there could only be one official wife. If the North Prince continued to call her queen, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Yelv Nanyan was clear-headed about such matters. If she wanted to survive in the North Prince mansion, she couldn't afford to offend Mu Zixuan, the legitimate wife. If Lu Chen kept addressing her as queen, and Mu Zixuan, the legitimate wife, heard it, who knows what she might think. She would likely suspect Yelv Nanyan of trying to vie for favor. That would not be good for her or for Xiao Wenyao. Although Yelv Nanyan had never lived in Great Shah, influenced by her mother, she was very familiar with it. Hearing Yelv Nanyan's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, "All right, from now on I'll call you Nanyan." Continuing, he asked, "Nanyan, after your mother gave birth to you in the barbarian tribe, life must have been very hard, right? After all, as a woman from Great Shah, being captured by the barbarian tribe, life must have been difficult." Hearing Lu Chen's question, Yelv Nanyan again seemed to drift into her memories. After a little while, she finally answered, "Yes, my mother was treated as a slave by the tribe's chief, made to serve him daily. She often suffered beatings from him, and ultimately, unable to bear the humiliation, she drowned herself when I was 10 years old." Speaking of this, Yelv Nanyan's expression turned forlorn, appearing immensely sad. Seeing this, Lu Chen reached out and directly grasped Yelv Nanyan's hand, comforting her, "The dead cannot be brought back to life, more no more." Yelv Nanyan's mature body involuntarily trembled when Lu Chen suddenly grabbed her hand, but Lu Chen made no further move, and she didn't take it to heart, assuming it was just an instinctive gesture from him. Lu Chen continued, "Nanyan, actually, I am very similar to you in that I also lost my mother at a young age." As he said this, Lu Chen's tone turned somewhat somber, sorrowful. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yelv Nanyan was taken aback. She gazed at him, and for some reason, she began to feel an odd urge to comfort this young man, to tell him not to be so sad. Perhaps because Lu Chen was more than a decade younger than her, and knowing how painful life without a mother could be, stirred this sentiment. Thinking of Lu Chen as a prince, Yelv Nanyan realized his days in the imperial palace after losing his mother must also have been difficult. Yelv Nanyan then said, "Prince, don't be too sorrowful. Your mother, knowing of the achievements you've made in North City, would surely be happy for you." Lu Chen sighed and said, "If only my mother really knew my situation now." As he spoke, Lu Chen gently touched Yelv Nanyan's jade hand and continued, "Although my life is better than yours on the grassland, and I don't have to worry about food and clothing, I have been scorned by others since I was young because I had no mother. Even in the imperial palace, some maids and slaves dared to shout at me. My status was not even as good as that of some family bastards." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yelv Nanyan's heart rose with a new wave of sympathy and tenderness. She could empathize with what he was describing. After she lost her mother, she, too, was humiliated by members of her own tribe. If it weren't for the fact that she had secretly practiced martial arts behind others' backs, she might well have become a female slave, tormented by the barbarians day and night. For some reason, Yelv Nanyan felt compelled to hold this young man in her arms at that moment, to offer him some comfort. Lu Chen managed to go from being a notorious good-for-nothing to a martial arts prodigy at only 16 or 17. The journey must have been incredibly difficult and arduous. Looking back on her own life, Yelv Nanyan realized she and Lu Chen were indeed very similar. She, too, lost her mother at an early age and lurked within the barbarian tribe for many years. Ultimately, after she married the Sky Wolf King, she gained power from his hands and turned her fate around to become a ruler in her own right. Lu Chen was the same, After lurking in the capital city for so many years, he arrived in North City and finally became a seigneur who commanded respect from all around, acquiring his current status and power. However, the biggest difference between the two was that she had eventually lost to Lu Chen and became a captive of this young man. At this moment, Yelv Nanyan was completely unaware that she had actually fallen into a trap set by Lu Chen. Just then, Lu Chen let out a deep sigh and then said, "Nanyan, may I hold you? Seeing you, I'm reminded of my own past." Yelv Nanyan replied, "I am now the prince's captive, the prince can do as he pleases." In the depths of her heart, Yelv Nanyan also wanted to comfort the young man in front of her. After all, he too was someone who shared the same afflictions. Then, without hesitation, Lu Chen embraced Yelv Nanyan into his arms. Her body was hot and soft, making it very comfortable to hold her. However, sitting on the chair at that moment, the position was not very comfortable, putting some pressure on their legs. When embraced by Lu Chen, Yelv Nanyan seemed to detect a uniquely masculine scent that was new to her, the first such aroma she had come across in many years and the closest she had ever been to a man. Even with the former Sky Wolf King, she had never been in such close contact. When she married the Sky Wolf King, he was already seriously ill, merely a patient, she was at most his caretaker, never as intimately close to him as she was now. Moreover, the scents she used to detect from men were at best those of death and sweat. The scent from Lu Chen was unusual, it wasn't a perfume scent. During her time in the prince's mansion, she had also used the perfume produced by the North Prince mansion, so she could instantly tell whether or not it was perfume. The aroma emanating from Lu Chen seemed to be his natural body scent. For some reason, upon smelling it, she felt her body heat up and become restless. At this moment, Lu Chen whispered into Yelv Nanyan's ear, "Nanyan, your body is really soft." Upon hearing these words, Yelv Nanyan felt startled, and then heat blew against her ear, causing it to burn hotly. A blush spread from her cheeks to her fair neck, making her look even more enchanting and attractive. Lu Chen had not given Yelv Nanyan any dragon and phoenix tea, this reaction was completely her own. Feeling the change within herself, Yelv Nanyan quickly said, "Prince, shouldn't it be enough by now?" Lu Chen said, "Let's hold on for a little longer. Your embrace is so warm, it reminds me of an elder of mine." Hearing this from Lu Chen, Yelv Nanyan gave a start. She thought Lu Chen was talking about Chu Yu, not realizing that he was actually referring to Chu Yukon. Yelv Nanyan thought to herself that the North Prince was just a 16 or 17-year-old child, and she shouldn't take it too seriously. With this thought, Yelv Nanyan made no further move, allowing Lu Chen to hold her. At this moment, Lu Chen, smelling the fragrance of Yelv Nanyan's body, felt himself at the edge of losing control. Though he was a grandmaster possessing self-restraint, when faced with such a mature and elegant woman, Lu Chen still found it hard to suppress certain thoughts. Lu Chen whispered into Yelv Nanyan's ear, "Nanyan, I heard that when you married the former Sky Wolf King, he was already bedridden, and you never consummated the marriage. Is that true?" Hearing this question while feeling Lu Chen's breath, Yelv Nanyan became somewhat panicked, and her heart began to pound wildly. However, Yelv Nanyan tried to keep herself calm and answered, "Yes, I am still untouched." Lu Chen asked in a low, hoarse voice, "You haven't touched a man for decades. Don't you have any interest in men?" Yelv Nanyan replied, "Prince, I have practiced martial arts, so I can control my desires. I have long lost interest in men." Lu Chen asked by Yelv Nanyan's ear, "Is that so? Then why do I feel your body getting hotter and almost igniting me?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yelv Nanyan was overwhelmed with shame, she didn't understand why this was happening. Clearly, as a ninth-grade martial artist, she had a strong control over lascivious desires, but in front of the North Prince, this young man, she couldn't keep herself calm at all. Yelv Nanyan quickly adjusted her inner strength, trying again to calm herself down. Yelv Nanyan hadn't drunk the dragon and phoenix tea, so even within Lu Chen's embrace, she could still use her inner strength. However, after trying for a while, she found it to be useless, she continued to feel incredibly restless. Suddenly, Yelv Nanyan felt weak all over. Her beautiful eyes slightly opened, exuding a mesmerizing light. Yelv Nanyan was no fool. By this point, how could she not understand why Lu Chen had come to find her today? However, Yelv didn't struggle, for she was now a captive of the North Prince and would eventually become his woman. The thought that she would become the woman of this young man, more than a decade her junior, filled Yelv with immense shame. At this moment, Lu Chen found their seating on the stool to be too restrictive for his movements, so he took the initiative to wrap his arms around Yelv slender waist and stood up. Lu Chen's sudden action made Yelv delicate body tremble. She quickly steadied herself and stood up as well. Lu Chen then gazed into Yelv eyes and discovered they seemed somewhat hazy, which greatly surprised him. This was his first encounter with Yelv, and since she hadn't drunk the dragon and phoenix tea, for her to enter such a state so quickly was truly beyond his expectations. As Lu Chen looked at her with his burning gaze, Yelv cheeks grew hotter. Now that they stood up and their bodies were tightly embracing, Yelv could feel Lu Chen's ardor, and what he intended to do was now unmistakably clear. The thought that it was still daytime and they might be discovered by people of the prince's mansion filled Yelv with a sense of shame and indignation. Lu Chen then softly asked, "Nanyan, are you willing to be my woman?" Fixated under Lu Chen's direct gaze, suddenly Yelv felt his voice had a special seductive power, making her head dizzy, almost to the point of instability, despite being a ninth-grade martial artist. With her face blushing, Yelv said, "Prince, I am your captive now, you may do whatever you want with me." Embracing Yelv soft and warm body, admiring her peerless beauty, and coupled with her enticing fair and flushed skin, Lu Chen felt he had completely run out of patience. He leaned in, kissed Yelv lips, and then, holding her body, began walking towards the bed. Xiao Wenyao, after returning from the barbarian tribe's camp where she had been held captive, stayed in her room at the prince's mansion, lying listlessly on the bed without moving. Her world now seemed entirely devoid of color, everything before her eyes was monochrome, and her mind was blank. She could never have imagined that her father, for the sake of his ambition, would go so far as to poison even his own wife. Her mother had grown up with him since childhood. If it were any ordinary woman, it would be one thing, but they grew up together and became husband and wife by mutual consent. Logically, their affection should have been deep-seated, and she had believed so in the past. However, all this was merely her wishful thinking. At that moment, a faint voice reached Xiao Wenyao's ears, growing louder, and she started to recover from her disoriented state. Upon hearing the voice that drifted in through the window, Xiao Wenyao was stunned. What was that sound? Before long, Xiao Wenyao realized that she had heard such a sound more than once inside a certain tent. Each time her father took a great sum woman to a certain tent, similar noises would emanate from inside. Although she was still a virgin, she understood what caused such sounds. Xiao Wenyao perked up her ears and listened intently. She quickly identified that it was Yelv making the noises, and the sounds were coming from the room next door. Xiao Wenyao was immediately stunned. If the sounds were made by Yelv did it mean that Lu Chen was torturing Yelv in the next room? The thought made Xiao Wenyao's face pale. She hadn't experienced such things and was not familiar with them. She only knew that when women were tortured by men, they would produce such sounds. After all, it wasn't the first or second time she had heard such sounds. This was her conclusion based on her observations. But clearly, her understanding was insufficient. Xiao Wenyao still thought that Yelv made such sounds out of pain. In Xiao Wenyao's view, if a person was not injured, not in pain, why would they cry out? It was only likely that someone hurt, feeling pain, would make such miserable screams. Thinking of the possibility that she too might be tortured by the North Prince like Yelv Xiao Wenyao's delicate body shuddered involuntarily. However, at that moment, Xiao Wenyao glanced at the lavishly decorated room, realizing that after entering the North Prince mansion, perhaps she would no longer have to live as she did before, nor worry about being caught by the filthy old North Free King. Though she might be tortured by the North Prince, it was still preferable to serving the North Free King as a female slave in the North Free tribe. Furthermore, Xiao Wenyao recalled seeing Wang Qingqi, the North Prince's female slave, boldly sitting atop the courtyard wall and speaking with the North Prince. This showed that in the North Prince mansion, even female slaves had certain freedoms, unlike the slaves in their barbarian tribe who had to keep their heads bowed even while speaking and walking. With this thought, Xiao Wenyao felt a bit better. If she was to be tortured by the North Prince, so be it, since women were always subject to torment by men, just as her mother had been in her father's tent. At this moment, Xiao Wenyao had already come to terms with her potential fate. She continued to lie on her bed, staring blankly at the room's ceiling beams. After an indefinite period, noises still emanated from the room next door, becoming more impassioned. Xiao Wenyao started to wonder why she felt that these sounds were not ones of pain. If she had wounds, she might cry out in pain, but would never make such melodious cries. These sounds rather seemed like those of pleasure and happiness. Xiao Wenyao sat up from the bed, wanting to check the neighboring room to see what was actually happening, to see how the North Prince was torturing Yelvanonian. Xiao Wenyao held some resentment towards Yelvanonian in her heart. In her mind, had it not been for Yelvanonian, her father might not have killed her mother to marry her and would not have attacked North City. Hearing Yelvanonian's cries, Xiao Wenyao felt a strange sense of relief. She thought Yelvanonian deserved the North Prince's torture. She wanted to see for herself what had become of Yelvanonian under the North Prince's hand, to appease the hatred in her heart. With this in mind, Xiao Wenyao quietly left her room and then went to the outside of the room next door. At that moment, Xiao Wenyao was shocked to find that the window of the neighboring room was wide open, not closed at all. Seeing this as an opportunity, Xiao Wenyao immediately crouched down and approached the window, stealthily peeking into the room. Upon seeing the scene inside the room, Xiao Wenyao was tremendously impacted. For a time, Xiao Wenyao's mind went blank. It was only after an unknown duration that she came back to her senses. Fearing being discovered, she hurried back to her own room. Xiao Wenyao, back in her room, hadn't calmed down yet, her heart pounding wildly. So that was the way the North Prince tortured Yelvanonian. How terrifying. The thought of facing such things herself made Xiao Wenyao feel weak all over. As time ticked by, the sun in the sky gradually set, and stars appeared along with a faint moon. Meanwhile, Chu Qingli was patrolling the inner courtyard. She had grown familiar with the patrol duties. After each patrol, she quickly located her sister, preventing her sister and Lu Chen from being alone together. In her view, the North Prince definitely harbored improper designs on her sister, which she could discern from the way he looked at her sister. Therefore, it would be best for her to know where her sister was at all times, what she was doing, and whether she was alone with the North Prince. After passing by Wang Qingqi's courtyard, Chu Qingli couldn't help but glance at the plum blossom courtyard full of flowers, and immediately thought of the commotion Lu Chen caused not long ago when doing bad things in Wang Qingqi's room. Chu Qingli's face was cold as she involuntarily cursed, "What a beast." As her words fell, Chu Qingli continued to walk toward the front courtyard to carry on with her patrol. However, she had only taken a few steps when she heard a woman's voice from inside the courtyard. Chu Qingli was taken aback. Having been at the North Prince mansion for so long, she could certainly guess what was happening. Chu Qingli turned her head to glance at the courtyard and muttered to herself again, "Indeed a beast." Chu Qingli knew that the North Prince had brought back two beauties from the barbarian tribe and they were confined in this courtyard. Her sister had also reminded her to be wary of the two barbarian beauties, as both were martial artists with martial skills. After hearing Yelvanonian's melodious and graceful voice, Chu Qingli thought to herself that her sister was clearly overthinking things. With the beast Lu Chen around, let alone 9th grade, even if Grandmaster-ranked women arrived at the prince's mansion, they would end up as his playthings. They wouldn't have the energy or opportunity to cause any trouble. Subsequently, Chu Qingli stopped pondering over it and quickly left the outside of the courtyard to avoid hearing any more vulgar language. At dusk, the sun was gradually setting, stars appearing in the sky along with the faint outline of the moon. The crimson glow of the evening sky cast everyone's skin in a bronzed hue. Chu Qingli patrolled once again to the courtyard where Yelvanonian and Xiao Wenyao were staying. The inner court of the prince's mansion was not very large, requiring Chu Qingli to patrol the same areas dozens of times a day. Just passing the entrance of the courtyard, Chu Qingli heard Yelvanonian's voice again. Chu Qingli was somewhat speechless. How many hours had it been? Why was that beast still here? Without further thought, Chu Qingli once again moved away from the lovey-dovey courtyard. When Chu Qingli arrived at the north courtyard, she ran into Mu Zixuan and the others. Mu Zixuan asked, Qingli, have you seen the prince? It was already dark, and Lu Chen would usually dine with them at this time. But as the sun was about to set, there was still no sign of him, and it was unknown where he had gone. Chu Qingli replied, replying to the prince is currently in the rooms of those two barbarian ladies. It's highly unlikely he will come over tonight. Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Mu Zixuan, along with Dazhou and Xiaozhou, instantly understood what was happening. Mu Zixuan said, since the prince won't be coming, let's not wait any longer and start dinner. Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao had just been brought back by Lu Chen, and he was certainly going to spend time to cultivate a relationship with them. Given Lu Chen's capabilities, there was no doubt he wouldn't leave their side tonight. So, Mu Zixuan decided not to wait for Lu Chen to come over anymore. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenyao lay on the bed, covering her ears with her hands in an attempt to block out the noises coming from outside the window. She felt extremely fearful. In the past, when she saw her own father tormenting women from Great Sum, those women would emerge from the tent in less than half an hour at most. But the North Prince had been in Yelv Nanyan's room for hours now, and he still hadn't come out. It was terrifying. The thought of soon having to endure the same fate made Xiao Wenyao shudder. But what puzzled Xiao Wenyao was why she felt both scared and inexplicably restless inside. She suddenly had the desire to be tormented by the North Prince, just like he was tormenting Yelv Nanyan. Xiao Wenyao felt like she had already been enslaved by the North Prince without having met him, harboring thoughts of wanting him to torment her as he did Yelv Nanyan. Xiao Wenyao shook her head, trying to cast away these inappropriate thoughts from her mind. The night was unusually long. The moon in the sky became brighter and brighter, then was obscured by dark clouds. Time passed, and the moon reappeared in the sky. After several times of being hidden by the dark clouds, finally, a white light appeared on the horizon, the sun rose again, and the moon once again became faintly visible. Dawn. Xiao Wenyao lay sprawled on the bed, her eyes surrounded by thick dark circles, her hair a tangled mess, as if an animal had puffed up its fur. Xiao Wenyao felt she was on the brink of collapse. All night long, she hadn't slept a wink all night. Although it wasn't continuous, from time to time there would be sounds drifting in through the window. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she'd be awakened again. That person was really terrifying. At this moment, Xiao Wenyao closed her eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep, with only one thought in her heart. She must serve the North Prince well in the future. She must not anger the North Prince. Otherwise, she might also be tormented by him and not let off even for a night. At this time, the warm sunlight outside the window spilled over the windowsill and shone onto the person inside the room. Lu Chen, lying on the soft body pillow, checked his system notification. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a wife, rewarded with 100,000 caddies of breeding sweet potatoes. The host and Yelv Nanyan developed their relationship once, adding 500 experience points to Qi Refinement Mantra, 500 experience points to Rejuvenating Skill, and 0 experience points to Dragon Phoenix Yin Yang spell. The host has triggered an emotional crit, thus gaining an additional 1500 experience points for both Qi Refinement Mantra and Rejuvenating Skill. Seeing the system notification before him, Lu Chen's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. At this moment, Lu Chen's chest was still pressed against Yelv Nanyan's jade back, and he had no intention of getting up at all. Even with Wang Qingqi, he had never indulged himself like this before. Yelv Nanyan was already in her 30s this year, while Lu Chen was only in his teens. The two met at the fiercest times of their lives, and what would happen next did not need elaboration. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt Yelv Nanyan seem to move slightly, and something occurred to him, so he glanced at her favorability score. At that glance, Lu Chen was stunned. Yelv Nanyan's favorability towards him had reached 95. It should be known that Yelv Nanyan hadn't drunk the Dragon and Phoenix tea. Just after one night, her favorability towards him had soared to 95. But on reflection, it made sense. He had used the rejuvenating skill many times, which could quickly repair the pain on someone's body. This meant that Yelv Nanyan hadn't felt any discomfort at all, and under such circumstances, it was impossible for her favorability towards him not to rise. At this point, Yelv Nanyan already felt the person behind her had awakened, and she said with a hoarse voice, "Prince, aren't you afraid I'll carry your child?" Lu Chen asked in her ear, "Why should I be afraid?" Yelv said, "I am a woman from the barbarian tribe. If I bear your child, I'm afraid there will be a lot of gossip. Moreover, if our child is born, they might also face all kinds of disdain. Does the prince really want to see his own child looked down upon, just like the prince in his childhood?" Lu Chen said indifferently, "You can be assured, apart from imperial power, I treat all my children equally. Even if it's a child you give birth to, they will have a happy childhood, not like mine when I was younger." Hearing this, Yelv asked in disbelief, "Is what you say true, prince?" Lu Chen gave her buttocks a pat and said, "What do you think I brought you back for? Could it be that you really thought I just regarded you as a female slave? With a body as good as yours, it would be a pity not to bear a few children for me." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yelv face flushed slightly. She finally understood why Lu Chen was so uninhibited with her last night, and even up to now, he hadn't left her side, continuously embracing her. Yesterday, during the day, Yelv was still feeling somewhat sad, believing that she was now to be a female slave to the North Prince, and she felt incredibly pessimistic about her future. But after what happened last night, Yelv pessimism completely dissipated, and at this moment, she only felt an intense shame. She had trained in martial arts for several decades, yet she was defeated by a boy barely into his teens. However, if being a so-called female slave only meant being treated this way, then maybe becoming Lu Chen's female slave wasn't such a bad thing after all. But then again, Lu Chen the Grandmaster was definitely not an ordinary Grandmaster. Although it was Yelv first time experiencing those things, she was after all the Queen of Sky Wolf King, and was also in her 30s by now, so naturally, she understood what she was supposed to understand. Even if Lu Chen had the constitution of a Grandmaster, it still seemed impossible for him to be so fierce. At this moment, Yelv tried to move, but was completely devoid of strength. Her entire being had turned soft. It was unimaginable that a 9th-grade martial artist could be so thoroughly ravaged by a Grandmaster. It could be said that her defeat was absolute. She lost in the war between the Sky Wolf King tribe and North City, and she lost again in her personal battle with the North Prince. She was not only defeated in battle, but her heart was also completely conquered by Lu Chen, and Yelv was very clear that she might never be able to leave the North Prince from now on. Human desire is like a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once it starts, it's very hard to stop. If it had been before, if she hadn't encountered Lu Chen, she might have always remained disinterested in men. But Lu Chen had opened the door to a new world for her, and it would be very difficult for her to control herself now, especially whenever she thought of the North Prince. She likely wouldn't be able to stop thinking about the events of last night. Thinking this, Yelv sighed softly and then asked, "Prince, it's already daylight, aren't you going to get up?" Maintaining this state made Yelv feel odd, almost like an animal. Lu Chen grinned slightly and then said, "I was busy all of last night and didn't really rest. You can't possibly be thinking of sending me away now, can you?" Yelv did not say more. "Fine, let the young man do as he wishes then." Afterward, Lu Chen held Yelv his big body pillow, and closed his eyes, quickly falling into sleep. Chu Yukon was on patrol in the inner courtyard early in the morning, and upon not seeing Lu Chen, she went to the outer courtyard of Yelv and Xiao Wenyao's residence and looked inside. At this time, Chu Qingli also arrived there. Seeing Chu Yukon peering inside continuously, Chu Qingli immediately asked, "Sister, what are you looking at?" After hearing Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yukon coughed and then said, "Hasn't Chen'er gotten up yet?" Chu Yukon didn't patrol much yesterday. It was mainly Chu Qingli who did the patrolling. However, Chu Yukon knew that Lu Chen had come to this courtyard. After hearing Chu Yukon's words, Chu Qingli chuckled and said, "After tossing and turning all night without sleep, how could he be up so early? What do you need him for?" Last night, Chu Qingli passed by this courtyard several times, and every time, she would hear sounds coming from inside. Anyway, Lu Chen had firmly established the reputation of a beast in her heart. After hearing Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yukon said, "I see. Well, let him sleep a while longer then." Chu Yukon did have a matter to discuss with Lu Chen, but it was not a big deal, and Lu Chen's health was the most important, better let him rest well first. After looking at the courtyard once more, Chu Yukon turned around and left. Chu Qingli also hurried to follow her, leaving behind this courtyard filled with sinful traces. It was nearly noon by the time Lu Chen left from Yelvanyan's room. As soon as Lu Chen got up, Yelvanyan suddenly felt an emptiness in her body, and her heart began to feel an unexpected reluctance. However, thinking of what transpired yesterday, Yelvanyan's delicate body involuntarily started trembling, and she quickly circulated her inner strength, swiftly calming herself down. After Lu Chen left, Mu Zixuan had someone send over many nourishing gifts. Yelvanyan sat at the table, looking at the full table of nourishing items and felt an indescribable emotion. She had never heard that women needed such nourishment after engaging in that kind of activity. But she had to admit, the queen was indeed treating her very well. It seemed that the North Prince mansion wasn't the dangerous place she had imagined it to be, but she didn't know whether the North Prince and his queen would still be so good to her when she got old and lost her beauty. At the same time, Lu Chen was in his study, sipping the replenishing porridge personally made by Mu Zixuan, while flipping through the intelligence reports delivered by the brocade guard from yesterday. At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Lu Chen took a sip of the porridge, then said, "The door is unlocked, come in." The next moment, Chu Yukon, dressed in a long purple dress, pushed open the door and entered the study. Lu Chen looked up at the stunning beauty of Chu Yukon and surprisingly, his heart didn't stir at all. This wasn't surprising, having not slept all night, his energy had been completely drained by Yelvanyan. "Madam Chu, do you need me for something?" he asked. Chu Yukon spoke, "Chanur, the Chu family sent someone yesterday to look for me." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen paused for a moment. Ever since he arrived in North City, aside from Chu Qingli, the Chu family had never sent anyone to him. And as for Chu Qingli, she wasn't particularly essential to his safety. If it weren't for his system, he would have died on his way to North City long ago. The Chu family has sent someone now. What for? Could it be that the Chu family plans to continue supporting me in the succession struggle? Lu Chen held no great resentment towards his maternal grandfather. After all, Chu Shang had his own difficulties, and Chu Shang allowing Chu Yukon to stay by Lu Chen's side was a significant favor to him. What Lu Chen found intolerable were the other members of the Chu family. He had recently learned through the brocade guard's intelligence of the internal division within the Chu family. There were now two factions, one led by his maternal grandfather, the North Prince faction, and the other was the Eighth Prince faction. The Eighth Prince faction currently held the upper hand within the entire Chu family. If it weren't for Lu Chen's rise to power and his defeat of the barbarian tribe's army of 300,000, no one from Chu Shang's camp would have been sent to North City so easily. Chu Shang's position in the Chu family now was essentially equivalent to being a figurehead. His presence or absence as family head made little difference to the family. Lu Chen then asked, "What's the purpose of the Chu family's visit this time?" Chu Yukon replied, "It's not just the Chu family that's come, but also people from the Wang family. They hope that you can reconcile with Prince Lu Shuyun. The Wang family says that both of you represent the interests of the aristocratic families in the south, and there's no reason for you two to fight to the death. Moreover, if Prince Lu Shuyun succeeds in the succession, it will be more beneficial for you. The Wang family even hinted that Prince Lu Shuyun might eventually give you all of Qi Prince's territory, letting you establish your own nation." Question mark. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. He had thought that the Chu family had sent someone to continue supporting the succession struggle, yet it turned out to be people from the Eighth Prince faction of the Chu family. Ha, the Eighth Prince first sends assassins to kill me, and now he says there's no need for us to fight to the death. What on earth is going on in the minds of these Wang family people? Even now, the Wang family actually thinks of helping the Eighth Prince to win me over. Don't they know that my relationship with the Eighth Prince has reached a point where we're irreconcilable? Lu Chen did not believe for a second that the Wang family was unaware of the attempt on his life by assassins sent by the Eighth Prince. The eighth prince always had the protection of a Grand Master from the Wang family by his side, so whatever he did, the Wang family was sure to know about it. To send assassins after him several times and then have the audacity to come and suggest reconciliation was nothing short of delusional. Seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Chu Yukon realized that he had no intention of making peace with the eighth prince. After all, who would want to be on good terms with someone who had repeatedly sent assassins after them, pretending nothing had happened? Chu Yukon continued, Chenur, I fear your maternal grandfather has completely lost control over the Chu family. The people they've sent this time not only fail to speak up for you, but their stance actually supports the eighth prince in the succession dispute, and they seem to be more interested in persuading you to reconcile with him. If your maternal grandfather still had control over the Chu family, he certainly wouldn't hesitate to support you as crown prince at this crucial time. After all, Chu Shang is Lu Chen's maternal grandfather, and considering Lu Chen's recent military accomplishments in North City, numerous commoners have no idea how much they wish for Lu Chen to be crown prince. Chu Shang would definitely stand up and side with Lu Chen now. Yet, the people sent by the Chu family belong to the eighth prince faction, which indicates that Chu Shang has completely lost control over the Chu family, and now the entire Chu family is probably dominated by people from the eighth prince faction. Hearing Chu Yukon's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment before saying, even if he has lost control over the Chu family, it has little effect on me, as I had no intention of relying on the Chu family. Nevertheless, the Wang family's rush to have me reconcile with the eighth prince probably stems from their fear that their dirty dealings might be exposed. The Wang family and the eighth prince had maintained a close cooperation with the Sky Wolf King tribe even before the 30,000-strong barbarian army marched south. The southward advance of the barbarian army led by the Sky Wolf King could not be separated from their collaboration. The Wang family wanted to take advantage of the barbarian army's push south to force the Sum Emperor to refrain from taking action against the aristocratic families. The Sum Emperor was no fool. He certainly knew that if turmoil broke out within, the barbarian army was very likely to push directly southward, placing the entire Great Sum in jeopardy. Thus, the Sum Emperor would have to bow his head in the end. But what nobody expected was that, instead of merely holding North City, the North Prince completely annihilated the barbarian army of 300,000. Now the external pressure on Great Sum had vanished in an instant, and the Sum Emperor, who had sharpened his blade for so long, might soon let it fall. Once the evidence of the barbarian tribe colluding with the Wang family was transmitted to the capital city, the Sum Emperor would definitely take action against the Wang family first. At this time, the Wang family could only send someone to seek peace with the North Prince. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly upwards. He then said, it seems the Wang family does not want me to hand over the evidence of their collusion with the barbarian tribe to my father the emperor. That's why they're sending envoys to seek peace. However, they're seriously lacking sincerity. Even at this point, they're still thinking of supporting Prince Lu Shuyun in the struggle for succession, while offering me pie in the sky, expecting me to establish a nation in the desolate North City. They must take me for a fool. At this moment, Chu Yukon asked, Chenur, they are still at the Mysterious Moon Tavern established in Mysterious Moon Palace. Do you want to meet them? If not, I'll send them away. Lu Chen replied, there's no need to meet them. I don't want them to spoil my mood. Lu Chen actually couldn't wait for his father the emperor to make his move, to exterminate the aristocratic families within Great Sum, so as to not leave behind a mess for himself in the future. If the aristocratic families were not extinguished, it would be hard to consolidate imperial power, and that would not bode well for Lu Chen who was about to implement reforms. However, at present, Lu Chen implementing reforms in North City wouldn't face too much obstruction. Fortunately, there were no major aristocratic families in North City. At this point, Chu Yukon said, alright then, I'll have them leave Yan County now. After saying this, Chu Yukon turned and left. Watching the charming silhouette of Chu Yukon as she departed, Lu Chen rubbed his temples, his mind preoccupied with the thought that his father the emperor was about to take action. His opportunity was coming, and perhaps it was time to hasten the reforms in North City. Shortly after. In a private room in the Mysterious Moon Tavern. As soon as Chu Yukon entered the room, a man dressed in blue immediately came forward and asked, Madam Chu, may I know if the prince has agreed to see us? Chu Yukon replied indifferently, you may all leave. The prince does not plan to meet with the Wang family members for the time being. Hearing this, Wang Yang was taken aback. Their main purpose for coming here was to reconcile the North Prince with Prince Lu Shuyun. If they couldn't even meet with him, how could they help mend their relationship? This was troublesome. Wang Yang then said, Madam Chu, did you not convey our words to the North Prince? Chu Yukon replied indifferently, I did convey them. The prince thinks the Wang family lacks sincerity, therefore he does not wish to see you. Thissa. Wang Yang instantly understood the implication of Chu Yukon's words. They had offered to support Prince Lu Shuyun in the struggle for succession, promising to give the North Prince some territory and let him build his own nation once Prince Lu Shuyun ascended the throne. If the North Prince thought that even this offer lacked sincerity, it only proved one thing. The North Prince's ambitions were grand, and he had his sights set on all of great sum. Thus, he had no interest in the land they promised. As a result, there was no room left for reconciliation between the North Prince and Prince Lu Shuyun. The Wang family had sent envoys to North City because they believed that the 50,000 heavy cavalry there certainly weren't the North Prince's men, but rather they were a secret reserve force prepared by the Sum Emperor, with the North Prince being just a pawn. The Wang family believed that nobody would be content with being a pawn, so they thought of using land as bait to win over the North Prince, thereby making him their man. This way, they could not only keep an eye on the 50,000 heavy cavalry in North City, but also gain a powerful political ally. However, it seemed the North Prince had not recognized his position as a pawn, or could it be that the North Prince truly believed that these 50,000 heavy cavalry were his? Upon this thought, those from the Chu family and the Wang family present found the idea somewhat laughable, thinking the North Prince did not know what was good for him. Upon hearing Chu Yukon's response, Wang Yang chuckled lightly, then asked, Madam Chu, could it be that the prince thinks those 50,000 heavy cavalry truly belong to him? Hearing this, Chu Yukon indifferently said, whether those 50,000 heavy cavalry belong to the prince or not seems to have little to do with your Wang family, doesn't it? You'd better hurry and leave Yan County, lest you provoke the prince's anger. Wang Yang snorted coldly and said, Madam Chu, oh no, I should address you as Lady Wang. You have already married into the Wang family, you are a daughter-in-law of the Wang family, and yet you actually speak in favor of the North Prince. Could it really be just like the rumors out there, that the North Prince and you have some kind of unspeakable relationship? Upon hearing this, Chu Yukon's expression turned icy in an instant. I am merely conveying the North Prince's message. If you want to leave, then leave. If you don't wish to go and something happens later on, it has nothing to do with me. As for whether I have a special relationship with the North Prince, the innocent or blameless, and it's none of your business either. Wang Yang said, how is it none of our business? You are our Wang family's daughter-in-law. Instead of properly staying at the Wang family, you are by the side of another man every day. How do you think that makes outsiders view our Wang family? Lady Wang, as a daughter-in-law of our Wang family, shouldn't you also return to the prince's mansion? Hearing Wang Yang's aggressive words, Chu Yukon replied indifferently, since your Wang family feels that I am a disgrace to you, then simply issue a letter of divorce and rid yourself of me from now on. I will have nothing to do with the Wang family. Wang Yang laughed sarcastically, thinking how nice Chu Yukon had it all worked out. If they really divorced Chu Yukon, how then could they use her to control the North Prince? Their Wang family had long been aware of the unusual relationship between the North Prince and Chu Yukon, which is why they had never allowed her to return, so as to use her in the future. Now was the time. Wang Yang then said, Lady Wang, since you have married into our Wang family, you belong to the Wang family, whether you live or die. You don't think that by not returning to the prince's mansion, you can escape your identity, do you? If you insist on staying by the North Prince's side, I'm afraid it won't be long before there are rumors that the North Prince has forcibly taken a civilian girl. At that point, the reputation the North Prince has just managed to regain will be tarnished again, and I wonder what choice you will make then. Chu Yukon sneered, are you threatening me? Indeed, if such a matter were widely disseminated among the public, Lu Chen's reputation would probably be negatively affected. After all, Chu Yukon was a widow, and the spread of rumors about snatching a widow would definitely be unsavory. The most crucial point was that the man Chu Yukon initially married had died after contracting a strange poison while fending off an invasion from the barbarian tribe. If word got out that the wife of a hero who defended against the barbarian tribe's invasion had been taken over by the North Prince after her husband's death, the North Prince would surely be despised by many, which would greatly affect his reputation. Seeing that Chu Yukon seemed angered, Wang Yang said with a smile, "How dare I threaten Lady Wang? After all, Lady Wang is now the most important woman to the North Prince." At this point, Wang Yang added, "Lady Wang, when you return to the prince's mansion, you should still advise the North Prince that wanting everything might lead to losing everything in the end. If he wants to shake off the status of a pawn, then cooperating with the aristocratic family is his best option." Having said this, Wang Yang had no intention of further wasting words with Chu Yukon. He then turned to the people behind him and said, "Let's go. Since the North Prince does not welcome us, we will not continue to stay in North City to bother him." As their words fell, the people from the Wang family and the Chu family left together. The people dispatched by the Chu family didn't engage in much conversation with Chu Yukon, since she had already married into the Wang family and was now their daughter-in-law. After Wang Yang and the others had left, Chu Yukon's eyebrows knit slightly, and her expression showed a touch of melancholy. If she continued to stay at the North Prince mansion, by Lu Chen's side, it would undoubtedly affect his reputation significantly. Judging from Lu Chen's recent actions, he was bound to contend for the throne in the capital city in the future. Such a stain could pose a major threat to his ambitions. For a moment, Chu Yukon felt lost. She questioned whether her continued presence at the North Prince mansion was too selfish. If it had been before, she would still have needed to protect Lu Chen, but now Lu Chen had several Grand Masters by his side and no longer needed her protection. She had lost her original purpose at the North Prince mansion. If she claimed now that staying at the North Prince mansion was to protect Lu Chen, that would be purely an excuse. At that moment, something else occurred to Chu Yukon. Although she had lost her initial purpose in the North Prince mansion, there was still a role that she could play that no one else in the mansion, not even the Grand Masters, could replace as she was able to help Lu Chen with his health. According to what Lu Chen had said, only a woman whose heart resonated with his would be able to help him with his health, and among all the women in the North Prince mansion at present, they were either commoners or those without feelings for him. Only she had deep affection for Lu Chen, and as a half-step Grand Master, she was the only one capable of aiding with Lu Chen's health. With this thought, Chu Yukon felt much more at ease. As long as she was still useful to Lu Chen, she could not possibly leave the North Prince mansion, nor could she leave Lu Chen. Meanwhile, at Sufeng City, Chu family. The Chu family council. Today, all the important members of the Chu family had gathered, seemingly to discuss some crucial matter. At this moment, Chu Shang was sitting at the highest seat in the hall, his face as dark as thunder, looking quite displeased. Just then, Chu Liang spoke up. According to the decision of the family head and the elders, effective today, Chu Shang will no longer hold the position of family head. Upon hearing these words, Chu Shang snorted coldly and addressed Chu Liang and Chu Song, "Second brother, third brother, do you realize what you are doing?" Chu Liang said with a smile, "Big brother, you can't still be planning to support that useless North Prince, can you?" Chu Shang replied, "Now that the North Prince has achieved illustrious military exploits in North City, you still regard him as useless, and you even collude with outsiders to strip me of my position as family head. You are leading the Chu family into a bottomless abyss of calamity." Chu Liang then said, "Big brother, ask yourself, do you really believe that the North Prince could have raised 50,000 heavy cavalry in such a short time? Are you truly clueless, or just pretending to be? The North Prince is clearly the Sum Emperor's pawn. That 50,000 heavy cavalry is the Sum Emperor's secret trump card, and yet you still have expectations for a mere pawn. Who exactly is bringing the Chu family into a bottomless abyss of calamity?" When the members of the Chu family first heard that the North Prince led his army to defeat the 300,000-strong barbarian tribe, they truly believed that the North Prince had been feigning incompetence all along, and some members who favored Prince Lu Shuyun even considered repledging their loyalty to him. But soon they recognized the problem. How long had the North Prince been in North City, and given its poverty, how could it possibly have raised 50,000 heavy cavalry? If they believed the 50,000 heavy cavalry belonged to the North Prince, then they'd be complete fools. The North Prince was in theft to North City by the Sum Emperor, and now that a sizable heavy cavalry force suddenly appeared in North City, combined with the fact that in the entire Great Sum only one entity had the ability to raise such a force, there was no doubt, the 50,000 heavy cavalry were indeed the Sum Emperor's secret weapon. Not only the Chu family, but all the aristocratic families had come to a sudden realization, as if they had seen the light. They finally understood why the Sum Emperor dared to take action against them at this time. He had 50,000 heavy cavalry at his disposal, so why fear these aristocratic families? Therefore, for the members of the Chu family, the rise of the North Prince in North City was not a blessing, but rather a curse. It proved that the North Prince had become the Sum Emperor's pawn. The North Prince and the Sum Emperor were aligned. In order to decisively distance themselves from the North Prince, Chu Liang and Chu Song seized this opportunity to join forces with the family head and the elders. They unanimously decided to strip Chu Shang of his position as family head. After all, Chu Shang was the North Prince's maternal grandfather, and by deposing him as family head, they were, to some extent, declaring their loyalty to Prince Lu Shuyun, indicating that from now on, the Chu family was completely shifting its allegiance toward Prince Lu Shuyun. Upon hearing Chu Liang's words, frankly, Chu Shang too was conflicted inside. He also found it hard to believe that the North Prince truly had 50,000 heavy cavalry, as it simply defied all reason. But to lean entirely towards Prince Lu Shuyun meant that the Chu family, along with the Wang family, was preparing for a rebellion. What did that imply? It meant that the Sum Emperor's blade would soon fall upon their heads. Although the Sum Emperor had long planned to move against the aristocratic families, he had not yet found the opportunity. But should you initiate a rebellion, it would be different. The Sum Emperor was waiting for the aristocratic families to rebel so he wouldn't need another excuse to strike. At that moment, Chu Song laughed and said, "Big brother, calm down. You've reached such an age, starting from today, you should just rest at home and not worry about the family affairs anymore. This might turn out to be a good thing for you." Upon hearing this, Chu Shang snorted coldly and then said, "If you insist on rebelling with the Wang family, then I shall have no choice but to lead my branch of the Chu family and break away from the main family." No sooner had Chu Shang finished his words than his son, Chu Hongfei, spoke up, "Father, why are you so stubborn? You should listen to Uncle 2 and Uncle 3. As for me, I won't follow you in leaving the Chu family. If you want to leave, you can do so on your own. I will stay." Hearing his son's words, Chu Shang nearly choked with frustration. He had only this one son. If he were to leave the Chu family, he would be left alone, and what could he do all by himself? Chu Shang had not expected his son to speak out at this juncture. Hearing Chu Hongfei's statement, Chu Liang's lips curled into a slight smile. He then said, "Big brother, you see, even Hongfei disapproves of your actions. Perhaps you are not aware, but the Wang family has already agreed to let Chu Yukon return soon, to marry Hongfei." Chu Shang was momentarily stunned. He realized why his son had so swiftly sided with the Wang family. It was all part of his calculated plan. Chu Shang immediately rose from his seat, then declared, "Since you insist on courting death, go ahead and do as you please. From now on, I wash my hands of the Chu family's affairs." As soon as the words fell, Chu Shang left the council hall directly. Chu Shang's withdrawal signified that the aristocratic families of the south had completely united their front, all turning to support Prince Lu Shuyun. From now on, in the south, there would only be Prince Lu Shuyun's faction. A few days later. In the North Land, Xiao Pengtian looked back at the endless line of livestock and couldn't help but sigh. By the time they reached North City, the Sky Wolf King tribe would be no more. At that moment, not only he, but the entire Sky Wolf King tribe was dispirited and looked immeasurably sad. Especially the women of the barbarian tribe, when they learned that the barbarian tribe's army of 300,000 had been defeated by North City, with 200,000 dead, many of the women collapsed to the ground outright. In the barbarian tribe, the labor of an adult man was of utmost importance. Without men, it was very difficult for their women to survive on the boundless vast steppes. Although later they learned that they were being relocated to North City, and their days might be somewhat better than on the steppes, the entire tribe's mood was still very depressed. At this very moment, the migrating army of the Sky Wolf King tribe was silently moving southward, with virtually no one speaking along the way. Then, a soldier on horseback came to Xiao Pengtian and said, "Your Majesty, they have all left." Hearing this, Xiao Pengtian sighed and then ordered, "Convey my instructions to hasten the migration. We have now entered North City. Let's all put in more effort." The soldier referred to were those of the barbarian tribe unwilling to join North City. Although most of the barbarian tribe longed for a better life, some felt that joining North City was tantamount to living under someone else's roof and that they would become slaves to the people of Great Sum in the future. Therefore, these individuals were reluctant to go south with them. Xiao Pengtian did not make it difficult for them, as he had anticipated such resistance. Therefore, he left considerable supplies for those who were reluctant to join North City. Of course, before their departure, to prevent these people from running off to the North Free King's tribe to snitch, Xiao Pengtian also left some to keep watch over them. Now that they had reached North City, and those from the Sky Wolf King tribe who had stayed behind were just leaving. Even if they went to the North Free King tribe to snitch, it was too late. This posed no great threat to those in the midst of migration. Just then, a soldier rushed to Xiao Pengtian in a fluster and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, disaster." Seeing the soldier's panicked state, Xiao Pengtian immediately asked, "What has happened?" The soldier replied, "Your Majesty, the high priest. The high priest has just drowned himself in the river." Upon hearing this, Xiao Pengtian was dumbstruck on the spot. Once he regained his wits, he quickly said, "Where is he now? Take me there." Following the soldier's lead, Xiao Pengtian soon arrived where the high priest's body lay. The high priest was lying there soaked, his face pale, clearly having died. The elders of the tribe all stood around the high priest in silence. The high priest should have been the most conservative member of the tribe, likely to be firmly opposed to relocating to North City. He had, however, voted to join North City when the vote was taken. Now, as they were on the verge of entering North City, he chose to jump into the river and take his own life. The northerly wind howled against the faces of the people, who at that moment spoke no word, seemingly in mourning. After an indeterminate time, Xiao Pengtian had the high priest's body buried on the steps, and then they continued onwards, without further delay. The barbarian tribe's migration into North City, if they were directly moved to places where the common folk of Great Sum congregate, could easily lead to conflicts between the barbarian tribe and the people of Great Sum. But if there is no interaction between the two groups at all, it would be unlikely for the barbarian tribe to fully assimilate into Great Sum culture. Therefore, Lu Chen offered a compromise by setting up counties specifically for the barbarian tribe to reside in North City. Of course, each household had to be registered and strictly controlled. However, as long as they were granted permission, they could also enter cities inhabited by the Great Sum people. The most important point was that the relatives of the captured barbarian tribe members could directly visit them. This made the recently migrated barbarian women in North City very happy. However, where there is joy, there also exists sorrow. The barbarian women whose men had died, even if they arrived at the camps of the barbarian captives, would no longer see their men. And there were many such women. The barbarians practiced polygamy, not monogamy. Suddenly, 200,000 men perished, including some from the North Free King's tribe, but there were also over 100,000 men who were no more, leaving one to imagine how many widows the Sky Wolf King's tribe had left behind. The sudden increase of so many barbarian widows in North City was not a good thing for the region. At dawn, after Lu Chen got up and quickly ate something, he headed to his study. In the past few days, he almost visited Yelv Nanyan every day. Although he was happy, Lu Chen didn't spend all his time indulging in Yelv Nanyan's tender land of warmth. Being a senior, he carried out his duties every day. The study in the outer court had now become his workplace. Basically, after getting up in the morning, he would go to the study to handle all kinds of political affairs. When Lu Chen first arrived in North City, he didn't feel busy. However, suddenly the affairs in North City became numerous, and Lu Chen spent almost every day in the study from morning to night, often taking his meals there as well. This made Lu Chen realize Somethinga he simply had too few people working for him, or to be precise, too few civil officials. Although North City had its own administrative foundation, previously it did not require any reforms, with a governance of non-action most of the time. The officials of North City essentially did nothing and just waited for the court to distribute the provisions and salaries. Now that he intended to reform the entire North City, he first faced the issue of insufficient officials, followed by the problem that most of the officials lacked motivation to work, making it difficult to complete many tasks in a timely manner. At this moment, as Lu Chen looked at the information about the officials on his desk, he furrowed his brows. Corruption was commonplace. North City might have been poor, but those officials still found ways to line their pockets. Not only were they corrupt, but they were also idle. These officials were no different from the good-for-nothing layabouts. A cleanup was necessary. Just then, a maid's voice came from outside the study. "Prince, Lord Li and Lord Mo have arrived," she said. Lu Chen calmly responded, "Let them all come in." As the words of Lu Chen fell, the door to the study opened slowly, and Li Rui, along with over 20 other people, entered the study. The study now seemed a bit crowded. Usually, a senior would have his own place for discussing affairs, but after Lu Chen came to North City, he initially hardly dealt with political matters and always stayed in the North Prince Mansion, so the meeting hall had not been built. Li Rui initially thought that since the North Prince did not handle affairs, constructing a meeting hall for him would cost a substantial amount of silver. Therefore, embracing a frugal mindset, he simply didn't bother to build the meeting hall for the North Prince. However, the Li Rui of today realized that the North Prince was not uninvolved in affairs, it was just not the time yet. Soon, the North Prince would certainly take significant actions. Li Rui could no longer afford his previous perfunctory attitude, or else, sooner or later, the North Prince would remove him from his position as prefecture governor. After entering the study, everyone promptly greeted Lu Chen, saying, "We greet the prince. May the prince live for 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years." Lu Chen nodded slightly, then said, "Speak one at a time if you have something to say." Unlike the court in the capital city, Lu Chen's small court was still fairly orderly at present. Speak about matters when required, without the buzzing commotion of flies from the start. At this time, Li Rui stepped forward and said, "Prince, as affairs in North City are gradually increasing, the study of the North Prince Mansion is no longer suitable as a place for discussing political matters, and it is time to build the Hall of Political Affairs. In Great Sum, the seigneurs who are granted feudal statuses wield great power. Apart from their lands being nominally part of Great Sum, they possess almost any authority. The areas governed by the seigneurs are also called feudal states, and each seigneur has their own administrative staff and hall of political affairs. Previously, it didn't matter whether Lu Chen managed affairs or not, but now things were different. With the increasing number of their administrative staff and the growing volume of affairs, it wouldn't be appropriate to discuss political matters crammed into such a small study in the future. The study was already struggling to accommodate over 20 people. If the North Prince's staff or subordinate officials continued to grow in number, then discussing political affairs might have to move outside into the courtyard. This was clearly unacceptable. Hearing Li Rui's words, Lu Chen calmly said, "All right, Lord Li will take care of this matter." Li Rui bowed and responded, "As you command, Prince." Afterward, Li Rui returned to his place. Lu Chen then continued, "By the way, let the Hall of Political Affairs be built next to North Prince Mansion. Don't allow it to be too far away." Li Rui responded, "Prince, rest assured. When North Prince Mansion was constructed, we had already reserved a space next to it for the Hall of Political Affairs." Hearing this, Lu Chen did not press Li Rui on why the Hall of Political Affairs hadn't been built initially. It was highly likely that officials like Li Rui from North City had assumed Lu Chen would have no use for the hall, and thus simply did not bother to provide him with a venue for discussing political affairs. Lu Chen did not intend to dwell on these issues and continued, "Does anyone else have a matter to report?" Mu Chengtian stepped forward at this moment and said, Prince, the quantity of howitzer cannons is not abundant anymore. The soldiers in the artillery camp mostly have nothing to do, and they cannot even proceed with training. I believe the artillery camp should be dissolved and in the future, we should distribute the howitzer cannons among the regular troops. There were only 1,000 rounds for the howitzers, and after the battle against the barbarian tribe in Wanning Valley, the ammunition had almost entirely been used up. Being responsible for the artillery camp, Mu Jingwu was unsure if Lu Chen still had any shells. They didn't even dare to use live ammunition for training now, fearing that if they used it all up, they'd be completely out. Mu Jingwu thought that if they were indeed out of shells, maintaining an artillery camp with 10,000 men seemed somewhat wasteful. It might be better to distribute these soldiers to other camps. That's why he had Mu Chengtian bring up the artillery camp to Lu Chen, to see what he thought about it. After hearing Mu Chengtian's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment. This was indeed a problem. They did not have the capability to manufacture howitzer cannons. Although the system rewards with howitzer cannons had helped him through the crisis in North City, after using up the shells and if the system did not provide additional ammunition rewards, these howitzer cannons would just sit there collecting dust. At this thought, Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. It was only now that he remembered his women had not conceived for him for a long time. His system was the system of lots of sons and lots of blessings. Only through their pregnancies or childbirth could he receive more substantial rewards. Indeed, he hadn't been idle lately, almost every night involved a bout of hard work. Of course, the reason Mu Zixuan and the women from Great Yuan Dajo weren't quickly pregnant was mainly that they had just given birth, so Lu Chen controlled the situation, intentionally preventing these three from conceiving, fearing harm to their health. Although his rejuvenating skill could help them recover from injuries, when it came to childbirth, who can foretell if there might be losses that couldn't be restored? So in this regard, Lu Chen exercised some restraint. However, for Wang Qingqi, Bai Qingqing, and the recently arrived Yelv Nanyan, things were different. He took exceptionally good care of these three women. For instance, ever since Yelv Nanyan arrived at the prince's mansion, Lu Chen even spent several hours on her every day. Lu Chen's expression changed continuously as he pondered for a long time, feeling that this could not go on. Wang Qingqi, Bai Qingqing, and Yelv Nanyan were martial artists, and first and foremost, it wasn't easy for martial artists to conceive. Another issue was that martial artists could circulate their skill to expel the impurities in their bodies. In other words, if these three did not wish to carry his child, he had no way to force them to conceive. So, did that mean he had to shift his focus back to his wife and the women from Great Yuan Dajo? Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent, Mu Chengtian continued, Prince, if you still have ammunition for the howitzer cannons, the artillery camp doesn't need to be dismantled. However, I believe we cannot allow them to remain idle every day. Mu Chengtian thought to himself that likely, North Prince intentionally withheld the howitzer shells because, after all, these terrifying weapons of mass destruction had an enormous destructive capacity. If one were to fire at North Prince Mansion, the outcome would be self-evident. This type of weapon of mass destruction must definitely remain in the hands of North Prince. Lu Chen said, General Mu, set aside the artillery camp matter for now. Does anyone else have any other matters? Since Lu Chen had said as much, Mu Chengtian said no more. Yes, Prince. As he finished speaking, Mu Chengtian returned to his seat. At this moment, Qin Yushan stood up and said, Prince, the barbarian tribe of the Sky Wolf King has already entered North City, and according to your plan, General Shao has arranged them across the 6 counties of North City. However, General Shao posed a question to his subordinates to relay to you. With the sudden death of over 100,000 barbarian men, there are now quite a few widows within the Sky Wolf King tribe. If we were to build a house for each widow, that would require constructing twice as many homes as originally estimated. Furthermore, after these barbarian women have entered North City, they are not very familiar with life in Great Sum nor do they know how to farm, which makes it difficult for them to survive. General Shao hopes the prince could think of a solution to deal with these barbarian widows' issue. Hearing this, Lu Chen said at once, I have also been considering how to solve this issue lately. Since you all are here today, Why don't you discuss it and see if you can come up with a good solution? As Lu Chen's words fell, the old fox Li Rui immediately responded, Prince, the common folk of North City are poor, and some single men have been unable to find wives. Barbarian women are hardworking and enduring, I believe those single men will surely be very fond of them. Why don't we distribute these barbarian widows to the single men of great sum? In doing so, we not only address the issue of the poor populace of North City being unable to find wives, but we also tackle the problem of the barbarian widows' inability to survive. No sooner had Li Rui finished speaking than Mu Xingping commented from the side, Lord Li, your idea is indeed good, but the common folk of great sum have long harbored hatred towards the Barbary tribes. Would the common folk of great sum truly be willing to marry those widows from the barbarian tribes? Hearing this, Li Rui chuckled and said, Captain Mo, are you a well-fed man who does not know the plight of the hungry? Those bachelors who have been single for a long time find even a cow to possess graceful features, much less caring whether their wives are barbarian women. Moreover, from their appearance, barbarian women are no different from the women of great sum. Why wouldn't they marry them? Unsure of how to counter Li Rui's argument, Mu Xingping simply chose to remain silent. At this time, Lu Chen spoke up. Lord Li's method is good, and I have been considering the same. Does anyone else have any other suggestions? With that, Lu Chen scanned the others in the study, but not a single person spoke up. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. There were over 20 people in the study, and only Li Rui and 2 of his subordinates could be considered civil officials, the rest were all military generals. He surely couldn't use military generals to govern North City. Lu Chen then said, since no one has any other opinions, let's settle on this. By the way, to motivate the common folk of North City to marry the barbarian widows, I have decided to take Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao as side consorts in a few days. At these words, Mu Chengtian expressed his concern, Prince, if you take barbarian women as side consorts, it is very likely to cause dissatisfaction in the court. Having served in the capital city for many years, Mu Chengtian was very familiar with the court's situation. If Lu Chen were to do so, there would certainly be numerous ministers impeaching him. The ministers in the capital city would undoubtedly argue that the North Prince, being a prince, should not disgrace the royal family by taking a woman from the barbarian tribes as a consort, and moreover, one being a widow. Hearing Mu Chengtian's words, Lu Chen gave a faint smile, then responded, the court will definitely be discontent with what I'm doing in North City, but for the next few months, they will be too preoccupied to care about what I am doing in North City. Mu Chengtian immediately realized that the Sum Emperor was preparing to take action against the aristocratic families. The ministers of the court were, more or less, connected to the aristocratic families. As chaos approached Great Sum, the officials in the capital city would certainly not overly concern themselves with what the North Prince was doing in North City. Lu Chen said, all right, let's settle this and move on to the next matter. As he spoke, Lu Chen once again surveyed the room, his gaze finally resting on Wenren Lai and Xuanyuan Chen. General Xuanyuan, I wonder if you have relayed the discussion we had last time to Great U City. Are the common folk of Great U City willing to relocate to North City? Currently, roughly 500,000 Great U remnants reside in Great U City, these are the subjects the system assigned to Lu Chen. However, these subjects each have their own thoughts, and although they are fully loyal to him as the North Prince, it does not necessarily mean they are willing to leave the land where their ancestors have lived for generations. After defeating the Sky Wolf King, Lu Chen immediately communicated his ideas to Xuanyuan Chen and General Wenren, 2 black cavalry generals, hoping they would convey his thoughts to the people of Great U City. If those 500,000 people are willing to relocate to North City, then the development of North City's wastelands would become much easier by comparison. Hearing Lu Chen's query, Xuanyuan Chen stepped forward and said, Prince, I have conveyed your intentions to the people of Great U City, but to the best of my knowledge, most of the common folk are unwilling to leave Great U City. Moreover, I believe, Prince, that there is no need to relocate the people of Great U City to North City. In the future, your territory will extend even further into the North Land, and Great U City will guard every inch of land for you in the North Land. Upon hearing Xuanyuan Chen's response, Lu Chen fell into thought for a moment. Xuanyuan Chen's words weren't without merit. Lu Chen had already planned to incorporate the entirety of the North Land into his feudal state, and Great Yu City would become a frontier city in his territory. If it was going to be his land, it naturally needed to be defended, and the topography of Yunnan Mountain, where Great Yu City was situated, was easy to defend and hard to attack, making it an excellent location to station troops. Consider this, Great Sum with its population of over 10 million could only train 20,000 heavy cavalry, while Great Yu City, with a mere population of 500,000, boasted 50,000 heavy cavalry. Although Great Sum also had to support several 100,000 regular troops, an area where Great Yu City couldn't compare. The fact that Great Yu City could train 50,000 heavy cavalry alone spoke volumes about its potential for warfare. After some consideration, Lu Chen ultimately decided not to relocate those 500,000 people to North City. Instead, he resolved to let them remain in Great Yu City and would send troops there later to garrison and defend the entire North Land. While Lu Chen was lost in thought, General Wenren stepped forward and said, "Prince, I've heard that you plan to build a direct road connecting Yan County with all the counties and cities in North City. I believe, now that Great Yu City has become part of your territory and its inhabitants part of your subjects, a direct road should also be built to connect Great Yu City. With such a road joining Great Yu City, North City's soldiers would be able to quickly reach Great Yu City, and henceforth, the entire North Land would be under your control." After thinking it over, Lu Chen then said, "General Wenren's suggestion is good, and I accept it." If Great Yu City was to be treated as a military stronghold, it was indeed necessary to build a direct road there so that Lu Chen could swiftly dispatch troops to the North Land. Most importantly, this would encourage interaction between the people of Great Yu City and those from North City, and in the future, Great Yu City would no longer remain isolated. Lu Chen then said, "All right, let's end this topic here. Does anyone else have anything else to discuss?" Commander Qin Yushan then stood up and said, "Prince, currently the various kingdoms are frequently mobilizing troops. Great Ju has stationed 200,000 troops at the border with North City, but intelligence from the Brocade Guard has become outdated and we cannot ascertain the specific movements of the other kingdoms in real time. I believe it is time to expand the Brocade Guard. We should recruit more agents to infiltrate the other kingdoms and gather intelligence. A Brocade Guard force of 5,000, if solely tasked with gathering intelligence within Great Sum, would face no problems. However, collecting intelligence from other kingdoms, or states, would prove more challenging. The most critical issue is that the languages and scripts of the various countries are not necessarily the same. Brocade guards from within Great Sum might not understand a word upon arriving in another kingdom, let alone gather intelligence." Lu Chen responded, "Commander Qin, stay behind after this meeting to discuss this matter with me separately. We will not discuss it further at this moment." After all, the Brocade Guard was a sharp knife in Lu Chen's hand, and he didn't intend to discuss matters pertaining to the Brocade Guard in front of everyone else, so as not to alarm others, especially Li Rui and the others who were not summoned through the system. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Qin Yushan immediately replied, "Yes, Prince." As the sound of his voice faded, Qin Yushan returned to his place. Lu Chen asked again, "Any other matters? If not, then today's meeting is adjourned. You may all leave." Subsequently, everyone, in unison, voiced, "We take our leave, may the prince live for thousands, 10,000s of years." Afterward, everyone left the study, leaving only Qin Yushan behind. In the following half an hour, Lu Chen and Qin Yushan discussed the expansion of the Brocade Guard. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a courtyard of the North Prince Mansion, two exceedingly beautiful women were sitting in a pavilion, watching the people who were about to leave the North Prince Mansion from the outside of the pavilion. This spot was not part of the inner court but was situated perfectly to observe the officials from North City as they passed by after leaving Lu Chen's study. The mysterious Moon Palace had little presence in North City. Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan had been in North City for quite some time, yet Chen Wanrong had still not managed to administer the love worm to Lu Chen. At this moment, Lin Wanyan spoke, "Palace Master, it seems the North Prince has all but forgotten about the two of us." They had been living in the North Prince Mansion for quite a long time, yet aside from some initial conversation, the North Prince had since had no further interactions with them. After spending this period of time lying low in the North Prince mansion, they had essentially figured out Lu Chen's daily routine. Lu Chen would rise early in the morning and go straight to his study to attend to various matters, occasionally leaving the North Prince mansion to inspect the construction of the military forces. Once the day had ended, Lu Chen would randomly choose one of his wives or concubines, rooms to enter, and with that, his day would come to a close. Lu Chen's days were almost always like this. As such, it became even less likely for Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan to have any interactions with Lu Chen. They were still in the North Prince mansion, but whether Lu Chen was in his study or in his inner court with his wives, the two guests couldn't possibly just barge into his study. The key issue was that they couldn't find an excuse to spend time with Lu Chen. Of course, the most important point was that the North Prince had never personally sought them out. Logically, given the North Prince's fondness for beauty, evidenced by his nightly efforts to cultivate relationships with his women, it should be clear that he couldn't live without the company of women. And yet, Chen Wanrong, a woman with the grace to bring a nation to its knees, failed to stir his heart in the slightest. Chen Wanrong even began to doubt if she was considered beautiful at all. If she continued to have no interaction with Lu Chen, how could she deploy the love worm? With Great Sum on the cusp of civil unrest, this was the prime time to strike against the Sum Emperor. If they didn't hurry to develop the subtle dragon spell, they could miss the chance to kill the Sum Emperor. Chen Wanrong softly said, "We can't continue to wait like this." Instantly grasping Chen Wanrong's intent, Lin Wanyan realized that she was planning to take the initiative to seek out Lu Chen. However, this was far from an easy method. Lin Wanyan then spoke, "Palace Master, if you personally go to seek the North Prince, he might very well be guarded against you. Why not use my relationship with Chu Yukin to seek her out first and see what the North Prince has been up to lately? If the North Prince has any problems he can't solve, we from the mysterious Moon Palace could extend a helping hand. This might allow us to bridge the gap with the North Prince," she suggested. By now, both understood all too well that although the North Prince was lustful, he was by no means mindless, his desires were restrained by his rationality. If he were the type to covet every beautiful woman he saw, he certainly wouldn't have refrained from actively seeking out the two of them for so long. Clearly, the North Prince was wary of them, so their next move was quite straightforward. They needed to make the North Prince lower his guard against them, against the mysterious Moon Palace. Only then could Chen Wanrong truly get close to the North Prince and have a chance to place the love worm on him. Otherwise, their presence in the prince's mansion would serve no purpose. Upon hearing Lin Wanyan's suggestion, Chen Wanrong thought for a moment, then replied, "All right, let's do as Madame Lin said." They certainly couldn't keep waiting, they had to take the initiative to find opportunities to get close to Lu Chen. At dusk, Lu Chen, after finishing a day's work, rose from his chair and stretched, then prepared to head to the main courtyard for dinner. As he was leaving the study, he noticed under the red glow of the sunset, two beautiful women holding hands, chatting and laughing about something. Seeing Chu Yukin and Lin Wanyan talking, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly in a subtle smile. It seemed the two fairies from the mysterious Moon Palace finally couldn't wait any longer. Then, Lu Chen glanced at Lin Wanyan's favorability towards him, which had already surpassed 90, indicating it was almost time for the next step. With that in mind, Lu Chen walked directly towards Lin Wanyan and Chu Yukin. Approaching the two women, Lu Chen smiled lightly and asked, "Madam Lin, Madam Chu, what are you discussing?" Seeing that it was Lu Chen, Lin Wanyan felt a surge of joy within her heart, finally having an opportunity to converse with the North Prince. Lin Wanyan quickly said, "Greetings, Prince." Lu Chen immediately responded, "Hey, Madam Lin, I've already addressed you as Aunt. There's no need for formalities in the prince's mansion, the North Prince mansion isn't so strict." Lin Wanyan replied, "How can that be? One must not neglect etiquette. You are the prince, and if a common woman must pay respects, then she should." Lu Chen said, "Madam Lin, you wound me with such words. You're the sister of my mother's sworn sister, Jin Lan. I consider you my aunt, yet you seem to think we have no such connection. Could it be that my affections are all one-sided?" Madam Lin was slightly taken aback. She had not expected the North Prince to say such a thing. At that moment, Chu Yukon cast a faint glance at Lu Chen. All this talk about Madame Lin, she didn't believe for a second that Lu Chen truly saw Madame Lin as an aunt. Just thinking about what he had done with his so-called Madame Chu, it was clear that the little rascal was always handsy with her, never treating her like an aunt. Given that even she, a woman who had lived by Lu Chen's side for so many years, was treated this way, how could Lu Chen possibly treat Madame Lin as an aunt? However, Chu Yukon did not interrupt at this time. Once she came to her senses, Madame Lin said, "It's the commoner woman's lack of understanding, failing to appreciate the prince's kindness. From now on, in the prince's mansion, I will no longer perform courtesies to the prince." Hearing this, Lu Chen replied with a smile, "That's more like it. Also, stop referring to yourself as a commoner woman in the future. Just calling yourself aunt will do." Madame Lin felt somewhat at a loss. Unlike Chu Yukon, although she too was a close sister to Lu Chen's mother, she had not lived with Lu Chen for decades. Suddenly having to refer to herself as aunt in front of Lu Chen made her uncomfortable. Nevertheless, since Lu Chen had said so, she had no choice but to pluck up her courage and say, "All right then, aunt understands." Lu Chen continued, "By the way, Madame Lin, are you and Miss Chen settling well in the prince's mansion? Is there anything you lack? If you need anything, feel free to inform the staff of the prince's mansion." Madame Lin responded, "Thank you for your concern, Prince. The palace master and I have settled well into the North Prince mansion. The servants and maids have been very kind to us and we lack nothing." "That's good," said Lu Chen. At this point, Chu Yukon spoke up, "Chenur, I was just discussing with your Madame Lin about having her join the inner court's defenders as well." Hearing this, Lu Chen paused for a moment, then turned with a smile to Madame Lin. "Madame Lin, you belong to the mysterious Moon Palace. Will becoming my inner court defender affect you?" Lu Chen had also realized that this was the second time the mysterious Moon Palace was testing him. If he allowed Madame Lin, an elder from the mysterious Moon Palace, to become an inner court defender, it would signify his acceptance of the mysterious Moon Palace. After all, the inner court of the prince's mansion is where his closest confidants and he himself lived. Once he agreed to let the people of the mysterious Moon Palace into the inner court of the North Prince mansion, they could fully commence their collaboration. Madame Lin quickly said, "It won't affect me, not at all. The palace master has noticed that Yan County has seen an influx of unwelcome guests lately, most aiming for the North Prince mansion and you, Prince. Since we reside here, it's only right that we contribute to the security of the North Prince mansion." Lu Chen then showed an innocuous smile. "I'm pleased that Miss Chen has such thoughts. Very well, from now on, the safety of the North Prince mansion will be entrusted to both Madame Lin and Madame Chu." Seeing Lu Chen's approval, Madame Lin felt a rush of excitement, having made another step forward. Now, it would be much easier for them to interact with the North Prince. Moreover, the fact that the North Prince had asked her to be an inner court defender also meant that he had accepted assistance from the mysterious Moon Palace. It looked like their palace master would soon have the opportunity to connect directly with Lu Chen. At this point, Lu Chen said, "All right, I won't keep you from your conversation any longer, I'm off to have my meal." Madame Lin promptly replied, "Okay then, Prince, take care." Lu Chen then headed straight to the main courtyard. By this time, Mu Zixuan along with Dazhou and Xiaozhou had already been waiting with the children for Lu Chen's arrival. Seeing his three beautiful wives and their children in their arms, Lu Chen's face once again broke into a smile. After a long day's work, the feeling of having someone waiting for you at home was truly pleasant, especially when it's three beautiful wives. Seeing Lu Chen return, Mu Zixuan and the other two ladies quickly handed the children in their arms to the nannies and maids by their sides and immediately came over to attend to Lu Chen. Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly pulled out a chair, while Zhou Yuyu brought over a basin of water for Lu Chen to wash his hands, and Mu Zixuan fetched a towel. Normally, these were tasks for the maids, the three of them, as Lu Chen's wives and concubines, didn't need to personally attend to him. However, they liked to serve Lu Chen this way because they believed attending to their man was a method of closing the distance between them. After Lu Chen had washed his face and hands, he sat down to eat. At this time, Mu Zixuan spoke up. Prince, Wang Qingqi came to me earlier and said that in the future, the goods produced by the prince's mansion could be sold to other dynasties and countries through the Rain Listening Pavilion. Mu Zixuan merely mentioned this matter without asking about the relationship between Lu Chen and the Rain Listening Pavilion. Currently, not many people were aware that the Rain Listening Pavilion belonged to the prince's mansion. Even those within the mansion knew very little about it, as it was an organization Lu Chen used to gather intelligence, so the fewer who knew, the better. However, upon hearing Wang Qingqi's mention of the Rain Listening Pavilion's partnership with the prince's mansion to sell goods, Mu Zixuan roughly guessed to whom the Rain Listening Pavilion belonged. Wang Qingqi herself was one of Lu Chen's women, and clearly, the Rain Listening Pavilion was associated with Lu Chen. Moreover, since their arrival in North City, a brocade guard agency had suddenly appeared, along with 50,000 heavy cavalry. Another establishment like the Rain Listening Pavilion didn't seem surprising at all. While eating, Lu Chen said, "The prince's mansion can do business with the Rain Listening Pavilion, but it must be done through public accounts." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan instantly understood his intention and immediately replied, "I understand." Clearly, Lu Chen did not want people to know that the Rain Listening Pavilion was an extension of North Prince Mansion's power. By dealing through public accounts, future transactions between the Rain Listening Pavilion and the prince's mansion would seem like business dealings with any other merchants. At this point, Lu Chen asked, "By the way, how is the business in the capital city doing now?" Some time ago, with Mu Chengtian's family being exiled, North Prince Mansion's businesses in the capital city were left unattended. As a result, many of their shops were smashed, forcing them to close temporarily. Who was behind it? Lu Chen knew very well the perfume and soap business had made many people envious. Mu Zixuan answered, "Since the end of the conflicts in North City, no one has vandalized the shops in the capital city anymore. Now, the soap and perfume from the prince's mansion are in such high demand that the shops often run out of stock to sell." Hearing this, Lu Chen set down his chopsticks and fell into thought. Although perfume and soap were selling well, the business of the prince's mansion was still too narrow in scope. Most importantly, it was possible that other aristocratic families would be able to replicate these products before long. Moreover, the profit from these items was insufficient to sustain his large-scale development of North City. Despite having earned millions of silver taels, that money couldn't even produce the armor for 20,000 sets of heavy cavalry if it were all invested in that endeavor. Of course, if he weren't so ambitious, several million silver taels would be more than enough for Lu Chen to live lavishly in North City. But how could he not be ambitious? Now with the system at his disposal, and with internal turmoil brewing within Great Sum, the era of many competing lords was approaching. There's a saying, rowing against the current, if you don't advance, you will be pushed back. He must strive forward, his feudal state had to become strong. Otherwise, even if he had no desire to be emperor, trouble would find him someday. Lu Chen thought to himself that indeed, he needed to have Mu Zixuan and the others bear him more children. Surely the system rewards would then grant him methods to make more money. With this in mind, Lu Chen said, "Then we'll just have to recruit more workers." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan expressed her concern, "Prince, I have recently heard that other aristocratic families are already replicating soap and perfume. Although their products are not as good as those produced by North Prince Mansion, they are cheaper. If we continue recruiting workers and our business later falters, these people might find themselves without a place to go." In North City, the concept of workers, a term coined by Lu Chen, referred to people who labor. Nowadays, both the prince's mansion and the merchants of North City referred to those manufacturing perfume and soap for the North Prince Mansion as workers. Most of these workers had previously been poor commoners, even including many displaced people. Initially, to ensure these individuals didn't sell the formulas of the North Prince Mansion, Lu Chen had them sign servitude contracts. Even with a contract of servitude, these workers lived better than the average commoner, guaranteed lifelong employment and daily provisions. In ancient times, this was already more comfortable living than most common folks. This group of workers, in fact, were servants of the North Prince Mansion, and what Mu Zixuan was considering was the mass recruitment of workers during good business times. But what to do with these workers if business declined later? They couldn't possibly all be accommodated within the North Prince Mansion, which didn't need that many servants. Hearing Mu Zixuan's concern, Lu Chen smiled lightly and then said, "My beloved, you need not worry about this issue. Just go ahead and recruit the workers. I have even bigger business for you to manage in the future, and even if our business can't continue, there will always be a need for people to cultivate new fields in North City." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan remembered that a few days ago, while in bed, Lu Chen seemed to have mentioned acquiring a new crop called sweet potato, which, like potatoes, yielded an extremely large harvest. Now that Lu Chen had obtained such crops, he would definitely have the land reclaimed for farming. Considering this, no matter how many workers the North Prince Mansion recruited, there was currently no need to worry about not having a place to arrange them. With this in mind, Mu Zixuan said, "This concubine understands. I will continue to recruit workers tomorrow." After the topic ended, they chatted about some household matters while eating. Once dinner was finished, Dazhou and Xiaozhou took the children and left. After dinner, it was time for Lu Chen to bathe, and as for whose room Lu Chen would visit after the bath, that was entirely up to his mood and did not require any deliberate arrangement. Lu Chen usually spread his attention evenly, and even though he had been visiting Yelv Nanyan every day recently, Mu Zixuan and the others were not at all worried that he would stop visiting them because of his favoritism for Yelv Nanyan. Any woman who knew Lu Chen was aware that Yelv Nanyan alone couldn't withstand Lu Chen's passion, even if she was a martial artist. Bai Qingqing and Wang Qingqi were martial artists too, yet every time the duty of attending to him in bed was mentioned, they could not help trembling. Yelv Nanyan was already in her 30s, she could not hold up. Lu Chen did not go to Yelv Nanyan's room tonight. After his bath, he came out of his room and happened to see Mu Zixuan taking care of the child. Lu Chen approached Mu Zixuan and, observing Lu Changfeng in her arms, said with a fatherly smile, "Feng'er, tonight daddy is going to compete with you for mother's attention again and even for the food. You won't be angry with daddy, will you?" Hearing this, Mu Zixuan, who was coaxing the child, looked up at Lu Chen with a grievance in her eyes. "Prince, what are you saying? Feng'er is still young, he cannot understand these things." Lu Chen raised his hand and wrapped his arms around Mu Zixuan's waist, then chuckled, "I'm not only speaking to Feng'er. What do you think, my consort?" Hearing what Lu Chen had said, a blush appeared on Mu Zixuan's face. The implication of Lu Chen's words was that he intended to spend the night here. As one of Lu Chen's women, how could she not understand? At this moment, Lu Chen glanced out of the window at the night sky and then continued, "My consort, it's late. Let's send Feng'er to sleep, and we can talk about other matters." With a hum in agreement from Mu Zixuan, she called the wet nurse to take the child to the next room. After the wet nurse left, Lu Chen stood behind Mu Zixuan, hugged her slender waist tightly, and pressed against her back, whispering in her ear, "My consort, I have something I'd like to discuss with you." Seeing that Lu Chen was interested in her but did not take immediate action, instead saying that he had something to discuss, Mu Zixuan's curiosity was piqued. With the atmosphere as it was, what could there possibly be to discuss at this time? Mu Zixuan then asked curiously, "Prince, what is it that you want to talk about?" Lu Chen leaned in close to Mu Zixuan's ear and breathed into it, speaking in a low, magnetic voice, "I feel that Feng'er is too lonely by himself, he should have another brother or sister." If one were to be realistic, Lu Changfeng could never be lonely. After all, there were Dazhou and Xiaozhou's children in the prince's mansion, with Lu Wanwan and Lu Changsheng both being his siblings. Furthermore, Mu Zixuan had a sisterly relationship with Dazhou and Xiaozhou, and they all got along very well, spending every day together. When Lu Changfeng grew up, he would certainly not be lonely. Besides, in the royal family, having too many brothers and sisters wasn't always a good thing. But Mu Zixuan quickly realized that Lu Chen was not at all concerned about Lu Changfeng being lonely, he clearly wanted her to bear another child. In other words, Lu Chen was speaking words of affection to her. She thought to herself, How could Lu Chen still be in the mood to discuss such matters at this time? This was nothing serious at all. Suddenly, Mu Zixuan, with her face flushed, said, Prince, whatever number of children you wish for me to bear, I have no objections. Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's response, Lu Chen's hand moved to the sash around Mu Zixuan's waist, and, while he untied it, he walked towards the bed. Since my consort has agreed, let us not waste any more time. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Mu Zixuan felt completely weak, letting Lu Chen have his way with her. Host and Mu Zixuan cultivated their relationship once a Qi refinement mantra experience value increased by 40, rejuvenating skill experience value increased by 40, Dragon Phoenix Yin Yang spell experience value increased by 40. Congratulations, host has made Mu Zixuan pregnant awarded with an advanced explosive formula and the technology to manufacture red artillery. The pregnancy reward is an encouragement award. Please make an effort to ensure the child's birth, as the child's birth will lead to even richer rewards. Seeing the system notification in front of him, Lu Chen did not feel surprised at all. Ordinary women are indeed different from martial artists. For ordinary women, as long as he wishes to make them pregnant, they can easily conceive his children. Lu Chen was surprised that the system rewarded him with the formula for gunpowder and the technology to produce red-coated cannons. Previously, the weapons that the system had rewarded were given by the system itself, such as grenades, barrettes, and 122mm howitzers. Though these modern weapons were handy, there was one significant issue: ammunition and shells were limited. Once they were used up, there were none left except for waiting for the system to reward him again. Especially the Hvitzersa. If he ran out of ammunition, all he could do was let them gather dust in a cave. But having the formula for gunpowder and the technology to produce red-coated cannons changed everything. Even though homemade red-coated cannons surely weren't as effective as the 122mm howitzers rewarded by the system, shells could be produced without limitation in this world. With the gunpowder formula, from now on, he could manufacture as many shells as he wanted, and even simple explosives were usable. With gunpowder, he had the confidence. At that moment, Mu Zixuan was lying in Lu Chen's arms, her fair arms wrapped around his neck. Seeing Lu Chen stroking his belly and seemingly deep in thought, she asked, Prince, what are you thinking about? Lu Chen had just used the rejuvenating skill to help Mu Zixuan recover, and now she was much more spirited, without the weariness that followed intercourse. Lu Chen said directly, Consort, you're pregnant with my child again. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan was startled. It wasn't that she minded carrying her husband's child, it just seemed too soon to her. Not long ago, Lu Chen had expressed his desire for her to bear another child, and now, just 2 hours later, she was pregnant. Of course, Mu Zixuan never doubted Lu Chen's words. After all, Lu Chen was an immortal who knew the immortal law and could easily check her condition. Then Mu Zixuan asked, Prince, are you telling the truth? As Lu Chen caressed Mu Zixuan's beautiful cheek, he smiled and said, Of course it's true, my love. You will have to endure another year's hard work. Resting on Lu Chen's broad chest, Mu Zixuan tenderly said, Giving birth to children for the prince is my duty. It's not a hardship. As Lu Chen stroked Mu Zixuan's hair and comforted her, the two of them soon fell asleep. The next morning, after getting up and having breakfast, Lu Chen went straight to the study. Once in the study, he immediately sent for Qin Yushan, Wenren Lai, and Xuanyuan Chen to come. As the commander of the brocade guard, Qin Yushan spent most of his time near the prince's mansion and arrived quickly. Soon after, he appeared in Lu Chen's study. Upon entering the study, Qin Yushan first paid his respects. Greetings, Prince. Then Qin Yushan asked, Prince, you wanted to see me. Lu Chen did not beat around the bush and said directly, Commander Qin, I am entrusting you with a very important task. Hearing this, Qin Yushan was taken aback. For the North Prince to use the words, very important, it suggested that the matter held significant weight in the North Prince's heart. Qin Yushan immediately said, Please instruct me, Prince. Even if it means climbing a mountain of swords or descending into a sea of flames, I shall not shirk death and will spare no effort to complete the task you assign to me. Lu Chen, somewhat speechless, said, "There is no need for a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. I simply need you to call back 1,000 brocade guards to help me supervise the production of a type of weapon." Hearing this, Qin Yushan's first thought was the howitzers. Carefully, he asked, "Prince, could it be the howitzers?" Lu Chen replied, "It's not the howitzers, but it is similar and also a weapon with immense destructive power. The principles behind it are not so different. Naturally, the method to produce this weapon is also simpler." The reason Lu Chen wanted the brocade guard to supervise the production of gunpowder and red-coated cannons was that he was worried about the technologies leaking out. The brocade guards were summoned through the system and were his steadfast loyalists, they would never betray him. Having them oversee the production was the only way for Lu Chen to feel assured. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Upon hearing Lu Chen's reply, Qin Yushan couldn't help but think that it indeed sounded like a big killer weapon similar to artillery. Just imagining the shrapnel from artillery exploding, instantly blasting a grandmaster into several large pieces, sent a chill down Qin Yushan's spine. Once such weapons were mass-produced, from then on, grandmasters might not be much different from ordinary people, since even ordinary people using artillery could kill a grandmaster. As a grandmaster in the martial arts world, Qin Yushan was unwilling to see such weapons being mass-produced, as it would shake the very foundation of the martial arts world and the status of grandmasters. However, as a subordinate of the Son of Destiny, he of course wanted to see the North Prince wielding these big killers to slaughter enemies far and wide, and then unify the entire continent. At this point, Qin Yushan said, "Please rest assured, my prince. I will dedicate all my efforts to supervising the production of the weapons you mentioned and will absolutely prevent the manufacturing methods from being leaked to anyone." Qin Yushan was well aware of the importance of such a weapon. After all, it was capable of killing a grandmaster in an instant. The method for making this kind of big killing weapon absolutely couldn't be known by any power, otherwise, it would be a disaster for North City and the North Prince. But at this moment, Qin Yushan suddenly thought of something and then asked, "My prince, the brocade guard doesn't have the craftsmen capable of manufacturing the weapon you mentioned. May I know from where these craftsmen should be summoned?" Lu Chen said, "Don't worry about that for now, the craftsmen will be available soon." No sooner had Lu Chen finished speaking than the voice of a maidservant came from outside, "Your Highness, General Wenren and General Xuanyuan have arrived. Let them in." The next moment, Xuanyuan Chen and Wenren Lai entered the study. Both men paid their respects simultaneously, saying in unison, "Greetings, Your Highness." Lu Chen gave a slight nod, "Rise." Xuanyuan Chen asked, "Your Highness, may I know the reason for summoning us?" Lu Chen said, "Great Yu City can forge 50,000 heavy cavalry. I believe Great Yu City must have a lot of craftsmen, right?" Hearing this, Qin Yushan at his side was momentarily taken aback, immediately understanding the meaning of Lu Chen's earlier statement that craftsmen would be available soon. At that time, Xuanyuan Chen replied, "Replying to Your Highness, one can say that everyone in Great Yu City is a craftsman. Once children reach a certain age, they need to learn a craft, even girls are no exception." Hearing Xuanyuan Chen's words, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. The people of Great Yu City's thinking was quite advanced indeed, demanding that everyone learn a craft, making him feel as though the Great Yu remnants were all from the Mohist school. Lu Chen then said, "It's like this. I plan to summon some of Great Yu City's craftsmen to North City to manufacture some weapons for me. I know the people of Great Yu City are reluctant to leave, but making these weapons, I must have trustworthy craftsmen. The only craftsmen I can trust are in Great Yu City. Next, I'll trouble the two generals to write a letter to Great Yu City and dispatch 1,000 craftsmen skilled in metal smelting to Yan County." The 500,000 commoners of Great Yu City were also granted by the system and were absolutely loyal to Lu Chen, so for the manufacture of the artillery, he certainly would choose them over the craftsmen of North City. Besides, North City did not have many craftsmen who could assist Lu Chen in making the artillery. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xuanyuan Chen immediately said, "I will write to Great Yu City presently. Please rest assured, Your Highness, within 1 month, Great Yu City will send craftsmen to Yan County." Lu Chen then said to Qin Yushan, Wenren Lai, and Xuanyuan Chen, "The task of making the artillery is entrusted to you three. You must remember, the manufacturing of such a weapon must not be known by anyone outside of those involved, not even the Mu family members. Qin Yushan and the others immediately said, "Please be assured, Your Highness, we will keep silent on the matter." At that point, Lu Chen took out the gunpowder formula from the system space and placed it on the desk. "Commander Qin, before the craftsmen from Great Yu City arrive, you can have the brocade guard collect the materials listed on this paper. Remember one thing, you must absolutely prevent anyone from knowing that it's you collecting these items." Qin Yushan picked up the formula for making gunpowder that Lu Chen had given him and said, "Understood, Your Highness. I will act cautiously and ensure that no other powers detect that it is the prince's mansion collecting these items." Qin Yushan clearly understood what the contents of the paper he held signified. It was the materials for making artillery shells, and if others learned that the prince's mansion was collecting these items, even if they didn't know the formula for gunpowder, there might still be someone who could deduce the formula based on the materials being collected extensively by the prince's mansion. In short, the manufacturing of the artillery needed to be extremely cautious. "Well then, you three may depart to make the preparations." As Lu Chen's words fell, Qin Yushan and the others said in unison, "We take our leave, Your Highness." Following this, the three of them left Lu Chen's study. Meanwhile, Spring Sound Court. This courtyard originally had no name, but every time the maid-servants and servants from the prince's mansion passed by outside this courtyard, they would hear a certain kind of sound, and gradually, someone named it the Spring Sound Court, and thus it was called by everyone. After Xiao Wenyao woke up, she was dressed by her maid-servants, freshened up, and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Afterwards, she just sat in her room, with nothing to do. As she looked at the empty room and the monotonous courtyard outside, Xiao Wenyao felt somewhat lost. Ever since she arrived at the North Prince mansion, Xiao Wenyao had regarded herself as the North Prince's female slave, believing that she would serve Lu Chen just like those slaves she had in the past. She was to serve Lu Chen, and also be tormented by him, just like he tormented Yelvanyan. But as the days passed, Xiao Wenyao realized that Lu Chen hadn't come to look for her even once. Furthermore, she discovered that her position as a female slave seemed to have a certain status in the prince's mansion. Even though she was a female slave, the prince's mansion actually arranged servants and maids to take care of her daily needs. Shouldn't she be taking care of Lu Chen's daily needs along with these maids? Why did it seem like she had become the mistress of the prince's mansion now, with such good treatment? If the female slaves of the North Prince always received such treatment, then perhaps being the North Prince's female slave wasn't so bad. However, Xiao Wenyao used to ride horses and roam freely on the grasslands. She was accustomed to the life on the grasslands, and now, suddenly being confined to a courtyard, she was finding it very hard to adapt. She longed to get out, to be free. Xiao Wenyao was not unaware of her situation. She knew she was now Lu Chen's female slave and without the permission of her master, she could not roam around as she pleased. However, deep inside, she just couldn't let go of the feeling of freely galloping across the grasslands on horseback. Thinking of this, Xiao Wenyao couldn't help but let out a sigh. At that moment, Xiao Wenyao rose from her seat. She went straight to the room next door where Yelvanyan was staying. Although she still harbored some resentment towards Yelvanyan, in the entire North Prince mansion only the two of them were from the barbarian tribe. She felt so alone and isolated. The only way to alleviate her loneliness was to talk to Yelvanyan. At that time, Yelvanyan was sitting on a stool, learning needlework. Seeing Xiao Wenyao enter, Yelvanyan put down her work and greeted her with a warm smile. "Yao Yao, are you getting used to life in the North Prince mansion?" If you were to ask if Yelvanyan felt any guilt towards Xiao Wenyao, of course, she did. She was indirectly responsible for the death of Xiao Wenyao's mother, but it was just a sliver of guilt since she was not the one who had poisoned Xiao Wenyao's mother. Yelvanyan had always been kind to Xiao Wenyao, treating her like a younger sister, especially after coming to the North Prince mansion. Now that there were only the two of them from the barbarian tribe, she felt even more fond of Xiao Wenyao. They shared a bond of mutual pity. Hearing Yelvanyan's question, Xiao Wenyao sat down at the table and, bowing her head, let out a sigh before saying, "I suppose I'm getting used to it, but Lady Yelv, are we truly the North Prince's female slaves?" Upon hearing Xiao Wenyao still address her as Lady Yelv, Yelv Nanyan quickly replied, Yao Yao, I'm no longer the Sky Wolf King's consort. You can't call me that anymore. There can only be one consort in the North Prince mansion. If others heard you say that, they would certainly think we harbor ulterior motives. Then, both of us would be punished. Seeing Yelv Nanyan's seriousness, Xiao Wenyao realized she had misspoken and her face instantly turned pale. Yelv Nanyan continued, Yao Yao, from now on, just call me Nanyan's sister. Stumbling over her words, Xiao Wenyao responded, oh, alright, Nanyan's sister. Yelv Nanyan then added, strictly speaking, we're not really the North Prince's female slaves. Have you ever seen slaves who are taken care of by maids and servants? Xiao Wenyao agreed, that's true. Yelv Nanyan said, from now on, we will both be concubines of the North Prince. Compared to female slaves, we do hold a certain status in the North Prince mansion. But remember, Yao Yao, never think that our status allows us to act recklessly. After all, we are captives, and you must always regard yourself as the North Prince's female slave, not always as his concubine. Xiao Wenyao responded, Nanyan's sister, I understand what you mean. Then Xiao Wenyao glanced at the doorway in the courtyard, and asked in a low voice, Nanyan's sister, did the prince not come to your room last night? Since Xiao Wenyao hadn't heard any noise coming from Yelv Nanyan's room the night before, she assumed that Lu Chen hadn't visited. She knew that in the preceding days, she could almost always hear noises every night, and they would often last for several hours, even the whole night. Hearing Xiao Wenyao's words, Yelv Nanyan's delicate body could not help but tremble involuntarily. At first, Yelv Nanyan very much enjoyed the feeling of being with Lu Chen. But as Lu Chen visited every day, Yelv Nanyan began to feel overwhelmed, even though she discovered that Lu Chen was using a special cultivation technique to heal the wounds on her body, which made her feel almost no discomfort at all. However, these last few mornings when she got up, Yelv Nanyan still felt her mind was a mess, and her walking was all hazy, with legs that could hardly stand. She was always trembling. Yelv Nanyan now felt a deep fear of Lu Chen. Coming back to her senses, Yelv Nanyan replied, no, he hasn't, what's wrong? Xiao Wenyao continued to ask in a whisper, Nanyan, I have a question for you, and I'm wondering if it's okay to ask. Seeing Xiao Wenyao so cautious, Yelv Nanyan asked curiously, what's the question? Xiao Wenyao leaned in and then whispered into Yelv Nanyan's ear, Nanyan, I've heard your voice every night these past few days, but I always feel there's something strange about it. Is it really painful to be tormented by the prince? Why do I feel like your voice doesn't seem to be from pain? At this, Yelv Nanyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Unlike the women of Great Sum, the women of the grasslands knew little about matters between men and women before they got married, usually exploring such matters only after marrying their men. Xiao Wenyao was still ignorant and knew nothing about these things. Yelv Nanyan replied, Yao Yao, you don't need to worry. The day the prince goes to your room, you will understand what it's all about. But rest assured, I can tell you plainly, there is no pain involved. After hearing Yelv Nanyan's answer, Xiao Wenyao was dumbfounded. Tormented by the North Prince but feeling no pain at all. Was that possible? Was Yelv Nanyan deceiving her? If there was no pain, would she really have screamed so miserably? Seeing the confusion on Xiao Wenyao's face, Yelv Nanyan said, Yao Yao, you've never been with a man, so it's normal that you don't understand some things, but you can trust what I'm saying. Sometimes, people shout not because they are in pain. As a woman of the grasslands, you should know very well that sometimes, when we grassland people achieve some kind of victory, we often shout loudly. Do you say that's because they are in pain? They shout and cheer because they're happy, it's a joyful noise, not out of pain. Hearing Yelv Nanyan explain this, Xiao Wenyao seemed to understand something. Xiao Wenyao remembered that after the Sky Wolf King's tribe defeated other smaller tribes, those soldiers often yelled at the top of their lungs. They shouted and roared because they had achieved victory. They were cheering, shouts of joy, not because of pain. Xiao Wenyao couldn't help but think, so, Yelv Nanyan's moans were because she had achieved some kind of victory with the North Prince, and that's why she was shouting loudly. Some kind of victory. Xiao Wenyao now thought of the scene she had secretly witnessed before. Could it be because Yelv Nanyan had trapped the North Prince with her body? So, Yelv Nanyan felt victorious, and that's why she had been shouting loudly. Yes, that must be it. With that thought, Xiao Wenyao finally felt a stone lift from her heart. Just then, a maid came in and said, Lady Yelv, Lady Xiao, the princess has invited both of you to the north courtyard for tea. Hearing this, both of them were stunned. Mu Zixuan had been extremely kind to Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao from the day they entered the prince's mansion, not treating them in the least as captives. She not only sent them delicious food every day, but also instructed the maids to take great care of them, especially to Yelv Nanyan, who almost received supplements from Mu Zixuan every morning. Sometimes Yelv Nanyan also wondered if Mu Zixuan's gifts were due to Lu Chen visiting her so often, perhaps arousing Mu Zixuan's dissatisfaction, and thus the supplements were a reminder for her to be mindful of her own status. However, as time went by, Yelv Nanyan realized that there was no sarcasm intended in Mu Zixuan's act of sending supplements. Even the maidservants attending to her blushed as they assured her that the princess consort's gifts were sincerely meant. By now, Yelv Nanyan had thoroughly accepted Mu Zixuan's kindness and had come to understand why the princess consort was so good to her. Yelv Nanyan had initially thought that the harem of the great Xia emperor or that of the princes were full of intrigue, but such was almost non-existent in the North Prince mansion, mainly because the master was too formidable, and no woman could withstand the love of the North Prince on her own. If a woman were to bewitch the North Prince completely, then her death would probably not be far away. At that moment, Xiao Wenyao whispered to Yelv Nanyan, Nanyan, should we go over? Hearing this question, Yelv Nanyan reminded Xiao Wenyao, Yao Yao, you must always remember one thing. In the North Prince mansion, aside from the North Prince, the princess consort has the utmost authority. Whatever the princess consort asks you to do, you must do it. If the princess consort invites us to tea, there isn't a special reason we could refuse it, do you understand? Hearing Yelv Nanyan's reminder, Xiao Wenyao immediately nodded, I understand. Afterward, Yelv Nanyan set aside her embroidery, stood up, and walked toward the door, saying as she went, let's go, we're heading to the north courtyard. Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao then proceeded to the north courtyard. When the two arrived at the north courtyard, they found that many ladies were already gathered inside the pavilion. Lu Chen's women were practically all there. Seeing Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao arrive, Mu Zixuan greeted them warmly, Nanyan, Yao Yao, you're here, please take a seat quickly. Even though Mu Zixuan was enthusiastic, Yelv Nanyan still led Xiao Wenyao in a formal greeting, we've seen the princess consort. Mu Zixuan smiled faintly and then said, Nanyan, there aren't so many formalities in the North Prince mansion, you don't need to greet me with such ceremony. The atmosphere in the inner courtyard of the North Prince mansion was much more relaxed compared to the outer courtyard. There was no need for constant formalities upon meeting, perhaps influenced by Lu Chen. Once inside the inner courtyard, the sense of ritual in Mu Zixuan and the others immediately lessened significantly. After all, in the inner courtyard, the North Prince was supreme, and the others were his women. Yelv Nanyan said nothing further. She and Xiao Wenyao sat down in the pavilion, where a maid poured each of them a cup of tea. Mu Zixuan, smiling, said, this is a unique tea of the prince's mansion. Give it a try. Since it was the princess consort offering tea, it certainly had to be tried. Without a second thought, Yelv Nanyan picked up her teacup and took a gentle sip. Seeing Yelv Nanyan lift her teacup, Xiao Wenyao hurried to do the same, tasting a sip of the tea. Upon this first sip, both of them realized at once that their bodies felt much lighter, as if the tea could greatly relieve fatigue and anxiety. Yelv Nanyan then said, thank you for the tea, princess consort. This tea must be quite precious, mustn't it? Both Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, being martial artists, sensed immediately the effect the tea had on them. Drinking this tea while practicing martial arts would be highly beneficial for them. This tea was certainly a priceless treasure, and they had not expected the princess consort to serve them with such tea. Mu Zixuan, with a smile, replied, the tea trees are planted right here in the mansion's garden. It's not considered precious for us. Of course, the prince has a rule that this tea can only be drunk by his women or the prince's most valued guests. Yelv Nanyan responded, I see. Mu Zixuan continued, if Nanyan likes this tea, You can have the maids pick leaves from the main courtyard to brew it. You are now one of the prince's women too, so you can drink it freely. Yelv Nanyan replied, thank you, princess consort. Mu Zixuan then said, Nanyan, you're still not at ease, a bit too courteous. From now on, we are all one family, there's no need for such formality. With that, Mu Zixuan glanced at Xiao Wenyao and asked, Yao Yao, are you getting accustomed to life in the prince's mansion? Xiao Wenyao, about to reach for the pastries on the table, withdrew her hand quickly upon Mu Zixuan's call, looking almost guilty. Yes. I'm getting used to it, thank you for your concern, princess consort. Mu Zixuan said, that's good to hear. Afterward, they chatted over tea and pastries about various household matters, appearing to be particularly close. Yelv Nanyan wasn't sure if it was just her perception, but she found the harem of the North Prince to be even more harmonious than she had imagined. The children of Mu Zixuan and those of Dazhou and Xiaozhou were reared together, even helping to look after one another's children. This also made Yelv Nanyan once again feel the charm of the North Prince. A man who could keep the harem so harmonious was rare, not to mention great some, even the harems of the barbarian tribes on the steppes were full of intrigue and strife. It reminded Yelv Nanyan of her childhood, when her mother, as a member of the barbarian tribe's harem, would often suffer the insults of other barbarian women. Enduring insults from other barbarian women was one thing, but even the barbarian tribe's king would beat and kick her. At that moment, the harmonious scene in the North Court made Yelv Nanyan wish time could stop at this very instant. A few days later. In the camp of the North Free King, the royal court. An old man with a large beard, wearing a fur coat, his skin layered with grime, sat upon the throne. This throne had been brought back by the soldiers of the North Free King from the former royal court of the Sky Wolf tribe. And the man sitting on the throne was none other than the North Free King. At this time, the North Free King had an extremely ugly look on his face. It was as if he was constipated, with dark skin reddening with anger, an appearance of furious indignation. The North Free King was roaring at this moment. I lent so many soldiers, and to think they were defeated. Defeat is one thing, but they even moved the entire Sky Wolf tribe to North City. What did they take me for? He had originally felt some schadenfreude upon hearing the news of the Sky Wolf King's defeat, as he had long set his sights on conquering the Sky Wolf tribe. The Sky Wolf King had always been dominant in the Northland, and his tribe would have to take a detour upon encountering the Sky Wolf tribe. Now, seeing the decline of the Sky Wolf tribe, he had wanted to consume it and become the most powerful barbarian tribe in the Northland. Most importantly, the North Free King had always been fixated on the Sky Wolf King's wife and Xiao Wenyao. Just the thought of those two great beauties made the North Free King's mouth water uncontrollably, and the moment he heard of the Sky Wolf King's defeat, he had already considered the two women his own. But when his soldiers arrived at the Sky Wolf King's royal court, the people of the Sky Wolf tribe had vanished without a trace. Moreover, he heard that Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao had been captured and taken to the prince's mansion by that brat from the south. Knowing well what those two great beauties would face in the prince's mansion, how could the North Free King, as a man, be oblivious to that? The thought of the cooked duck flying away left the North Free King especially infuriated. At that time, one of his subordinates in the royal tent suggested, Great King, why don't we attack North City, and make that little whelp hand over the Sky Wolf King's wife and the Sky Wolf King's daughter? As soon as these words were spoken, another barbarian general also chimed in, exactly, not only should we make that brat hand over those two women, but we should also get them to hand over all the people from the Sky Wolf tribe. Hearing what his general had said, the North Free King snorted coldly, 300,000 troops were defeated, and you want me to attack North City? If you want to die, that's your business, but I don't want to die. Although the North Free King verbally scorned the Sky Wolf tribe as worthless, he was no fool. North City was clearly not something their barbarian tribe could afford to provoke right now. To attack North City at this point would be courting death. However, at this moment, a general voiced a particularly unique opinion. Great King, think about it, although North City has won, to eliminate the Sky Wolf King's 300,000 troops, they must have suffered heavy losses themselves. Even if they won, it must have been a Pyrrhic victory, and great some also paid a great price. Moreover, they might still be immersed in the joy of defeating the Sky Wolf tribe, certainly letting down their guard about the Northland. Right now, if we suddenly launch an attack on North City, they won't have time to react. Considering the barbarian general's analysis, the North Free King suddenly felt there was a lot of sense to it. After all, the Sky Wolf King had led 300,000 troops to attack North City. It was impossible for Great Sum to have suffered no losses at all. Great Sum must have also lost many soldiers. At this moment, if they suddenly launched troops to attack North City, Great Sum's military wouldn't be able to send reinforcements to North City for a while. However, speaking of which, they initially gave the Sky Wolf King tens of thousands of soldiers, and now their tribe has hardly any able-bodied fighters left. If the soldiers from the North Free King's tribal lands were all mustered together, the estimate is that only about tens of thousands of soldiers could be assembled. The North Free King pondered for a long time, then said, "Currently, the royal court only has tens of thousands of soldiers. If we send troops now, it would be disadvantageous for us. Issue a summoning order immediately, gather the barbarian warriors from the small tribes to the royal court. 2 months from now, we will attack North City." At that time, a barbarian general said, "My king, 2 months from now will be deep winter. Taking troops south during winter might be very unfavorable for us. Usually, when the barbarian tribes raid southward, it is before winter begins, mainly to prepare enough food for winter. It is rare for them to attack Great Sum during the deep winter. Once winter arrives, fierce snowstorms hit the plains first. The cold is one thing, but being easily lost on the grasslands is another, even for the barbarians who live there year-round, not to mention the challenge of dealing with the harsh winter. It can be said that heading south in winter is a poor choice. The North Free King, undeterred, said, "This king intends to attack North City during winter. By winter, that whelp in Great Sum and North City will certainly think we won't advance southward. If we strike southward unexpectedly at this time, we can catch them unprepared. Then, the Great Sum Imperial Court will also be unable to support North City in time. Taking North City will be an easy task for us. If you ask me, the Sky Wolf King is a fool, always rushing to attack North City so early every year. The people of Great Sum must have made preparations having been raided at the same time annually. They deserve to have their entire army decimated. This king will not follow in his footsteps." Seeing the North Free King speak so, his generals had no choice but to stay silent. A few days later. North Prince Mansion. Today, the North Prince Mansion was festooned with lights and decorations. Upon hearing that the North Prince was to take a wife, many of the well-to-do from North City made their way to the North Prince Mansion to congratulate him. Most people already knew that the North Prince was to marry Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao. Some thought that the North Prince was avenging the Great Sum people, since it had always been the barbarian tribe seizing the women of Great Sum, and at last, it was the turn of the Great Sum people to take the women from the barbarian tribe. Yet others thought that the North Prince was disgracing the royal family. After all, he is a prince, how could he marry 2 barbarian women? This was clearly against the rites and rituals. This wedding was personally managed by Mu Zixuan. Once the banquet was over, Lu Chen first went to Yelv Nanyan's room. Yelv Nanyan was dressed in a red robe, sitting quietly by the bed, not wearing a bridal veil. She glanced around at the room decorations, feeling as though she was in a dream. She had never imagined that one day she would have such a wedding. From a young age, she had heard from her mother about the wedding scenes of the Great Sum people and had longed for it, too. But she also clearly understood that what she longed for was just a pipe dream, almost certainly never to happen. What she never expected was that she would ultimately have the wedding she dreamed of. In a soft voice, Yelv Nanyan said, "Is this really not a dream?" No sooner had Yelv Nanyan finished speaking than Lu Chen pushed open the door and entered the room, smiling as he said, "This is definitely not a dream." Seeing Lu Chen enter, a blush crept across Yelv Nanyan's face. Lu Chen immediately came to the bedside and embraced Yelv Nanyan's soft body, though he did not immediately proceed to the next step. Lu Chen had spent the night with Yelv Nanyan the evening before, and he would usually leave only after exhausting all his energy with her, so at the moment, he was not in the mood for such activities. With his arms around Yelv Nanyan, Lu Chen said with a smile, Nanyan, from now on you are my woman, and you must bear me many children. Hearing this, Yelv Nanyan replied with some embarrassment, that is my duty. For Yelv Nanyan, being held by this man who was over a decade her junior still felt strange, even though they had already consummated their marriage, and it still seemed odd to her. At that time, Yelv Nanyan suggested, Prince, since you spent last night with me, why don't you spend tonight with Yao Yao? Seeing the blushing beauty, Lu Chen suddenly felt an urge to tease her. He stared into Yelv Nanyan's eyes and asked with a smile, Nanyan, what do you mean? Today is our wedding day. Are you trying to drive me away? Hearing Lu Chen's voice by her ear, Yelv Nanyan felt a bit restless inside. She quickly said, Prince, I didn't mean that, it's just. Yelv Nanyan wanted to say that Lu Chen had been busy all night yesterday, and he shouldn't still be here today, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Seeing Yelv Nanyan's flushed face and shy demeanor, Lu Chen's previously tranquil heart was suddenly filled with ripples. His arm then tightened further around her, hugging Yelv Nanyan closely, and from time to time, he whispered into her ear, making her incredibly uncomfortable under his seduction. Nonetheless, Yelv Nanyan persisted, Prince, I have already enjoyed your favor, but Yao Yao has not. She has just married you, and she must be eagerly waiting for you to dote on her. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly and then said, Don't worry. I just came to sit here for a while. I will go over there in a bit. When Yelv Nanyan heard Lu Chen's words, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen had left her room only in the morning. If he were to come again, she couldn't bear to think what she would feel like tomorrow. At that moment, Lu Chen asked, Nanyan, how do you feel about the wedding I prepared for you today? Did it meet the wedding you imagined? Yelv Nanyan replied, Thank you, Prince, for treating me, a captive, so well. I will definitely bear more heirs for the prince in the future, to repay you. Hearing Yelv Nanyan's words, Lu Chen was very pleased. Finally, a martial artist understood, and he raised his hand, gently patting her buttocks, and then said, Nanyan understands better than the bitch next door, who has deceived me of so much affection, and still, to this date, hasn't conceived my child. The bitch Lu Chen was referring to was naturally Wang Qingqi. Every time Lu Chen left her room, she would quickly expel all the impurities from her body, as if terrified of carrying Lu Chen's child. For Lu Chen, impregnating female martial artists had always been a challenge. Setting aside the fact that it was difficult for female martial artists to conceive, the bigger issue was that female martial artists could easily prevent pregnancy. Take Wang Qingqi and Bai Qingqing, for example, if they didn't want to bear Lu Chen's children, no amount of his efforts would be useful. He certainly couldn't use his status as prince to order them to get pregnant. If he really did that, it would probably be pointless. Since martial artists naturally had a hard time getting pregnant, they could easily claim it was due to their constitution, leaving Lu Chen uncertain if it was true or false. If female martial artists had the awareness of Yelv Nanyan and proactively wanted to bear children for Lu Chen, then the trouble would be halved. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Yelv Nanyan's face felt a bit hot. Being a woman in her 30s and being held in the arms of a younger man, being called, my Nanyan, felt utterly embarrassing. Then, the two of them cuddled together, talking about the grassland and barbarian tribes migrating into North City. Although Lu Chen was flirtatious throughout, he did not take things any further with her. Meanwhile, in the next room, Xiao Wenyao, dressed in a red bridal gown, sat on the edge of the bed, pricking up her ears to eavesdrop on the neighboring room. Xiao Wenyao felt puzzled. She had clearly heard the maid outside say, Greeting, Prince, indicating that Lu Chen must have arrived and gone to Yelv Nanyan's room. But why was there still no sound after so much time? This didn't make sense. If it were the past. Forget the past. Even last night Lu Chen had gone to Yelv Nanyan's room, and there was a significant commotion. Strange. Could it be that Yelv Nanyan had succumbed to Lu Chen? Affected by Yelv Nanyan before, Xiao Wenyao had developed a unique line of thinking, believing that if she heard Yelv Nanyan's voice, it meant that Yelv Nanyan had bested Lu Chen and was cheerfully celebrating. Now, without any sound, did it mean that Yelv Nanyan was, in a sense, defeated by Lu Chen? That Yelv Nanyan was now undergoing torment. With this thought, Xiao Wenyao couldn't help but shudder. Xiao Wenyao consoled herself that she was, after all, a 7th-rank martial artist. Although Lu Chen was a grandmaster, as long as he was human, he had weaknesses, and Lu Chen had his. Yelv Nanyan had successfully trapped Lu Chen's weakness, and she should be able to do the same. Later, if Lu Chen dared to come to her room, she would also trap Lu Chen like Yelv Nanyan did and show Lu Chen how formidable she was. In her nervousness, she didn't know how long she waited, but finally, Xiao Wenyao heard the voice of a maid at the door. Greeting, Prince. The next moment, the door was pushed open, and Lu Chen entered the room. Seeing the exceptionally handsome Lu Chen, Xiao Wenyao's heartbeat raced, and she instantly became extremely nervous, feeling as if even breathing had become difficult. Xiao Wenyao took a deep breath quickly. Steady, steady. Stay calm, you must stay calm. Nanyan has trapped him, I can too. As long as I use the method Nanyan suggested, even the North Prince's strength will be useless when the time comes. With this thought, Xiao Wenyao calmed down slightly. Then, she began to speak with a stammer, Prince. Prince, you have arrived. Though she was much calmer than before, Xiao Wenyao's heart was still incredibly nervous. Seeing Xiao Wenyao's face flushed with nervousness, Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, Yao Yao, I heard that the women of the grasslands are particularly bold. Why are you so nervous to see me? Do you think I'm going to devour you? Xiao Wenyao immediately denied, Prince. Prince, I'm not nervous. Lu Chen chuckled, then walked straight to the bedside. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly draw near, Xiao Wenyao felt her heart begin to race again. Her body involuntarily wanted to flee the place, but just as she was about to move, Lu Chen's strong arms wrapped around her. In an instant, Xiao Wenyao caught a whiff of a unique masculine scent, strange but at the same time intoxicatingly pleasant to her. Her body unconsciously wanted to get even closer to Lu Chen. At that moment, Xiao Wenyao asked, Prince, did you go to see Nanyan? Lu Chen replied, I just came from her place. Why? Are you unhappy because I didn't come to see you first? Xiao Wenyao quickly said, I'm not unhappy. Xiao Wenyao was still sensible enough not to express any dissatisfaction with what Lu Chen did. Although she was now married to Lu Chen, she was very aware that she was still his captive, still a female slave of the North Prince. Only by humbling herself could she survive better in the North Prince mansion, a reminder Nanyan had given her, which Xiao Wenyao always held close to her heart. At this time, Lu Chen held Xiao Wenyao in his embrace and then pinched her body, laughing as he said, It seems you're quite different from Nanyan. Your muscles are more developed, making you appear stronger. Although Nanyan was a 9th-grade martial artist, thanks to the martial arts she practiced, her body didn't have too many evident muscles. Her body was primarily covered with fat, which was evenly distributed. An even distribution of body fat had a big advantage for a woman. It preserved beauty by making her look voluptuous without appearing fat. The entire body felt incredibly soft to embrace, and with fat being a good insulator, it gave a warm and passionate sensation. In comparison to Nanyan, Xiao Wenyao didn't have as much fat on her body, which felt inferior to the touch. However, because of her habitual horseback riding, the muscles on her body were particularly firm, especially her long legs. Hearing Lu Chen's assessment of herself, Xiao Wenyao quietly said, I often ride horses, so my body is more toned, more solid. Lu Chen smiled and said, being a bit toned is good too. At that moment, blushing, Xiao Wenyao said, Prince, let me serve you and help you rest. Then, Xiao Wenyao tried to assume the role of a female slave, even changing the self-referential, I, too, slave. Among her barbarian tribe, slaves referred to themselves in this way. Xiao Wenyao couldn't wait to ensnare Lu Chen. She feared he would torment her, and only by capturing his weak spot could she avoid being tormented by Lu Chen. Suddenly, she felt that Nanyan's method was excellent, even admiring Nanyan a little. Although Lu Chen was a grandmaster and their strength certainly couldn't match his, there was no doubt about it. But as long as they trapped Lu Chen, he would be powerless against them. To trap Lu Chen, she had to lower her stance and let Lu Chen drop his guard. At this moment, Lu Chen was completely unaware that the woman in front of him was already plotting how to deal with him, still thinking Xiao Wenyao was just an innocent girl from the grasslands. Seeing Xiao Wenyao so proactive, Lu Chen said with a smile, "All right." He then laid Xiao Wenyao down on the bed, and she actively began to unbuckle his belt, thinking about quickly deceiving Lu Chen and then seizing the opportunity to learn from Nanyan's ways. Soon, Lu Chen fell into the trap. Xiao Wenyao's plan was successful. But at the moment her plan succeeded, she finally realized something was amiss. Liar. Congratulations, host, for acquiring another concubine. You have been rewarded with the breeding techniques of sorghum and the production methods of sorghum wine. Host has cultivated a relationship with Xiao Wenyao once. Qi refinement mantra experience has increased by 60. Rejuvenating skill experience has increased by 60. Dragon Phoenix Yin Yang spell experience has increased by 60. At the same time, outside the prince's mansion, Qin Yushan was hurriedly entering the prince's mansion, and upon seeing the lights and decorations, he hesitated. Today was a day of great joy for the prince's mansion. Was it really suitable for him to seek out the prince at this time? Upon seeing Qin Yushan's arrival, the ice-cold beauty by Qingqing said indifferently, "Commander Qin, what's the matter?" Seeing Qin Yushan's genuinely anxious appearance, it must be something important requiring Lu Chen's attention. As Lu Chen's personal guard, it was natural for Bai Qingqing to inquire. Qin Yushan quickly said, "I have intelligence from the North Land to report to the prince, but today is his day of great joy." Bai Qingqing, with a poker face, said, "If it is intelligence that will not endanger North City within a day or two, just deliver it to the study." After thinking it over, Qin Yushan then said, "Guard Bai, I understand. However, when the prince comes out later, please remind him that there is intelligence from the North Land in the study, and ask him to take a look." Bai Qingqing coldly uttered a, "Fine," and then fell silent once more. Right after, Qin Yushan immediately delivered the intelligence he had just received to Lu Chen's study. In this moment, Great Sum, capital city. Residence of the 8th prince. After leaving North City, Wang Yang did not return to the Wang family but instead went straight to the capital city, staying by Prince Lu Shuyan's side. Today, the 8th prince's mansion was once again filled with people. Although last time, Lu Shuyan's staff and servants were wiped out to the last, Lu Shuyan was, after all, a prince, and it didn't take long for a large group of staff and visitors to gather around him again. Inside the council hall, everyone's expressions were serious, as if they were discussing something important. Right then, Wang Yang spoke to Lu Shuyun, "Your Highness, to my knowledge, the state preceptor visited North City not long ago. Although this news isn't widely known, and there don't seem to be any special movements from the imperial palace, there are still whispers in the wind. Satu Ce is a national pillar of great sum, the foremost defender of capital city's security and the most crucial person protecting the imperial palace. Should he leave the palace, normally, the palace would go under martial law and there would be significant commotion. But the Sum Emperor isn't foolish. If the palace really did so, it would be tantamount to telling everyone that Satu Ce had left the imperial palace. To avoid disclosing Satu Ce's departure, the capital city and the imperial palace have had no major personnel movements, maintaining an appearance of calm and tranquility. However, there are no walls in the world that do not let any wind through. After all, Satu Ce is a Grand Master, and moreover, he had gone to the Imperial Army's camp in North City to meet Lin Shuming. Those always watching the capital city could find certain traces, and piecing together these traces, deduce that Satu Ce had left for North City. Of course, by now Satu Ce has most likely returned from North City. After all, as the state preceptor and a national pillar of great sum, he could not be away from the capital city for too long. However, Satu Ce's visit to North City was enough to draw attention. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Lu Shuyan's brow furrowed. He then said, "Could it be that my royal father is really considering giving the crown prince's position to my dear brother?" Lu Shuyan's tone clearly carried malice. Ever since the news of North Prince's victory against the 30,000-strong barbarian horde at Yan County reached the capital city, Lu Shuyan had been suppressing his inner turmoil. At first, he truly believed that Lu Chen had been concealing his strength and was poised to leap high, taking the crown prince's position for himself. However, as time passed, Lu Shuyun gradually came to his senses. Even if Lu Chen had always been concealing his strength, with his capabilities and the resources of North City, it was simply impossible to build an army of 50,000 heavy cavalry. How many people are there in the entirety of North City, and what is its annual tax revenue? Moreover, it's simply not possible to breed enough horses for 50,000 heavy cavalry in less than a year. Most importantly, there is just no money. Though the business of the North Prince Mansion is profitable, no matter how you calculate it, it's still not enough to forge the armor required for 50,000 heavy cavalry. Another thing is that North City doesn't have that many craftsmen. In the whole of Great Sum, there is only one person who can forge weaponry for 50,000 heavy cavalry, only he has such resources. Who is that person? One could guess it without even thinking. That person is inside the Imperial Palace. After Lu Shuyun came to his senses, he realized how foolish he had been. He actually thought that North Prince had suddenly awakened, to the extent that he couldn't sleep at night, filled with panic every time he thought of the bloodbath at his mansion a while ago. Now thinking about it, Lu Shuyun feels it's a disgrace to fear the mere North Prince. At that moment, Wang Yang, who was beside Lu Shuyun, spoke, "Your Highness, rest assured, in my opinion, the Sum Emperor doesn't have any intention of letting North Prince become Crown Prince. In the eyes of the Emperor, North Prince is nothing more than a chess piece. It's clear to everyone that the Sum Emperor is in his prime and has no plans of naming a Crown Prince. Now that North Prince has suddenly gained 50,000 heavy cavalry, almost all factions and forces within Great Sum are keeping an eye on him. If North Prince is truly so favored by the Emperor, he would not let North Prince become a target for all." Hearing Wang Yang's words, Lu Shuyun's lips curled up slightly, he had the same thoughts. He no longer believed that his father, the Emperor, really liked his ninth brother that much. If he did like him, he would not have made North Prince stand out at a time when conflict with the aristocratic families was imminent. North Prince currently controls 50,000 heavy cavalry. Once his father makes a move against the aristocratic families within Great Sum, these 50,000 heavy cavalry are highly likely to become a knife at North Prince's throat, putting him in grave danger. His father had no intention of naming a crown prince so soon. How could he possibly let his preferred candidate for crown prince be exposed so early? That would make North Prince an easy target. As for whether his father was trying to temper North Prince, that was even less likely. At such a time, how could his father put his chosen crown prince through such trials? In today's turbulent undercurrents, one misstep could cost North Prince his life. So North Prince can only be a chess piece. And specifically, a chess piece used against the aristocratic families. The mother's family of North Prince is the Chu family. By pushing North Prince forward, it's very likely to cause a rift in the Chu family, which is the first effect. Secondly, North Prince is a dispensable royal. His death would not sadden the Sum Emperor, so he's the perfect pawn. At that time, Lu Shuyun sneered and said, "I originally intended to reconcile with him and work together on great endeavors. I did not expect he would actually reject me. It's laughable. He thinks that now he has our father's favor, the position of crown prince is his for the taking. Truly ignorant. Since he has refused to drink a toast, he must drink a forfeit. He cannot blame me for not being courteous." Wang Yang said, "Your Highness, in my opinion, as all the princes are now guarding against North Prince, why don't we take this opportunity to join hands with the other princes and eliminate him first?" Lu Shuyun said indifferently, "There's no need for that. Initially, I wanted to kill him to make the Chu family wholly support me. Now that all the aristocratic families in the south are backing me, whether North Prince is dead or alive has become irrelevant. After all, he is just a disposable chess piece to our father." Wang Yang said, "But the 50,000 heavy cavalry of North City remain a huge threat to us. If we don't find a way to dissolve those 50,000 heavy cavalry, it could greatly affect your highness's ambitions. What's most important is that I have heard that shadow guards have gone to North City. With the state preceptor and the shadow guards appearing in North City at the same time, the emperor probably has evidence of our dealings with the barbarian tribes. It won't be long before the emperor uses the Wang family's collusion with the barbarian tribes as an excuse to strike at us." Hearing Wang Yang's words, Lu Shuyun fell silent. He initially just wanted to compete for the throne through legitimate succession, never intending to directly start a rebellion. However, his own father held great bias against the aristocratic families and was evidently preparing to strike at them. Theoretically, he should distance himself from the aristocratic families at this time to avoid being implicated. But his mother is from the Wang family. If the Wang family were to rebel, it would definitely affect him, and he would lose his chance at the throne just the same. Furthermore, the aristocratic families are his biggest asset at the moment, his interests are already tied with theirs. He's reached a point where it's impossible to sever ties with the aristocratic families. If his father were to strike at the aristocratic families in the south, he would inevitably be affected. Thus, he's left with only one path: a rebellion. However, a son rebelling against his father is bound to be condemned by the public. Leaving success aside, even if he were to succeed, he would likely be cursed for 1,000 years. Even if he managed to govern great sum well, the fact that he rebelled would always be a stain on his reputation. If possible, Lu Shuyun would still prefer not to rebel directly but rather force his father through various pressures to abandon the idea of striking at the aristocratic families. After a moment of silence, Lu Shuyun spoke, "If the 50,000 heavy cavalry of North City were dismantled, would my father abandon his plan to strike at the aristocratic families?" Upon hearing this question, Wang Yang said, "Your Highness, indeed there is such a possibility. The emperor has long been plotting to eliminate our ancient families, but due to concerns over our power and influence, he has been able to suppress us only at court, never daring to directly lay hands on any ancient family. Even after the emperor reclaimed the military power, he still hesitated to take action against the families. But with the 50,000 heavy cavalry from North City, it's different. These troops are entirely the emperor's own, and none of the families can intervene in matters of this cavalry, not even able to plant a single spy within. It can be said this is the emperor's strongest card and the greatest confidence he holds in acting against the families. Without this card, the emperor would no longer have such confidence. If at this time our families were to unite with other dynasties to pressure the emperor, he would ultimately be left with no option but to compromise." After listening to Wang Yang's analysis, Lu Shuyun fell into thought for a moment, then said, "In that case, our next step is to join forces with several of my brothers and find a way to dismantle the 50,000 heavy cavalry of North City, ideally forcing my father to abandon his original plans. Rising in rebellion is always the last resort. I believe my brothers are also very wary of that 50,000 heavy cavalry." Wang Yang echoed, "What your highness says is true." Subsequently, they gathered to discuss some plans on how to dismantle the 50,000 heavy cavalry of North City. Meanwhile, Imperial Palace. Royal Garden. The Sum Emperor, clad in a yellow dragon robe, stood beside the lotus pond, watching the fish swim to and fro. At this time, Satu-Ce was in the pavilion beside the lotus pond. The emperor opened his mouth and asked, "You met with Chen recently. What do you think of him?" Satu-Ce answered in one sentence, "He possesses the ambition of the great ancestor." Hearing this, the emperor's face immediately darkened, naturally averse to hearing Satu-Ce's praise for Lu Chen, who was his least favorite child. Yet the emperor did not delve deeper. He chuckled and said, "I didn't expect the state preceptor to hold Chen in such high regard." Continuing, the emperor asked, "State preceptor, having spent some time in North City, you must have learned something of its affairs. There are several points that puzzle me, and I would like to ask you to dispel my doubts." Satu-Ce replied, "Please speak, Your Majesty." The emperor went straight to the point and asked, "Based on intelligence from various sources, I have a rough understanding of the battle at Wanning Valley, but I just can't fathom how Chen, even with the 50,000 heavy cavalry, could so easily defeat the barbarian tribe's 300,000 strong army. Moreover, according to General Lin's report, North City lost only 20 to 30,000 soldiers, an unbelievable casualty rate when compared to the history of great dynasties. But the battlefield was indeed cleaned by the Imperial Army, and the number of dead counted by the Imperial Army, leaving no doubt as to its truth. I am very curious as to what kind of troops Chen commands that he could defeat 300,000 barbarian cavalry with a mere casualty of 20 to 30,000, especially in Wanning Valley, terrain that limits maneuverability and necessitates a head-on confrontation." State preceptor, having been in North City for some time now, you must have seen Chen's cavalry and be familiar with their condition. The emperor had tasked Satu-Ce to go to North City, evidently not just to relay a message to Lu Chen or entice him with grand promises. He wanted Satu-Ce to see for himself what sort of demons and monsters North City harbored, allowing the North Prince to raise 50,000 heavy cavalry in such a short span of time. As a Grand Master, it was easy for Satu-Ce to infiltrate anywhere, and even if someone spotted him, he could leave effortlessly. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Satu-Ce smiled slightly, well aware of what the emperor was seeking to know, and he said directly, "Your Majesty, I indeed saw the heavy cavalry under the North Prince's command. And upon observation, the strength of most soldiers in this cavalry seemed to be above first tier." On hearing this from Satu-Ce, the emperor's brow immediately knitted into a shape. Where had his son found so many martial artists to form a force of approximately 50,000 first-tier soldiers? Satu-Ce continued, "Of course, I believe that your majesty is not really concerned about this heavy cavalry. What you truly care about is the possibility of a grandmaster's presence in North City." Indeed, what the emperor really wanted to know was whether there was a grandmaster in North City. General Lin Shuming's report mentioned a suspected appearance of a grandmaster on the battlefield, but he was unable to confirm it. If a grandmaster truly emerged, the victory of the battle wouldn't seem so strange. But grandmasters were not commonplace, so how could North City possibly have one? This was what the emperor couldn't fathom. Moreover, the emperor had already ordered the shadow guards to investigate. According to the intelligence he received, Mysterious Moon Palace had only begun making contact with his son and had provided no aid to North City. It could be said that Mysterious Moon Palace chose to invest in the North Prince due to his potential, not because it assisted him, which is why the North Prince augmented his power. This prompted the question: if it was not Mysterious Moon Palace aiding Lu Chen, then what power was secretly assisting him, allowing him to suddenly command 50,000 heavy cavalry and even leading to the suspected traces of a Grand Master in North City? The Sum Emperor then asked, "So, does the state preceptor believe that a Grand Master really did appear in North City?" Satu-Ce answered, "I dare not assert for certain, but judging from the situation on the battlefield, it is indeed possible that a Grand Master was involved in the battle at Wanning Valley." Hearing Satu-Ce's response, the Sum Emperor fell into deep thought. Why did he now feel that his wretched son was becoming more and more mysterious? Could it be that he was truly not his child? At this thought, the Sum Emperor's face turned very ugly. Back when Lu Chen was born, he had suspected that Lu Chen was not his child. After all, he had never been fully conscious when he was with Chu Yu, their times together always shrouded in haziness. Who could say whether the child Chu Yu conceived was genuinely his? If it were not for the need to secure the support of the Chu family, he would have never married Chu Yu, for he felt no affection towards her. Moreover, he could sense that Chu Yu did not wish to serve him either. Their encounters had been extremely rare, making the chances of her conceiving his child very low. This made the Sum Emperor always suspect that Chu Yu had an affair with another man, and Lu Chen was that man's child. Yet he could never find proof. Over the years, he had dwelt on this matter persistently. Even after Chu Yu's death, he had the Shadow Guard continue investigating men who were close to Chu Yu, trying to identify Lu Chen's biological father, but to no avail. Fortunately, Lu Chen had always been rather useless, so the Sum Emperor simply assigned him to North City. However, once in North City, Lu Chen rose unexpectedly, even becoming a force that could threaten the Great Sum. This only deepened the Sum Emperor's suspicions. It was highly possible that Lu Chen was not his own, and the reason for Lu Chen's rapid rise might be the assistance of Lu Chen's biological father. Such thoughts made the Sum Emperor feel as though he had eaten excrement. Even though Chu Yu was already dead, he still felt greatly humiliated. Remembering how he had, due to the circumstances of the time, been compelled to marry a woman he did not love, and even accept a child conceived by another man in her womb, a woman who ultimately caused the death of the woman he loved, he felt exceedingly tormented. Despite his torment, now was not the time to act against the North Prince. He had borne the humiliation for so many years, a few more would not matter. He would deal with Lu Chen after resolving the issues with the aristocratic families. For now, he still needed Lu Chen's 50,000 heavy cavalry to intimidate those aristocratic families. Ever since word spread that North City had 50,000 heavy cavalry, almost all the aristocratic families believed that these soldiers belonged to him, the Sum Emperor, and they suddenly became much more compliant. With the deterrence of the 50,000 heavy cavalry, if he were to discipline one aristocratic family, other families would have to carefully weigh their strength before considering rebellion. This was a good thing for him. Thinking this, the Sum Emperor sneered, who would have thought that I, the Emperor, would end up relying on the power in my own son's hands to intimidate the aristocratic families. What an ineffectual emperor I have become. When the Sum Emperor suddenly stopped talking about the Grand Master, Satu-Ce, curious, asked, "Does your Majesty not wonder where the Grand Master in North City came from?" The Sum Emperor said indifferently, "Let matters of North City be set aside for now. The Shadow Guard has already gathered enough evidence of the Wang family's collusion with the barbarian tribe. I have suffered humiliations for so many years, it is time to put an end to it all." North Prince Mansion. Spring Sound Court, Xiao Wenyao's room. Xiao Wenyao lay sprawled all over the bed, her head buried in the pillow, not daring to lift her head and look at the man beside her. Seeing Xiao Wenyao like this, Lu Chen by her side, said with a smile, "Yao Yao, now that you are my woman, why are you still so shy?" On hearing this, Xiao Wenyao didn't speak, she still kept her head buried in the pillow. At this moment, Xiao Wenyao felt unbearably shy. She had believed what Yelv Nanyan had told her before. As long as she held on to Lu Chen's weakness, he would have no way to deal with her, and at that point, it would be her victory. Eventually, she used Yelv Nanyan's method, and it seemed as though she had trapped Lu Chen. But she quickly realized that this was not trapping Lu Chen at all, he was completely free to come and go as he pleased. Yelv Nanyan, that liar, had even told her that people cry out in victory. This had nothing to do with victory at all, she cried out simply because. As soon as she thought about how she had just become like Nanyan, Xiao Wenyao's face felt scorchingly hot. Those so-called cries of victory, she couldn't control them at all. Yelv Nanyan, that wicked woman, actually deceived her, pure and kind as she was. Seeing that Xiao Wenyao still kept her head on the pillow, Lu Chen reached out and slapped her buttocks, then said, "If you don't get up now, I'll have to do that thing we did just now again." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao quickly turned over, her eyes filled with autumn waters as she looked at Lu Chen, then softly said, "Prince. Your Highness, this servant." Before Xiao Wenyao could finish her sentence, Lu Chen directly pulled her body into his arms, and Xiao Wenyao's heart suddenly fluttered like a startled fawn. Although she was naive in the past, always thinking that her father was tormenting her mother and those great Sum women, and always believed that Lu Chen had gone to Yelv Nanyan's room merely to torment Yelv Nanyan. But after experiencing it herself, her mentality had fully matured, and she finally understood that it was not torment at all. Of course, it was also not as Yelv Nanyan had told her before, about how people cheer out loud upon victory. It was purely Yelv Nanyan deceiving her. And Yelv Nanyan was not trapping Lu Chen at his weak spot at all. Xiao Wenyao was also clear in her heart that Lu Chen had no weakness, the weakness lay in herself. No wonder her mother had always taught her not to expose her weaknesses to a man other than the one she liked. Now she understood why her mother so often said this to her. Even if she were formidable and held a high realm, once she exposed her weakness, she could very well lose to the other party. For instance, after Lu Chen targeted her weak spot just now, she immediately felt powerless, not knowing north from south. Thinking about this, Xiao Wenyao's face turned scorchingly hot again. She would only be able to expose her weaknesses to Lu Chen in the future to show her loyalty to him. If Lu Chen wanted to use her weakness against her, she would have to accept it. At this moment, Xiao Wenyao curled up in Lu Chen's embrace, not daring to move. Lu Chen slapped Xiao Wenyao's buttocks again and said with a laugh, "I must say, you steppe women really do have well-developed leg muscles. Could it really have something to do with frequent horseback riding?" Xiao Wenyao replied softly, "It should be the case." Listening to Xiao Wenyao's soft reply, Lu Chen chuckled, clearly aware that Xiao Wenyao didn't understand his implication, but he didn't mind. Lu Chen then asked, "Yao Yao, do you still hate me?" After all, I was the one who killed your father. If your father was still alive, you would still be a princess of the Sky Wolf King tribe. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyao was slightly stunned, but she quickly regained her composure and immediately replied, Your Highness, this servant has never harbored any hatred towards you in her heart. My father's death has nothing to do with your highness, he brought it upon himself for the sake of a woman, and even caused the death of over 100,000 people from the Sky Wolf King tribe. Lu Chen stroked Xiao Wenyao's hair, saying with a smile, Oh. So, do you hold any grudge against Nanyan now? Xiao Wenyao answered, This servant did indeed hate Sister Nanyan a few days ago, but I have let it go in my heart. Sister Nanyan is just a woman, she cannot decide her own fate. If my father insisted on marrying her, Sister Nanyan had to accept. Sister Nanyan's previous declaration to marry my father only after defeating North City was merely an attempt to buy time. After calming down, Xiao Wenyao realized that she and Yelv Nanyan were very similar, and that Yelv Nanyan had already experienced something she did not wish to experience. After all, she had yet to marry the North Free King, but Yelv Nanyan had already married the former Sky Wolf King. The former Sky Wolf King was much like the North Free King, an old lecher. Xiao Wenyao thought to herself that the reason Yelv Nanyan had made such a promise was just to discourage her father, who would have imagined that her father would actually assemble an army of 300,000 and come to attack North City, only to meet with a disastrous defeat. Moreover, Xiao Wenyao now felt only hatred for her father, for he had poisoned her beloved mother. In her heart, her father was a demon. Lu Chen had killed her father, the king, but in doing so, he had avenged her. Of course, there was another reason why Xiao Wenyao was particularly grateful to Lu Chen. He had helped her escape a life of suffering. She would no longer have to marry the North Free King, that dreadful old man who devoured people and never bathed. Although North Free King and North Prince differed by only one character in their titles, the difference between them was as vast as heaven and earth. She would rather expose her weaknesses to Lu Chen every day, letting Lu Chen scoff at her, than marry the North Free King and become his queen. The North Free King's queens had died in such numbers that she couldn't even count them. If she married the North Free King, she couldn't imagine the treatment she would endure. Besides, life in the North Prince mansion was something she had always longed for. Since arriving at the mansion, her days had been much more comfortable than those on the grasslands. Of course, there was a downside to living in the North Prince mansion. It wasn't as free. She couldn't run around wherever she wanted and had to stay in the mansion every day. She couldn't even go out riding whenever she wished. Thinking about it, she was now nothing but a female slave to the North Prince. How could Lu Chen possibly let her run around? What if she tried to escape? Although, she wouldn't really try to escape at all. Hearing Xiao Wenyao's words, Lu Chen's mouth curved up slightly. He couldn't be happier with her thinking this why after all, he had also been concerned that Xiao Wenyao might harbor resentment towards Yelv Nanyan. Now that both women were his, constant conflict in his harem, with mutual hatred, would certainly not be a pleasant situation for him. Xiao Wenyao being able to let go of her hatred for Yelv Nanyan filled Lu Chen with joy. At that moment, Xiao Wenyao, with blushing cheeks, said, Moreover, the prince has already punished Nanyan for me. Even if I had any anger, it has dissipated. Lu Chen instantly understood the punishment Xiao Wenyao referred to and followed up with, Then from now on, I'll make sure to punish Nanyan more for you, to vent your feelings. I thank the prince, Xiao Wenyao replied embarrassingly. Hearing Xiao Wenyao's consistent reference to herself as a female slave, Lu Chen laughed and said, You are also considered a concubine I have taken in. Why do you so enjoy considering yourself a female slave? As he spoke, Lu Chen leaned in close to Xiao Wenyao's ear and said in a low and magnetic voice, Could it be that you want me to treat you like a female slave? As his voice trailed off, Lu Chen blew into Xiao Wenyao's ear, and she immediately felt her body break out in goosebumps. Xiao Wenyao was about to speak when suddenly Lu Chen wrapped his arms around her and turned her over. She hurriedly said, My prince, Iya. Xiao Wenyao hadn't finished her sentence when she was cut off by Lu Chen. Since you love acting like a female slave, then I'll let you know what a female slave must do. Especially since that vixen next door has been frightened away by me and dares not return. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Wenyao instantly felt an ominous premonition and urgently said, "My prince, Iya Mima." Before Xiao Wenyao could finish, Lu Chen again silenced her mouth. When Lu Chen went to his study, it was almost night, and a certain person who claimed to be a female slave had completely collapsed. In the end, it was Yelv Nanyan who had the maids come in to take care of her. As soon as Lu Chen arrived at the doorway of his study, he saw the cold and detached Bai Qingqing waiting at the door. Seeing Lu Chen approaching the study, Bai Qingqing immediately bowed and said, "This servant greets the prince." Having completed the formalities, Bai Qingqing then said with an expressionless face, "Commander Qin has been here, and he brought intelligence from the North Land. He reminded you to remember to look at it." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to tease the ice-cold beauty before him, but as soon as the intelligence from the North Land was mentioned, Lu Chen immediately lost the inclination to do so. What important intelligence could there possibly be from the North Land now? This made Lu Chen somewhat curious. At present, the entire North Land only had the North Free King's slightly larger barbarian tribe, right? Lu Chen immediately entered the study, picked up the intelligence sent by Qin Yushan, and looked over it carefully. Reading the content of the intelligence, Lu Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. The intelligence stated that the remnants of the Sky Wolf King's tribe who had stayed on the grasslands were found by people from the North Free King's tribe, who then issued them a summons to join in attacking North City during the winter. The result was that the people from the Sky Wolf King's tribe immediately objected, since it was their king's attack on North City that had ultimately led to the entire Sky Wolf King tribe being absorbed by North City, and they had continued their nomadic lifestyle on the grasslands precisely because they did not want to join North City. So when the North Free King issued a summons at this time, intending to attack North City again, they thought it was a joke. They certainly did not want to perish in North City. Some barbarians from the Sky Wolf King's tribe immediately ran to North City and informed Xiao Pengtian of the North Free King's plan to muster a large army to attack North City in the winter. Xiao Pengtian quickly ordered the Brocade Guard to deliver this intelligence to the North Prince Mansion. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. The North Free King planning to attack North City in the winter. Was there something wrong with his brain? In the past, when the barbarian tribes headed south, it was mostly to snatch some food for the winter before the cold set in, and to capture some women to take back with them. Once winter arrived, blizzards would howl across the grasslands, making troop movements extremely difficult. The Sky Wolf King's tribe dared not wander about in the winter in the past, yet the North Free King now had such audacity. However, on second thought, if the North Free King really did come, especially in 2 months, then he would absolutely welcome it. Now the entire North Land was left with only the North Free King's powerful barbarian tribe. Once the North Free King was dealt with, the rest of the barbarian tribes in the North Land would be small and not worth fearing, making it easy to subdue them all. Lu Chen had actually long thought about when to deal with the North Free King's tribe, but it was just a thought. Attacking the North Free King's tribe presented one major difficulty. They were not very familiar with the grasslands. Of course, among the captured barbarian soldiers, there were members from the North Free King's tribe who could lead the way, but now the North Free King's court would have definitely already left its original location. The grasslands of the Northland were simply too vast. Finding the North Free King's court in a short period of time was not an easy task, and a rash advance into the grasslands with troops could lead to being encircled by the barbarians there. But now it was different. The North Free King was planning to attack North City in the winter, and this was the best opportunity to take down the North Free King. Lu Chen would definitely not miss this chance. The thought of the North Free King walking into the trap made the corners of Lu Chen's lips almost reach the back of his head with glee. The North Free King really was a talent, and for a long time afterwards, Lu Chen could not figure out how the North Free King came up with the idea of leading troops south to attack North City in the winter. Time passed quickly, and half a month vanished in the blink of an eye. Winter had already arrived, and now everyone was wrapped in thick fur clothing, even Lu Chen was no exception. Martial artists had a certain resistance to the cold, and as a grandmaster, Lu Chen was not at all afraid of it. Even if he didn't wear such thick clothes, he would have been fine. But not fearing the cold did not mean he couldn't feel either. The chilling wind against his skin was somewhat uncomfortable. Most high-ranking martial artists were like this, such as Bai Qingqing and her companions. They, too, donned thick clothing. Winter was slightly annoying to Lu Chen, as his women had bundled up in thick furs, their graceful figures obscured by their garments, impossible to showcase their perfect physiques. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he couldn't change the weather. The arrival of winter also brought a number of problems to North City, and at this point, Lu Chen was completely unaware of the troubles that North City would face in winter. He had spent the recent half-month preparing for the North Free King's invasion from the south, so he hadn't paid much attention to the governance of North City. In the early morning, Lu Chen woke up amidst Yelv Nanyan's gentle jade fragrance, and after having breakfast with her, he headed to the study as usual. When he arrived at the entrance of the study, important officials and military generals of North City were already waiting. Now, every 5 days, they would collectively come to the study and report to Lu Chen the recent situation in North City, discussing events that had occurred. At first, Lu Chen hadn't set a rule for reporting, but gradually, people like Li Rui had formed a habit, so Lu Chen simply decided to discuss North City's significant matters every 5 days. Upon seeing Lu Chen's arrival, Li Rui and the others immediately bowed and greeted him. Greetings to the prince. May the prince live thousands of years, thousands upon thousands of years. Lu Chen nodded slightly and entered the study. Come in, everyone. The crowd then followed Lu Chen into the study, which seemed even more crowded today, as more people were involved in the discussion. Generally, once an official's loyalty reached 90, and they held an important position in North City, Lu Chen would allow them to join the council. Seeing the increasingly packed study, Lu Chen thought to himself that it was a good thing that the construction of the Hall of Political Affairs had begun, and the temporary hall would be set up before long. Then, they wouldn't have to cram into this study anymore. At that moment, Lu Chen glanced over the crowd and then said, "Old rules, speak one by one if you have any matters." Upon hearing this, Li Rui was the first to step forward and said, "Prince, winter has now arrived, and although North City successfully defended against the barbarian tribes plundering this year, there are still many commoners lacking clothing and food. Should we distribute porridge this year?" The commoners of North City had always been poor, and despite Lu Chen having already exempted them from many agricultural taxes, they were still very much impoverished, with most struggling to feed themselves. This was why, whenever the North Prince Mansion recruited workers, there would always be many people desperately vying to become one of the mansion's laborers. Once inside the North Prince Mansion, becoming one of its workers, the commoners of North City would believe they would no longer fear hunger or the cold. Hearing Li Rui's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "Continue distributing porridge. However, this year the North Prince Mansion will contribute some silver to buy food, and we will distribute it in the name of the mansion." Immediately understanding Lu Chen's intention, Li Rui realized that Lu Chen was planning to win the hearts of the people. But there was no harm in that. After all, Lu Chen was now the seigneur of North City, and the entire area had become his feudal state. For the king of a feudal state, winning the people's hearts was quite normal. Li Rui then responded, "Yes, my prince." Lu Chen inquired, "Lord Li, is there anything else you wish to discuss?" At this point, Li Rui glanced at the other military generals led by Mu Changtian, then continued, "Prince, lately the common folk inside Yan County have been complaining about the scarcity of timber. They claim that Wanning Valley and some forests have been surrounded by Yan County's troops, and the woodcutters simply cannot enter to collect wood. Now that winter has come, if there is not enough timber, this year North City may see many freeze to death." Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. As a Grand Master, although he felt the cold, he was not afraid of it. Because he did not fear the cold, he had no real notion of winter and had completely forgotten the fact that people could freeze to death during this season. Since it didn't directly affect him, Lu Chen rarely paid attention, but now that Li Rui had brought it up, Lu Chen quickly realized the significance. Warming up indeed posed a troublesome issue. As Li Rui finished speaking, Lu Chen looked over at Mu Changtian and the other military generals. At that moment, Mu Changtian stepped forward and said, Prince, currently the forests around Yan County contain North City's military camps or conceal North City's secrets, so I've ordered the soldiers from North City to seal off most of the areas. Lu Chen was aware of this, especially since the artillery camp managed by Mu Jingwu took up a large area of forest, mainly to prevent spies from discovering any secrets of North City. Sealing off those forests was the right action. However, the issue of the commoners, heating still needed to be addressed. After some thought, Lu Chen said, General Mu, when you leave the North Prince Mansion later, open up some of the less critical areas to the common people. We can't let them freeze. If all the common people die from the cold, how are we going to develop North City next year? Mu Chengtian said, Yes, Prince, after leaving the North Prince Mansion, I immediately ordered the soldiers to lift some of the restrictions on forest areas. As his words fell, Mu Chengtian stepped back, and at this time, Li Rui also returned to his original position. Lu Chen scanned the audience and asked, Does anyone else have matters to report? Mu Chengtian stepped forward again and said, Prince, we have now recruited 50,000 new soldiers for the army, and together with the original soldiers of North City and the Black Cavalry, we now have a total of 120,000 soldiers. Should we continue to recruit more? Hearing Mu Chengtian's question about soldiers, Lu Chen pondered for a moment and then said, There's no need for now, North City can't support too many soldiers. The soldiers in North City were essentially farmer soldiers, and strictly speaking, those recruited by Mu Chengtian could hardly be considered a regular army. They merely trained occasionally and would return to their farm work during the planting season, possessing very weak combat capabilities. Lu Chen's plan was to professionalize the soldiers of North City in the future, turning them into career soldiers, just like the current Black Cavalry, who were fully supported by the North Prince Mansion. However, the financial pressure of supporting tens of thousands of professional soldiers was immense for both North City and the North Prince Mansion, and it was not feasible at the moment. In the end, it all came down to the issues of money and food. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Chengtian said, This servant understands. Then Mu Chengtian returned to the position where he had previously stood. After Mu Chengtian stepped back, Xuanyuan Chen came forward and said, Prince, the craftsmen you requested have arrived in Yan County. When I came to the North Prince Mansion this morning, those craftsmen were already waiting at the city gate to meet you. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. So soon? Lu Chen was surprised. He had thought that these craftsmen would need at least a month or two to arrive in Yan County, but they had traveled from Great Yu City in just over half a month. Now, he could start preparing for a large-scale production of gunpowder and red tassel spears. Perhaps he could even prepare a big surprise for the North Free King when he led his army to North City. With this in mind, Lu Chen continued to Xuanyuan Chen, After the morning meeting ends, I will accompany you to meet them. Having discussed the matter of the craftsmen, they went on to discuss other topics related to the development of North City, such as the promotion of potatoes and sweet potatoes, as well as issues related to taxation. But throughout the meeting, Lu Chen never mentioned the topic of official dismissals. Lu Chen had long wanted to deal with the officials in North City, but he faced a significant practical issue. Dismissing the current officials would essentially leave him with no one he could use, which was a dilemma for him. Although he despised the corrupt officials of North City, without them, who would do the work? His policies might not even be able to be conveyed down the chain of command, so Lu Chen could only endure the situation for the time being. After the morning meeting concluded, Lu Chen followed Xuanyuan Chen to the city gate. At this time, the area outside the northern gate of Yan County was filled with common people, who were curious about the identity of these individuals carrying large and small packages and pushing big and small carts. Someone let slip the phrase, "The prince has arrived," causing the common people to clear a path. Soon, Lu Chen arrived on horseback in front of the Great Yu City craftsmen. In front of the caravan stood two young men in their 20s or 30s, robust and strong, with their muscularity straining against their fur clothing and standing about 1 meter 90 tall. Lu Chen then identified these two men's profiles. Name: Mo Fei. Status: current leader of North Prince Mansion's craftsmen, formerly a Great Yu City craftsman, who immediately led 2,000 craftsmen to Yan County upon learning that the North Prince needed craftsmen. Strength: 5th rank. Loyalty. 100. Name. Mo Xing. Status. Current North Prince Mansion craftsman, younger brother of Mo Fei, and a former Great Yu City craftsman, followed his elder brother Mo Fei to Yan County to serve the North Prince. Strength. 5th rank. Loyalty. 100. Seeing the profiles of the two men, Lu Chen was taken aback as their surname Mo. Could it be that this world truly has a Mohist school? After some time getting to know Great Yu City, Lu Chen found that many of the city's concepts were very similar to those of the Mohists, and now the appearance of two individuals with the surname Mo made him even more suspicious. However, whether they were Mohists was irrelevant. The most important thing was that these craftsmen were 100% loyal to the North Prince Mansion, which reduced the risk of information leaks when they were asked to manufacture weapons. At this moment, Mo Fei and Mo Xing both approached Lu Chen and then respectfully greeted him. Commoner Mo Fei, Commoner Mo Xing, we pay our respects to the prince. The other craftsmen also followed suit, greeting in unison, we pay our respects to the prince. Long live the prince, long live, long live. Lu Chen nodded, then with a smile said, all right, rise. Just then, Lu Chen's gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure in the distance. There had been too many people earlier for him to notice, but as the craftsmen all bowed their heads, Lu Chen abruptly saw, on a white horse not far away, a woman dressed in black and red armor. The woman had her hair tied back in a high ponytail, wore a red cloak, and held a red tassel spear in her hands. She was very beautiful, with delicate features and an air of heroism between her brows, presenting a striking and spirited appearance. Lu Chen felt very puzzled. He didn't recall ever seeing this woman among the black cavalry before, did he? Moreover, there weren't any white horses among the black cavalry, and most importantly, there were no women. Noticing the color of the horse, Lu Chen quickly discovered another detail. The horses ridden by the soldiers behind the woman were also white and not the black horses of the black cavalry. Out of curiosity, Lu Chen immediately used the system to identify the woman's information. Name. Xuanyuan Yunqi. Identity. Daughter of the Xuanyuan family head of Great Yu City, 23 years old, sister of Xuanyuan Chen, at the Master Realm. Hearing that Yan County needed craftsmen, she led 3,000 light cavalry to escort the craftsmen to Yan County. Her feelings towards the North Prince are somewhat peculiar. Rating. 98. Loyalty. 100. Favorability. 50. Seeing Xuanyuan Yunqi's information, Lu Chen was again stunned. 98 rating. Indeed, Xuanyuan Yunqi was very beautiful, but her beauty was distinctive, unlike the beauty of any women Lu Chen had seen before. Not only was she so beautiful, but she was also a grandmaster. The system had never mentioned summoning a third grandmaster. Could it be that Xuanyuan Yunqi was a reward given to him by the system? After all, the system considered the 50,000 citizens of Great Yu City as a summoning reward, so Xuanyuan Yunqi should also be counted in, right? Lu Chen wasn't quite sure. After all, this surprise was too sudden. He could never have imagined that there was a female grandmaster with a rating of 98 in Great Yu City. Of course, there was something else that surprised Lu Chen. That was the 3,000 white horses of the light cavalry. The system had never mentioned these 3,000 light cavalry, it had merely counted these cavalrymen as ordinary citizens of Great Yu City. Lu Chen had always thought the black cavalry represented all the combat-capable soldiers in Great Yu City. He had no idea Great Yu City also had 3,000 light cavalry. From the beginning, he knew Great Yu City had great potential for war but had not expected its strength to be so substantial. At this moment, Lu Chen was curious as to why Xuanyuan Yunqi and the 3,000 light cavalry she led did not come closer. While he was thinking this, he saw Xuanyuan Yunqi with her 3,000 light cavalrymen leaving directly. Lu Chen frowned. A female grandmaster with a rating of 98 just showed up in front of him, took a glance, and then ran off like that. Could he really let her get away? Lu Chen quickly turned his head to Xuanyuan Chen and said, General Xuanyuan, who is that woman in the black and red armor who left with her soldiers without paying her respects to me first? Hearing this, Xuanyuan Chen immediately replied, Prince, that woman is my younger sister. She is Great Yu City's city defense general, and those 3,000 cavalrymen are the city's defense force. They were here to deliver the craftsmen to North City. Now that they have delivered the people, they must hurry back to Great Yu City to avoid any chance of a barbarian tribe attack. As for why my sister did not pay her respects. At this point, Xuanyuan Chen hesitated for a moment before he bit the bullet and continued, on behalf of my little sister, I apologize to the prince. My sister has been pampered since childhood and lacks courtesy. I hope the prince can forgive her. The next time my sister comes to Yan County, I will make sure she kowtows in apology to the prince. Hearing Xuanyuan Chen's words, Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment. Lacks courtesy. Is it really just a lack of courtesy? Lu Chen wasn't sure whether it was his own misperception. He always felt that Xuanyuan Yunqi was not unaware of etiquette. After all, her loyalty to him was 100, which signified full loyalty. Even if she lacked etiquette, she should know to at least greet him, especially since he had entered her line of sight. Wait a moment. A sudden thought struck Lu Chen. Typically, when he checked a woman's personal information, her interface would be as follows. Name, status, rating, favorability. However, Xuanyuan Yunqi's personal information included an additional, loyalty, which was only found in the data of subordinates. Her profile displayed the following. Name, status, rating, loyalty, favorability. Xuanyuan Yunqi's loyalty to Lu Chen was 100, but her favorability was only 50, which he found somewhat off. In his past understanding, a woman's favorability towards him was also a reflection of her loyalty. A 100 favorability meant 100 loyalty, that was how Lu Chen understood it. But now, an anomaly like Xuanyuan Yunqi had appeared. With a loyalty of 100 and a favorability of only 50, what did this mean? Lu Chen immediately queried the system in his mind. System, why does Xuanyuan Yunqi show both favorability and loyalty? Shouldn't these two be unified? For ordinary women, favorability and loyalty are unified. However, as Xuanyuan Yunqi is a character summoned by the system, summoned characters have 100% loyalty to the host, but this does not mean they have a special liking for the host. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Chen quickly understood that favorability and loyalty were not unified in women summoned by the system. So did this mean that if he wanted Xuanyuan Yunqi to be his woman, he couldn't just look at her loyalty but also find a way to increase her favorability towards him? But if she was absolutely loyal to him, was there a necessity to increase her favorability? Xuanyuan Yunqi was, after all, his subordinate. Couldn't he simply issue an order for her to become his woman? She would likely have no choice but to agree. With this thought, Lu Chen quickly cast the notion aside, deciding against such a course of action. Other people might do it, but Xuanyuan Yunqi was his subordinate. How could he exploit such an unspoken rule? He was not one of those men who relished workplace exploitation. Seeing Lu Chen looking somewhat troubled and silent, Xuanyuan Chen started to feel nervous. He quickly spoke up again. Prince, I will immediately bring my younger sister back and have her apologize to you. Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan Chen looked as though he was about to chase after Xuanyuan Yunqi, but Lu Chen came back to his senses and coughed to interject. That won't be necessary, I was merely curious and asking casually. At that moment, Lu Chen showed a hint of a smile. He patted Xuanyuan Chen on the shoulder and continued, General Xuanyuan, your younger sister has reached the Grandmaster realm at only her 20s. Truly a woman who does not pale in comparison to men. Xuanyuan Chen was taken aback for a moment before saying, thank you for your praise, Prince. Lu Chen went on to say, next time I see your younger sister, I must truly seek her guidance on martial arts skills. I have the skill but lack the ability for actual combat. Ah, this. Xuanyuan Chen hesitated. Was his prince truly planning on seeking martial arts guidance from his younger sister? Why did he feel something seemed suspicious? Although Xuanyuan Chen's loyalty to Lu Chen was a full 100%, he still had his own thoughts. He was now quite clear about what kind of person the North Prince was, and he had the impression that the North Prince harbored other intentions towards his younger sister. Nonetheless, as his sovereign, Xuanyuan Chen didn't feel it was his place to say anything. Lu Chen then turned to say, let's not talk about this anymore. Mo Fei and the others have traveled from afar, and they must be weary. Let's arrange for them to have a place to rest and recover for a few days. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mo Fei immediately replied, "Thank you for your concern, Prince." Lu Chen did not say anything further and proceeded to take the craftsmen to the accommodations that had been prepared for them in advance. Fortunately, Lu Chen had asked Qin Yushan to prepare extra houses in anticipation that the craftsmen's families might also come to North City, so having more houses was no harm done. To his surprise, where he had only requested 1,000 craftsmen, Mo Fei brought over 2,000 to North City. This should pose no significant problem for the production of cannons. Lu Chen spent nearly a day in the craftsmen's quarters, as he wanted to understand what they could do to better arrange their work. Seeing how much care the prince took for the craftsmen, Mo Fei and the others felt their favorability towards Lu Chen greatly increase. Even though Great Yu City was relatively independent, they were quite informed about the outside world and aware of the situation in Great Sum. They also knew that in Great Sum, craftsmen held little status, making Great Yu City, where everyone was a craftsman, a true anomaly. In Great Sum, 4 words suffice to describe the status of craftsmen: ingenious but frivolous skills. In this era, most people believed advancements in tools were nothing more than clever tricks, unsuitable for serious consideration. Craftsmen ranks were considered lowly, and few paid attention to this group. At first, Mo Fei was somewhat worried that the North Prince's treatment of them would be the same as that of the people from Great Sha, but now it looked as if the North Prince actually cared a great deal for them craftsmen, not considering them as inferiors at all. Evening. The evening wind howled as it blew. It was getting dark early now, so although Lu Chen had set out to return quite early, by the time he got to the prince's mansion, it was almost completely dark. When Lu Chen dismounted, he saw that the lanterns at the entrance of the North Prince mansion had been extinguished by the cold wind, and at the moment, the servants of the mansion were making an effort to light the candles inside them again. Seeing Lu Chen return, the servants and guards at the door hurriedly greeted him, saying, "We pay our respects to your highness." Lu Chen nodded, "Carry on with your work." "Yes." The servants continued to light the lanterns. At that moment, Lu Chen glanced at the servants and the guards at the gate. Although they were dressed quite warmly, their bodies continued to tremble non-stop. Even with the prince present, they couldn't control their composure and kept shaking uncontrollably. Lu Chen slightly frowned. It was understandable for the servants. The servants of the mansion were mostly ordinary people, so it was normal for them to fear the cold, but the guards of the mansion were mostly martial artists of 5th rank or higher. Should martial artists of such rank also feel so cold, shivering continuously? Lu Chen then turned to one of the soldiers and asked, "Are you very cold?" Seeing Lu Chen focusing on him and asking this question, the soldier was suddenly frightened. He instantly realized his inappropriate behavior, quickly knelt halfway, and said, "Your Highness, it was my lapse of conduct, please punish me." Lu Chen spoke indifferently, "Get up. I didn't mean to blame you. I only wanted to know what rank a martial artist must be to withstand the bitter cold." Relieved by Lu Chen's words, the soldier had thought the North Prince was observing his uncontrollable shivering, deeming it disrespectful and would punish him for it. The soldier then got up from the ground. "Thank you, Your Highness, for forgiving your subordinate." Continuing on, the soldier said, "Your Highness, as far as your subordinate knows, only those above the 7th rank can be fearless of severe cold. Martial artists below the 7th rank, even if they wear fur clothes, will still feel the chill when outside." Hearing the soldier's answer, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Although he could feel the cold, he did not tremble like the others. For Lu Chen, who had attained the status of a Grand Master, cold was merely a sensation. Lu Chen thought to himself, if soldiers of the 5th rank, despite wearing fur, were shivering from the bone-chilling cold, what about the common folks without any skill? Wouldn't they suffer even more? It was no easy task to develop North City, especially so. Just this winter chill alone made the commoners huddle in their homes, shivering, too afraid to step outside. Let alone economic development, for the 12 months of the year, construction and production could probably only be managed for a few months. Better leave these thoughts aside for now. Lu Chen ceased his wandering thoughts. At present, he could only take things one step at a time. Having come to North City, it would now serve as his stronghold. No matter how challenging the local conditions might be, he had to develop it well, for only then could North City become a stepping stone for him. When Lu Chen arrived at the main hall of the main yard, Mu Zixuan and the women of his harem were all waiting for him to come back for dinner. At that moment, Lu Chen glanced at Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, both of whom were joining them for dinner for the first time that day. After Lu Chen came back, Mu Zixuan and both the young and elder Zhou busied themselves serving Lu Chen, while the other two seemed somewhat at a loss, unsure of what to do. Lu Chen then asked with a smile, Nanyan, Yao Yao, is dining with us here much more lively than what you're used to at Spring Sound Court? Before, they ate whatever the maids prepared for them, ate a little, and then rested. They certainly didn't gather to dine as they did now. Moreover, Great Sum originally adopted a separate dining system and did not sit together to eat. Of course, sitting together like this was certainly lively, anyway it was much more lively than eating alone in their rooms. Yelv Nanyan immediately said, "Thank you, Prince, the princess consort allowed me to attend the feast at the prince's mansion." Lu Chen smiled and said, "This can hardly be counted as a feast. If you two have no other matters, come here for dinner every evening. It's livelier with family." Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao said in unison, "Yes, Prince." After washing his hands, Lu Chen glanced at the braziers burning not far from the hall. There were 3 braziers in the entire hall, and with them, the temperature inside the room rose considerably. However, Lu Chen found that even clad in fur clothes, Zhou Xiaozhou and Zhou Yuyu's delicate bodies still trembled slightly. It was indeed still too cold. Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao were martial artists, capable of withstanding a certain amount of cold. Mu Zixuan had recently practiced the Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang spell with him, which transformed her body to a certain extent. Her constitution had greatly improved from before, enhancing her cold resistance as well. But Zhou Xiaozhou and Zhou Yuyu were different, they were completely ordinary people. During the meal, Lu Chen looked at Zhou Xiaozhou and Zhou Yuyu, asking, "Xiao Xiao, Yuyu, do you get cold when sleeping at night?" Upon hearing this question, the sisters were taken aback. Zhou Xiaoxiao then answered, reporting to the prince, "We have maids responsible for burning firewood all night, so it's not very cold." Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but think that the ordinary people of North City had been living there for so many years, yet their heating method was still braziers, without even a Kong bed stove. It was the same when building the North Prince Mansion. Basically, the entire structure of the North Prince Mansion was the same as that in the capital city, all wooden houses with drafty windows and also without Kong bed stoves. It would be strange if ordinary people weren't freezing at night. It seemed he needed to come up with a solution to this problem. After dinner, Lu Chen took a hot bath and then went directly to the northern courtyard. At this moment, Xiaozhou was warming herself by the brazier while holding a child. Seeing the door open, Xiaozhou immediately stood up. "Prince, you have arrived." Lu Chen walked over to Yuyu and hugged her delicate body. With her height of only 1.60 m, she appeared very petite next to Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Yuyu, you must be too cold sleeping alone at night. Let me help you warm up." Hearing this, Yuyu and the maidservant responsible for the firewood immediately blushed. How could they not understand the implication of Lu Chen's words? Immediately, Yuyu handed the child over to the wet nurse to be taken to her sister, Zhou Xiaoxiao's room. Their rooms were in the northern courtyard and next to each other. Usually, when Lu Chen visited Yuyu's room, she would hand over the child to Xiaoxiao to look after, and when he went to Xiaoxiao's room, she would do likewise with Yuyu. After the child was taken away, Yuyu whispered in Lu Chen's embrace, "Prince, I'll go warm the bed for you first." Lu Chen smiled slightly, then swept up the petite and exquisite Yuyu in a bridal carry, heading straight toward the bed. "No need, I'm not cold. Instead, my precious Yuyu has been shivering all day. Let me help raise your temperature." Yuyu, feeling shy, buried her head in Lu Chen's chest. Even though she was already Lu Chen's woman, she still felt very timid in front of him, perhaps because he was so formidable. Afterwards, Lu Chen indeed helped raise Yuyu's temperature, and soon she no longer felt the cold. Instead, she was so warm she broke out in a sweat. Host cultivated affection with Zhou Yuyu once. Qi refinement mantra experience increased by 60. Rejuvenating skill experience increased by 60. Dragon Phoenix Yin Yang spell experience increased by 60. Zhou Yuyu successfully conceived the host's child, rewarded with coal mining and processing technology. The pregnancy reward is an encouragement, hoping the host will ensure the child's safe birth. A richer reward will be granted upon the safe delivery of the child. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen's eyes brightened. The system was indeed giving him what he needed just when he was worrying about how to solve the heating problem for ordinary people in winter. He had not expected that the system would reward him so quickly with coal mining and processing technology. Early in the morning, at the break of dawn, the sky was still a dusky gray. Lu Chen rode his horse straight to the area where the craftsman lived and handed over some materials on coal mining and processing to Mo Fei for research. Afterwards, Lu Chen discussed the construction of heated Kong beds and heated rooms with Mo Fei, delving into the details for an entire day with the craftsman. This once again made the craftsman of Great Yu City feel the sincerity of the North Prince. Ordinarily, when the North Prince wanted to discuss something with them, he would simply have them come to the North Prince mansion. Yet, early this morning, he braved the cold wind to come to their living quarters to discuss matters with them. A few days later, North Prince Mansion. Lu Chen was perusing intelligence gathered by the brocade guard in his study when a maid's voice sounded from the doorway. Prince, Commander Qin requests an audience. Lu Chen immediately responded, "Come in." Following that, Qin Yushan entered, his body covered with snow, the cold having intensified today accompanied by a heavy snowfall. After stepping into the room, Qin Yushan gave a simple salute. "Greetings, Prince." After bowing, Qin Yushan at once placed the bamboo tube containing intelligence on the desk. "Prince, urgent dispatch from the capital city." Hearing this, Lu Chen, who was looking through Da Yu intelligence, paused for a moment. Regaining his composure, Lu Chen swiftly brushed aside the other reports on the desk and promptly opened the bamboo tube, extracting the intelligence it contained. Commander Qin continued, "Winter has arrived, and not a single homing pigeon from the capital city has reached Yan County. They can only have the brocade guard deliver messages on horseback, so the intelligence from the capital city has been delayed by many days." After taking out the intelligence from the bamboo tube, Lu Chen scrutinized the contents carefully. As his gaze traveled down the page, his expression grew more solemn. Having read the content of the intelligence, Lu Chen pondered for a moment before saying to Commander Qin, "Notify Li Rui and the others to come to the North Prince Mansion immediately to discuss important matters." "Yes, Prince." An hour later, Li Rui and other officials along with a host of military generals from North City appeared in Lu Chen's study. They were all somewhat curious. Today wasn't the day for a scheduled meeting. Why had the North Prince summoned them? Could it be that the North Free King had already headed south? After everyone had arrived, Lu Chen did not speak immediately. His gaze was still scanning the map on the desk, seemingly contemplating something. Seeing Lu Chen's serious expression, everyone also kept silent, simply standing in the study watching Lu Chen, waiting for him to speak first. A while later, Lu Chen realized that everyone had assembled. He glanced at them and then said, "The intelligence I've just received is that Great Sha and Great Wu have gone to war." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone was shocked still. How could this be? The great dynasties had been at peace for countless years, although there had been constant friction, there had never been a major war. Why would Great Wu and Great Sha suddenly erupt into war at this time? Mu Chengtian immediately asked, "Prince, was it Great Wu that initiated the attack?" It was clear to anyone with eyes that the Sum Emperor's next move was to deal with the aristocratic families within Great Sum, so the Sum Emperor would definitely not initiate a war at this time. Therefore, the only possibility was that it was Great Wu that initiated the attack on Great Sum. Upon hearing Mu Chengtian's question, Lu Chen shook his head and then said, "Strangely enough, it turned out that it was us, Great Sum, who started the war. The intelligence sent from the capital city took me a moment to digest this." Everyone in the study room looked at each other, uncertain of what to say. They also found it hard to believe that Great Sum would initiate a war at this time. Would the Sum Emperor still deal with the aristocratic families then? At this point, Li Rui spoke up, Prince, could there be an error in the intelligence? With the internal unrest already brewing within Great Sum, how could His Majesty choose to attack Great Wu at this time? Lu Chen said, the intelligence is most likely accurate. The problem lies with the one who provoked the war. A month ago, the major dynasties had already been secretly mobilizing troops, with Great Zhou dynasty having stationed 200,000 soldiers at the border with North City. I suspect that someone colluded with Great Wu dynasty, intentionally provoking the war, thus giving Great Wu a pretext to attack Great Sum, he said. With Lu Chen's explanation, everyone quickly understood. Indeed, the Sum Emperor would definitely not want to wage a war at this time. He intended to purge the ancient families within his realm. If a war were to be waged now, how could he carry out his plans against those ancient families? So, it was more likely that some aristocratic family had colluded with Great Wu to instigate the war. The Great Wu dynasty might not necessarily aim to defeat the Great Sum dynasty, but as long as they could pressure Great Sum sufficiently, those aristocratic families within would likely offer Great Wu many benefits. If faced with external pressure, the Sum Emperor would ultimately have to compromise with these families, abandoning the idea of purging the ancient families. However, Lu Chen didn't believe it was that simple. At that moment, Lu Chen turned to Mu Chengtian and said, General Mu, although you are a military general, you have served as an official in the capital city for many years and are familiar with the political environment there. In your analysis, if it were the aristocratic families who instigated the war between Great Wu and Great Sum, what would the ultimate goal be? On hearing this question, Mu Chengtian answered, according to your subject, there are three possibilities. The first possibility is naturally to use external pressure to coerce His Majesty, preventing him from taking major actions against the aristocratic families. The second possibility is that the aristocratic families would like to take this opportunity to unite with other princes and directly force His Majesty to abdicate the throne for a more compliant emperor. However, this is the least likely, as current factions led by the princes are still in existence, and no one will acknowledge the others at this time, so promoting any prince to the throne could lead to the disintegration of Great Sum. As for the third possibility. At this point, Mu Chengtian hesitated, but ultimately he continued, lately, a popular argument I've heard is that you, Prince, were sent to North City by the Emperor himself, so the 50,000 black cavalry aren't actually yours but belong to the Emperor. Even the common people of North City believe this, so those aristocratic families almost certainly think the same. Therefore, I believe the aristocratic families might use this opportunity to convince His Majesty to deploy the 50,000 heavy cavalry to the front lines to exhaust themselves against the Great Wu dynasty, he postulated. The Great Wu dynasty is known for its aggressive militarism, maintaining an army of several million year-round, and their strength is not inferior to the northern barbarian tribe, and they might even be more difficult to deal with. Although the 50,000 heavy cavalry are strong, if they were to be sent to the front lines to wage a war of attrition against Great Wu, within less than a year's time, they could potentially be completely depleted. In fact, not only the common people and the aristocratic families, but even Mu Chengtian had thought for a time whether Lu Chen was a chess piece specially sent by the Sum Emperor to North City, because Lu Chen did not have the ability to build 50,000 heavy cavalry in a short period. However, once Mu Chengtian learned of the existence of Great Yu City, he dismissed the idea. But others in Great Sum didn't know about the existence of Great Yu City, so in their eyes, only the Sum Emperor had the capability to endow North City with 50,000 heavy cavalry. Therefore, to others, these 50,000 heavy cavalry might as well be the private army of the Sum Emperor himself. Great Sum originally had over 20,000 heavy cavalry, and the military power had already been concentrated in the hands of the Sum Emperor. Now, the Sum Emperor had another 50,000 heavy cavalry at his disposal. The key point was that, in the eyes of the aristocratic families, these 50,000 heavy cavalry belonged entirely to the Sum Emperor and no one else could lay their hands on them. This situation prevented the aristocratic families of Great Sum from being able to sleep peacefully. Therefore, Mu Chengtian believed that if the warfare between Great Wu and Great Sum was instigated by the aristocratic families, their ultimate goal was most likely to disintegrate these 50,000 heavy cavalry. After listening to Mu Chengtian's analysis, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Of the three objectives Mu Chengtian discussed, the second was the least likely, while the third had the greatest probability. It was certain that the aristocratic families wanted to replace the Sum Emperor, there was no doubt about that, especially since the current Sum Emperor was not obedient at all and even intended to eradicate the ancient families within Great Sum. But replacing the emperor was not to be done at this moment. With various factions thriving, if they were to replace the emperor, who would they choose as the new emperor? Fearing that elevating any prince to the throne would provoke dissatisfaction amongst many, the eventual outcome would be the splitting of Great Sum and the outbreak of a civil war. For the aristocratic families, the disintegration of Great Sum was incompatible with their interests, so they would rather let the Sum Emperor continue sitting in that position. What the aristocratic families needed to do now was to exchange interests with the various factions as much as possible, and then determine who the next emperor would be. They would not move against the Sum Emperor's position before deciding on the next emperor. As to why they were so quick to provoke warfare between the two countries, it was probably partly to pressure the Sum Emperor and partly to eliminate the forces under the Sum Emperor's control, possibly even aiming for the military power he held. Once war broke out between the two countries, the Sum Emperor was unlikely to personally lead the troops in the beginning. In doing so, a part of the military power in the Sum Emperor's hands would be handed over, rendering his earlier action of reclaiming military power fruitless. After some thought, Lu Chen continued to ask Mu Chengtian, General Mu, if the imperial court orders North City to send troops, what do you think I should do? North City might be Lu Chen's feudal state, but it still belonged to Great Sum, and Lu Chen remained a seigneur of Great Sum. If the imperial court ordered him to send troops, he had the obligation to do so. However, it was apparent that Lu Chen would not send his black cavalry to the front line to be depleted in war. General Mu did not directly say what Lu Chen should do, but reminded him, Prince, North City is in the early stages of development, and you have only just gained a firm foothold there. If the imperial court issues an order and North City still does not send troops, it would be tantamount to rebellion. Raising troops at this time would bring no benefits to North City, or to you. General Mu could also see Lu Chen's thoughts. The Black Cavalry constituted the most important military force of North City. How could Lu Chen bear to send the Black Cavalry to the front lines to be consumed by the enemy? But if the imperial court issued an order and Lu Chen still refused to send troops, there would be no difference between that and rebellion. Once North City rebelled, it would become even more difficult for North City to develop in the future. Most of North City's resources were transported from other parts of Great Sum. Even the grain consumed in the North Prince Mansion was bought from within Great Sum. To rebel at such a time would result in the cutting off of various resource transfer channels, which would be extremely detrimental to the development of North City. At this point, General Mu said, Prince, in my opinion, if the imperial court truly issues a military command, you do not have to send all 50,000 heavy cavalry over. Just send a portion of the soldiers, and then claim that most of the heavy cavalry were annihilated by the enemy on their way to the front lines, leaving only those soldiers. This approach would comply with the imperial court's military command without being considered a rebellion, and you would also avoid losing too many black cavalry. Upon hearing General Mu's suggestion, everyone else in the study thought it was a feasible plan. In any case, it was an absolute must not to rebel at this time. Rebelling now would be tantamount to seeking one's own doom. Although North City possessed 50,000 heavy cavalry, having them did not make one invincible. Speaking realistically, the materials for producing gunpowder and cannons were all transported from other parts of Great Sum. If you rebelled now, even the production of gunpowder would become problematic. After reflecting for a moment, Lu Chen then turned his gaze to Qin Yushan. Commander Qin, dispatch the Red Ribbon Messenger immediately to seek aid from the imperial court. Upon hearing this, everyone in the study was taken aback. Seek aid. What aid did they seek? Isn't the court requiring them to send troops? Why, at this time, is the North Prince sending a Red Ribbon Messenger to the capital instead? What is the situation here? Even Qin Yushan was stunned in place at this moment. Lu Chen continued, just say that the North Free King's vast army is pressing on the border, and the last time we dealt with the Sky Wolf King's tribe severely depleted North City's forces, leaving North City unable to engage in battle. We hope the court can send more troops this time to assist North City in repelling the North Free King's invasion from the south. Ah, this. Everyone quickly realized what was happening. The serious expression on Mu Chengtian's face immediately dissipated, and then he said, "Brilliant, truly brilliant. The prince's tactic is pure genius. This way, all of our troops in North City are dealing with the North Free King and simply have no strength left to support the court's forces. At this time, the court cannot fault us for anything, the prince's move is simply indescribable genius." Lu Chen continued, "All right, stop wasting time, send the red ribbon messenger to the capital at once, preferably before the court's military order reaches Yan County. Additionally, I have already moved north to resist the barbarian tribe's invasion from the south. If anyone comes looking for me, they should be told that I am not here." Everyone instantly understood Lu Chen's intention. If the court's envoy did indeed arrive and could not find Lu Chen, they would have no way to deliver the military order into his hands. "Let's leave it there for today, you may all leave now. Remember my words, I am no longer in the North Prince mansion from this point on," he said. The group then bowed and said, "Your subjects shall take their leave." Following that, Qin Yushan indeed sent out the red ribbon messenger. In order to make the situation appear more urgent, Lu Chen this time personally wrote a battle report. In the report, he cried and wailed, tears streaming down, hoping the court would send troops to support North City. Meanwhile, in a private room of a tavern in the mysterious Moon Palace, Chen Wanrong sat in a chair, her cold and stunningly beautiful face becoming a bit more serious as she looked at the newly received intelligence. Calculating the time, she and Lin Wanyan had been in North City for several months now, with Lin Wanyan even becoming the deputy commander of the inner guard at the prince's mansion. Yet, they still had no way to get close to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's daily life was too routine, eating, sleeping, dealing with political affairs in the study, and then creating offspring with his women in his room. Although Lu Chen seemed to have accepted the mysterious Moon Palace, the palace was unable to assist him in any matter. It appeared that the North Prince mansion didn't need any help from the mysterious Moon Palace at all, leaving Chen Wanrong without a single opportunity to use the love worm on Lu Chen. At that moment, Lin Wanyan, dressed in a light blue long gown, entered the room with smooth steps. Chen Wanrong spoke softly, "Madam Lin, Great Sum and Great Wu have gone to war." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyan was slightly startled. This surely was an excellent opportunity for Chen Wanrong. As long as Great Sum's military power was greatly weakened, they could directly act against the Sum Emperor. Even the restoration of Chen Wanrong's country was not a problem. Since the day Chen Wanrong joined the mysterious Moon Palace, she had been thinking about restoring her nation, but with Great Sum's powerful military, a short-term restoration was simply impossible. However, the opportunity had now arrived. As long as the war between Great Sum and Great Wu dragged on for a few more years, once Great Sum's national strength was almost depleted, if they could rally the former forces of Chen Nation, the restoration would have a significant chance of success. Lin Wanyan naturally saw through Chen Wanrong's intentions, but she still reminded her, "Palace Master, the elders of the mysterious Moon Palace have sent people to remind us several times to return to the mysterious Moon Palace. If we do not go back soon, I'm afraid." Although Chen Wanrong was the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace, the palace wasn't solely under her control, the real power lay in the hands of those elders behind the scenes. The reason Chen Wanrong had become the palace master was due to her extremely high martial arts talent, but this did not mean she could act as she pleased. Lin Wanyan mentioned the elders directly, mainly to remind Chen Wanrong that if she wanted to restore the nation, there was a great possibility the elders would object. As the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace, running off to restore a nation, especially using the power of the mysterious Moon Palace, was something those elders could hardly accept. Moreover, the mysterious Moon Palace rarely interfered with the matters of great dynasties and did not want to get involved with their complicated affairs. Very few in the mysterious Moon Palace knew the purpose of Chen Wanrong's descent from the mountain. Hearing Lin Wanyan's reminder, Chen Wanrong spoke indifferently, "I will take the time to place the love worm on North Prince. After the love worm is planted, I will return to the mysterious Moon Palace and then descend the mountain again." As long as she could plant the love worm on Lu Chen, he would be under her control from then on, and there would be no need for her to stay in North City. The only reason she remained in North City was that she had not found an opportunity to use the love worm on Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen had too many women, and all of them were of stunning beauty. It was normal for him to show no interest in her, given his harem full of exquisite women. She needed to be more proactive. However, she had never pursued a man before and did not know how to make a man fall for her. Everywhere she went, the men captivated by her beauty would fall in love with her without her having to deliberately seduce anyone. Chen Wanrong was convinced that Lu Chen did have feelings for her, it was just that he was very good at restraining his desires. To be precise, it wasn't that he restrained his desires, but that he could release them at any time without any buildup in his heart. Therefore, he had no need to pursue her, a woman who obviously had designs on him. Thinking this, Chen Wanrong looked at Lin Wanyan and then asked, "Madam Lin, do you know how to make a man fall for you?" Hearing this question from Chen Wanrong, Lin Wanyan was suddenly dumbstruck. To make a man fall for oneself. She was already in her 30s and had never had an intimate or ambiguous relationship with any man. How could she possibly know how to make a man like her? Nevertheless, Lin Wanyan had guessed why Chen Wanrong would ask such a question. She then said, "Palace Master, I believe that with your beauty, even if you do nothing, North Prince will be moved by you." Chen Wanrong said softly, "I need to make him fall for me as quickly as possible." This. Lin Wanyan then said, "Palace Master, I don't know much about men." Hearing Lin Wanyan's words, Chen Wanrong said no more. She also realized that Lin Wanyan had never actively seduced another man. Like her, Lin Wanyan was completely inexperienced in this regard, so even asking her was useless. Just as Chen Wanrong was contemplating how to make Lu Chen fall for her, a disciple of the mysterious Moon Palace knocked on the door saying, "Palace Master, there is new movement at the North Prince Mansion." Chen Wanrong said coldly, "Come in." The next moment, a disciple of the mysterious Moon Palace entered the private room. Chen Wanrong asked, "What's the matter?" The disciple hurriedly reported, "North Prince went to North Land, saying that he is there to resist the southward advance of the North Free King, and he has also dispatched a red ribbon messenger to seek aid from the imperial court. It seems another war is about to break out in North City soon." Upon hearing this first report, both Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong were momentarily startled. Chen Wanrong had just been pondering how to seduce Lu Chen, but in the next moment, he had run off to North Land. Wouldn't this mean that a lot of time would be wasted? Or should she also follow him to North Land? If that were the case, her intentions would be too apparent, and Lu Chen would surely become even more cautious of her. The biggest issue in getting Lu Chen to develop feelings for her now was his strong vigilance. He constantly guarded himself against her, which prevented her from finding a way into his heart. If she did anything unnecessary, it would just make Lu Chen even more wary of her. So she definitely couldn't follow him to North Land. However, she feared that she would have to wait a long time in North City before she could use the love worm on Lu Chen. She could wait, but having been away from mysterious Moon Palace for so long, the elders there would surely be even more dissatisfied with her. With this in mind, Chen Wanrong eventually came up with a plan. "Madam Lin, you continue to stay in North City. I will return to mysterious Moon Palace for a while." Hearing Chen Wanrong's decision, Lin Wanyan said, "Alright." Lin Wanyan agreed with Chen Wanrong's decision to return to mysterious Moon Palace first. After all, they had been out for several months and had made no progress whatsoever. Initially, they had misjudged Lu Chen's character, thinking that as long as they got close to Lu Chen, he would fall for Chen Wanrong. But they hadn't foreseen that although Lu Chen was fond of beauty, he was a man who was very cautious and careful. They had wasted so much time in North City for nothing. In the end, Chen Wanrong, along with some disciples from mysterious Moon Palace, headed straight back to the palace, leaving Lin Wanyan to continue serving as guard commander in Lu Chen's inner court. A few days later. In Great Sum, capital city. On the way to Xuanzheng Hall, the ministers whispered among themselves, discussing the matter of the war with Great Wu. At that moment, Assistant Minister Wang Chengshuo of the Ministry of War and a group of people from the 8th Prince faction approached Prince Lu Shuyun, discussing something in hushed tones. An official whispered, the battlefront is tense, and it's about time His Majesty's 50,000 heavy cavalry were deployed. Another official said, now that Great Wu has declared war on Great Sum and other dynasties are eyeing Great Sum with predatory intent, if we do not strike a resounding victory now to intimidate our enemies, our future plight will likely be even worse. Then Assistant Minister Wang Chengshuo of the Ministry of War spoke up. I will suggest to His Majesty that we directly deploy the 50,000 heavy cavalry from North City to the front line to alleviate the pressure on the Imperial Army. Hearing the topics of discussion among the officials, Lu Shuyun could not help but slightly curl his lips upward, thinking that this war could not have come at a more opportune time. He had been discussing with the Wang family how to dissolve these 50,000 heavy cavalry for some time but hadn't found the opportunity. Unexpectedly, the chance had now presented itself so swiftly. Great Sum, capital city. Inside the Xuanzheng Hall. The officials were buzzing with discussion. The entire hall was like a marketplace. At that moment, the voice of a eunuch echoed through the air. His Majesty arrives. The chaotic noise in the hall disappeared instantly, and silence once again prevailed. Wearing a yellow dragon robe, the Sum Emperor slowly made his way onto the platform. With a wave of his sleeve, he then sat upon the dragon throne. His piercing gaze swept over the officials below, especially those from the aristocratic family. After a while, the Sum Emperor finally spoke. Regarding the war between Great Wu and Great Sum, what opinions do my esteemed ministers have? Assistant Minister Wang Chengshuo stood up without hesitation and said directly, Your Majesty, the Great Wu's army is ferocious. As of now, the situation on the front lines is intense, and the Imperial Army has suffered countless casualties. If we continue to fight like this, I fear that the number of our military forces will be greatly reduced. I believe we should summon the armies of the seigneurs to the front lines to resist the Great Wu invasion. Hearing Wang Chengshuo's words, the Sum Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. He was no fool. Although Wang Chengshuo only mentioned the seigneurs without naming names, the Sum Emperor instantly guessed Wang Chengshuo's intention. At this time, Right Minister Zhao Wenan also stood up and said, Your Majesty, I think what Assistant Minister Wang has said is not without reason. According to the reports from the front, in just half a month, the court has lost nearly 100,000 troops. It is clear that Great Wu came prepared and are still reinforcing their numbers. This is obviously not a minor skirmish. Although it appears that we started the war, but Great Wu was able to gather so many troops in such a short time and swiftly conquered 2 of our counties. It is obvious that they had anticipated a war like this. Therefore, I believe that the outbreak of this war between the 2 countries is being deliberately instigated by someone within Great Sum. Hearing Zhao Wenan's words, the Sum Emperor sneered coldly. Of course, he knew the instigator of this war was within Great Sum's interior. It was evident that it was those from the aristocratic family. His shadow guard had already found that the Chu family had close relations with the great martial royal family. This war was likely instigated by the Chu family and other southern aristocratic families. As for their motives, he did not need to rush to guess. Soon, they would reveal them themselves. At this moment, the Sum Emperor said coldly, Continue. Zhao Wenan went on, I believe it very likely that a seigneur within Great Sum has instigated this war, someone who wants Great Sum's court to exhaust its elite fighting Great Wu. Once the court's forces are significantly depleted, that person will directly rebel. And then, the court will no longer be able to stop that person. Therefore, I think in order to avoid the seigneurs from rebelling after the war has ended, we should send all the troops from their domains to the front lines. Hearing Zhao Wenan's words, the Sum Emperor showed a hint of a smile and then said, Zhao makes a very good point, and that is what I have been considering as well. However, moving the soldiers from the seigneurs' territories so freely could possibly lead to dissatisfaction among them. Zhao Wenan said, as seigneurs of Great Sum, defending Great Sum is their duty. Your Majesty was benevolent, and it was already generous to allow them to retain armies within their domains. If at this time they are unwilling to send troops, it would be tantamount to rebellion. At this time, Wang Chengshuo said, Your Majesty, I believe the North Prince is brave and adept at war, and with 50,000 heavy cavalry in his hands, he is the strongest military power among all the seigneurs. As long as he goes to the front line, he he will surely drive the great Wu army out of Great Sum and uphold the might of our nation. Moreover, with the North Prince sending troops, he will set an example for the other seigneurs. Then the others will also have to follow suit and send troops. Hearing Wang Chengshuo's words, the Sum Emperor chuckled softly. There you have it. The aristocratic family's real purpose was now exposed, without any need for him to speculate. The Sum Emperor had long anticipated that such a day would come. After all, from the perspective of the aristocratic families, he possessed 50,000 heavy cavalry. This fact caused those families sleepless nights, as they would not rest until they had dissolved those 50,000 heavy cavalry. In fact, it wasn't just those aristocratic families who were losing sleep, he himself also harbored fear towards the 50,000 heavy cavalry and was considering how to deal with them. However, for the time being, he did not wish for the 50,000 heavy cavalry to be dissolved. After all, he still needed to use the 50,000 heavy cavalry of North City to deter the aristocratic families who were contemplating rebellion. But judging by the behavior of these aristocratic families, it seemed they could hardly wait any longer. At this moment, the Sum Emperor's gaze fell upon Lin Gaoyuan. Lin Gaoyuan naturally felt the Sum Emperor's gaze but did not immediately stand up to say anything. After his son, Lin Shuming, returned from North City, he reported the details of the situation there without omission, making Lin Gaoyuan the most knowledgeable about North City among the entire court. Lin Gaoyuan did not wish to offend the North Prince, nor did he want to get involved in the current affair. After all, the right minister and the aristocratic faction had suggested that the seigneur might rebel, and if he stopped the North Prince from going to the front at this time, wouldn't it seem like he was colluding with the North Prince? Seeing that Lin Gaoyuan did not speak, the Sum Emperor's brows furrowed slightly, clearly displeased with Lin Gaoyuan's silence. At this time, the Minister of Revenue, Wang Hai, stood up and said, Your Majesty, I am aware that North City is in poverty and might lack the provisions for the campaign. Therefore, I prepared in advance supplies sufficient for 100,000 troops to last for half a year. This would be enough for the North Prince's 50,000 heavy cavalry to remain at the front for half a year, so the North Prince needn't worry about running out of food. The Sum Emperor looked coldly at the Minister of Revenue, his face void of any expression. These people were really well prepared. A few months ago, when the barbarian tribe's 300,000 army moved southward, the Ministry of Revenue dragged out the preparation of supplies for 70,000 troops for more than a month. And now, without the court having decided to send the North Prince to the front, the Ministry of Revenue had already prepared half a year's worth of supplies for the North Prince's troops. At this time, the Sum Emperor looked towards the Minister of War who had not yet spoken. Chu, how is it that in the Ministry of War it's the Assistant Minister who makes decisions? Don't you have any other opinion? The Assistant Minister of War, Wang Chengshuo, was from the Wang family, and the newly appointed Minister of War, Chu Qinwu, was from the Chu family. It was clear that the two families had completely colluded, their interests intertwined, with no distinction between them. Chu Qinwu now stood up and said, Your Majesty, I believe what Assistant Minister Wang and the Right Minister have said is not without reason. The North Prince possesses a force of heavy cavalry far exceeding that of the court. During Great Sum's time of foreign invasion, it is his duty to step forward. This is not only my opinion but also that of the imperial officials, and even more, it is the expectation of the commoners. There are many amongst the public who believe that the court should dispatch the North Prince to the front to teach the invaders a harsh lesson. And the soldiers at the front also need a great victory to boost their morale. After hearing Chu Qinwu's words, the Sum Emperor took a sweeping glance around the hall at the other ministers, then asked, Do any other esteemed ministers have differing thoughts? At this moment, the Great Hall was extremely quiet, no one spoke up. Whether it was the faction of Prince Lu Shuyun or that of other princes, none wanted the existence of the 50,000 heavy cavalry of North City. Thus, they were all pleased at the prospect of the North Prince's troops being sent to the front line. Seeing that no minister spoke further, the Sum Emperor chuckled and was about to proceed when suddenly, from outside the hall, the voice of a soldier rang out. Urgent report from the North Land. Hearing the words, urgent report from the North Land, outside Xuanzheng Hall, everyone inside the Grand Hall was momentarily stunned. Especially the officials from the southern aristocratic families who were aligned with Prince Lu Shuyun. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they immediately had a bad feeling. An urgent report from the Northland. What could possibly happen in the Northland at this time? Not long ago, the Sky Wolf King's army of 300,000 had just suffered a setback in Yan County, and there were rumors that the North Prince had already disbanded the entire Sky Wolf King's tribe. The greatest threat from the Northland was already gone. How could there still be urgent reports from there? Could it be? Has the North Prince rebelled? Just as people were puzzled about what could have happened in the Northland, a red ribbon messenger entered the Grand Hall and spoke aloud. The North Free King is marching south with nearly 200,000 troops. North City is in imminent danger. Upon hearing the words of the red ribbon messenger, everyone in the Grand Hall was taken aback. Even the Sum Emperor was momentarily startled. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The court had just decided to dispatch the North Prince's 50,000 heavy cavalry to the front lines, and suddenly trouble erupted in the north. Just when the Sky Wolf King's 300,000 strong army had suffered a setback in North City, the North Free King actually dared to lead an attack on North City. Is the North Free King's head that hard? Doesn't he know about the 50,000 heavy cavalry in North City? Or does he simply not fear these 50,000 heavy cavalry? The eunuch below the dragon throne came to his senses, hurriedly took the battle report from the red ribbon messenger, then approached Sum Emperor and handed over the report. Sum Emperor directly opened the battle report and read through the written military situation with a serious expression. At this time, all the ministers in the Grand Hall were watching Sum Emperor, eager to know what exactly was written in the report. After reading the entire battle report, Sum Emperor let out a cold huff and said, "To come raiding again and again, they are truly too outrageous." With that, Sum Emperor scanned the ministers and then spoke. North Prince has requested reinforcements in the battle report, saying that after the battle at Yan County, North City has suffered heavy losses and is unable to contend with the North Free King's army of 200,000. He hopes the court can send a large army to help North City withstand the invasion of the barbarian tribe. My dear ministers, what are your opinions? This. The ministers in the Grand Hall looked at each other, uncertain. They had just been considering sending the North Prince's 50,000 heavy cavalry to the front lines to fight against Great Wu, and now the North Prince was seeking aid from the court instead. Something didn't seem right. It's unheard of for the barbarian tribe to head south in winter. Their southern invasions are typically raids for food to last the winter and to capture some women, mostly taking place in autumn or at most just before winter sets in. Now that the Northland is covered in ice and snow, heading south at this time would just bring trouble upon themselves, wouldn't it? Has the North Free King grown old and lost his wits? Or is there some other special reason behind this? Could it be that North Prince knew the court was planning to send the North City heavy cavalry to battle Great Wu, so he conspired with the North Free King, creating this illusion of the North Free King's southern raid? But the imperial court has just decided to dispatch North Prince to the front lines. Even the Sum Emperor's imperial decree has not been drafted yet. How did North Prince know in advance that the court would send him to fight against Great Wu? After a while, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War Wang Chungshuo stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I have never heard of the barbarian tribe invading the south in winter. Could there be a problem with the North Prince's intelligence? Throughout the history of Great Sum, the barbarian tribe had invaded the south in spring, plundered in summer, and also in autumn, but they had never done so in the deep winter. This makes it hard to believe that this war report is true." The key issue is that not long ago, the Sky Wolf King's tribe was defeated by North Prince in North City, and nearly 200,000 barbarians were killed. Isn't North Free King the least bit afraid they'll meet the same fate in North City? Moreover, this time North Free King only has 200,000 men, even 10,000 fewer than what Sky Wolf King had when he attacked North City. If Sky Wolf King's 300,000 men were defeated, how dare North Free King, with only 200,000 men, attack North City in winter? Who gave North Free King such courage? Hearing Wang Chungshuo's words, the Sum Emperor said with a poker face, "It is the duty of the Shadow Guards to verify the authenticity of the battle reports. What you need to discuss now is whether or not to send troops north to aid North Prince in resisting North Free King's army." As soon as these words were spoken, Minister Chu Qinwu immediately retorted, Your Majesty, the frontline battle is pressing, and the court is already stretched thin with no troops to spare. If we send troops north now, we are likely to be unable to resist Great Wu's assault. I believe that North City has 50,000 heavy cavalry, and North Prince is brave and good at fighting. Last time, when Sky Wolf King led an army of 300,000 down south, North Prince was able to achieve a glorious victory. This time facing North Free King's army of 200,000, there should not be too big of a problem. Just after Chu Qinwu finished speaking, and before the Sum Emperor could say anything, the long silent left minister Lin Gaoyuan finally stood up to speak. Your Majesty, I believe that the last time North City resisted Sky Wolf King's 300,000 strong army, it already caused heavy losses to our forces, and the victory at Wanning Valley was solely due to North Prince's advantage of terrain. The barbarian tribe has been fooled once, they may not make the same mistake again. Therefore, I believe we should send some soldiers north to join North Prince in resisting the barbarians. Even if we decide not to send troops, we should at least send some supplies to North Prince. If North City falls, Great Sum will be sandwiched between the attacks of both Great Wu and the barbarian tribe, and our situation will become even more perilous. Hearing this, Minister Chu Qinwu was about to argue, but Right Minister Zhao Wenan stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I agree with Prime Minister Lin's view. North City is mountainous, an excellent position to hold against the barbarian tribe. If North City falls, the entirety of Great Sum will be at the mercy of the barbarian blade. Thissa. Upon hearing Zhao Wenan's words, the officials from Prince Lu Shuyan's faction were dumbfounded. Wasn't this old Zhao part of their camp? How come he's speaking in favor of North Prince now? They were actually hoping North Prince's heavy cavalry would be wiped out by North Free King. Why dispatch troops to the north at such a time? At that moment, Zhao Wenan continued, however, I believe that rather than focusing on North City, we should pay more attention to the warfare with Great Wu. Dividing our forces is extremely disadvantageous for the court, so I suggest sending only 30,000 soldiers, along with some supplies northward. North City has the advantage of terrain, coupled with the bravery and skill of North Prince in battle. If it's just about holding North City, there shouldn't be too much of an issue. After pondering for a while, the Sum Emperor then said, Ministers Wang, Minister Chu, Prime Minister Lin, and Prime Minister Zhao, stay behind. The rest are dismissed from the court. As the words fell, the Sum Emperor rose from the dragon throne, then swished his robes and departed directly. Seeing the Sum Emperor leave, the hall of Xuanzheng immediately burst into discussions. There were still those who doubted the authenticity of the battle report from North City. North Free King had not joined Sky Wolf King in the previous invasion of the south, only lending some troops to the Sky Wolf King, so how could he possibly lead a raid to the south on his own now? Especially in the dead of winter. Even more so, the timing of this event was too coincidental. The court was originally planning to send North Prince to the front lines to fight against Great Wu, and now with North Free King's move, North Prince no longer needed to battle Great Wu. This coincidence inevitably raised suspicions that North Free King's move southward was no mere chance. At this time, Chu Qinwu looked at Zhao Wenan and asked, Minister Zhao, why did you still advise His Majesty to dispatch troops northward? Hearing this question, the eyes of several ministers turned on Zhao Wenan, who gave a cold laugh and said, North City is the gateway of Great Sum. Without it, the entire realm will face the threat of the barbarian cavalry. Even if I didn't advise His Majesty to dispatch troops, wouldn't His Majesty still send them north? Thissa. Upon hearing Zhao Wenan's words, the crowd pondered and felt there was some truth to them. North City is indeed important for Great Sum, so the Sum Emperor couldn't possibly stand idly by as it fell. Hence, the dispatch of troops northward was inevitable. Didn't the Sum Emperor send an army of 70,000 north last time? At this moment, Zhao Wenan glanced at Chu Qinwu and Wang Hai, then said indifferently, Let's go, His Majesty is awaiting our discussion regarding important matters. As his voice faded, Zhao Wenan walked toward the side hall, with Chu Qinwu and Wang Hai exchanging a look before hurriedly following. At this time, Wang Chengshuo approached Lu Shuyun and, seeing Lu Shuyun squinting at Zhao Wenan's retreating figure, Wang Chengshuo whispered, Your Highness, I think Prime Minister Zhao's approach is correct. Since we cannot prevent His Majesty from dispatching troops to the north, why not take the initiative to offer support for North City? By doing so, the number of troops sent north becomes a matter for the Ministry of War to discuss. After hearing Wang Chengshuo's analysis, Lu Shuyun contemplated for a moment and found some merit in the idea. It seems Elder Zhang is indeed astute. If it were him, he would surely find a way to stop my father, the emperor, from sending troops to the north. With 50,000 heavy cavalry in North City, why send more troops there? They would rather see those 50,000 heavy cavalry dissolved. That kind of thinking reveals their impatience for quick success, which leads to inconsiderate decision-making. Lu Shuyun felt somewhat relieved that the old fox Zhao Wenan was on his side. Now, all that was left was to wait for the outcome of their discussions. About 2 hours later, Lin Gaoyuan was the first to exit the Sum Emperor's study. Today, he seemed much calmer, not as frustrated as he was last time over the matter of dispatching troops to the north. Lin Gaoyuan quickly returned home. Coincidentally, Lin Shuming was also at home at that time. Upon seeing Lin Gaoyuan's return, Lin Shuming proactively asked, "Father, when can I go to the front lines?" Lin Shuming's army of 70,000 had only recently returned from North City, so when the conflict between Great Sum and Great Wu erupted, Lin Shuming and those 70,000 soldiers were repairing in the royal capital and had not been sent to fight Great Wu on the front lines. This made Lin Shuming grow increasingly anxious. After all, which man doesn't wish to achieve great deeds and carve out a legacy, especially in a state war unlike the skirmishes in North City? The scale of this war was immense. Great Wu had already assembled an army close to 800,000 strong, while Great Sum had sent over 400,000. If Lin Shuming could distinguish himself in this great battle, his prestige in the army would grow tremendously, and his status would be significantly elevated. Hence, Lin Shuming eagerly hoped that the court would deploy him to the front lines as well. Upon hearing Lin Shuming's question, Lin Gaoyuan revealed a slight smile and then stroked his beard. "You'll be going to the front line soon." At this revelation, Lin Shuming was stunned for a moment and then overjoyed. "Really? How many soldiers is His Majesty planning to give me?" Lin Gaoyuan responded, "Don't celebrate too early. His Majesty is only planning to allocate 20,000 soldiers to you, and your main task won't be fighting, but transporting supplies." Lin Shuming was dumbfounded. He, a general, not leading troops in combat but managing logistics instead. Seeing Lin Shuming's astonishment, Lin Gaoyuan continued, "Additionally, the front line I'm talking about is not the conflict in the west but in the north." The north. North. Lin Shuming was full of confusion. Hadn't the northern conflict already ended? The Sky Wolf King's tribe was dismantled by the North Prince, and he had only recently returned from North City. Why was there conflict in the north again? Who would dare provoke the North Prince, who commanded 50,000 heavy cavalry, at this time? Lin Gaoyuan went on, "We just received the battle report during the court session. The North Free King is leading an army of 200,000 southward. The North Prince has sent a red ribbon messenger seeking imperial support. Zhao Wenan and the others believe the confrontation with Great Wu is of greater importance, so they plan to dispatch you to North City to transport some supplies and incidentally assist the North Prince in repelling the North Free King's southern advance." After hearing his father's words, Lin Shuming was somewhat bewildered. So soon after returning from North City, I have to go there again. What's he going to North City for? To help the North Prince clean up the battlefield and carry bodies. Reliant on the soldiers from North City, the North Prince was able to defeat the grand army of 300,000 led by the Sky Wolf King. There's no need for the imperial court to send troops northward. Seeing Lin Shuming seemed somewhat reluctant, Lin Gaoyuan directly asked, "What's wrong, you don't want to go?" Lin Shuming came back to his senses. "Dad, with those 50,000 heavy cavalry in North City, there's surely no need for the imperial court to send additional troops, right?" Lin Gaoyuan said, "Do you think you're being sent north to hold off the 20,000 strong army of the North Free King? The court is sending you there merely to stabilize the North Prince's position. After all, the North Prince has sent a red ribbon messenger for aid. Who doesn't know of the North Prince's extraordinary strategies? Suffice to say he doesn't need the help of the court." Your 20,000 soldiers and the peasant soldiers of the transportation team are no different. Lin Shuming spoke unhappily, then it's all the same no matter who is sent. Why must it be me? I still want to go to war with the great Wu dynasty and earn more military exploits. Lin Gaoyuan chuckled, then said, how old are you this year? Why are you in such a hurry to earn military exploits? Look at Zhou Wangtian and Mu Changtian, did either of them end up with a good fate? Hearing Lin Gaoyuan say this, Lin Shuming was stunned for a moment, then realized indeed, having too many military exploits was not necessarily a good thing. Lin Gaoyuan stroked his beard and then said, now, ministers of the court along with those aristocratic families generally believe those 50,000 heavy cavalry are the emperor's private troops, but based on the information you brought back from North City, to my understanding, the fact that the state preceptor personally made a trip to North City and asked you so many questions means the emperor doesn't really understand North City. These 50,000 heavy cavalry likely only obey the North Prince's commands. The North Prince is not a simple character, it wouldn't harm you to make more contact with him. When Lin Shuming heard this, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart. His father was extremely cautious about the issue of succession, treating every prince who came to see him with the same attitude, that was to decisively not stand with anyone, adopting an attitude of staying well clear of the affair. But today, his father actually suggested he make more contact with the North Prince. Could this mean his father saw favorably the North Prince and that he was his father's choice for Crown Prince? Seeing Lin Shuming looking at him with a surprised expression, Lin Gaoyuan said, what's with that look? Is there something on my face? Lin Shuming regained his composure, then said, Dad, do you really think the North Prince might eventually? Lin Shuming did not continue, as such matters were not convenient to discuss openly. Lin Gaoyuan said, who can tell for certain? By the way, didn't you mention you saw Yun last time you were in North City? Having stayed in North City for quite a while, Lin Shuming naturally heard about the mysterious Moon Palace opening and in there, he had even met and spoken with Lin Wanyan. Lin Shuming said, yes, I heard she seems to have been staying in the North Prince mansion. Lin Gaoyuan pondered for a moment and then, with a smile on his face, said, although I have no idea what the mysterious Moon Palace hopes to gain from the North Prince, if your sister could become the North Prince's woman, it would be more than good for you. That. Lin Shuming reminded, Dad, if I'm not mistaken, Yun is already in her 30s this year. Some people her age have children almost as old as the North Prince. Although he did not spell it out, what Lin Shuming meant was clear. Lin Wanyan was old enough to be the North Prince's mother. Lin Gaoyuan glanced at Lin Shuming, then said, what do you know, the North Prince lost his mother at a young age. People like him prefer mature women who are older than them. Look at Chu Yukon, isn't the Sky Wolf King's wife also of a significant age? Enough talk, get ready quickly. The supplies for the campaign have been prepared by the Ministry of Household, you'll be heading north in no more than 5 days. Lin Shuming sighed and said no more. Half a month had flown by in the blink of an eye. North City. Tianguang City. Lu Chen, clad in brown armor, stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance at the snowflakes swirling in the sky. Scouts from the Northland had already returned in considerable numbers, many of whom were soldiers of the barbarian tribe. It must be said that the barbarians had a significant advantage on the plains, especially in the area of scouting enemy movements. At this moment, Xiao Pengtian leapt from below the city tower and landed beside Lu Chen. Prince, judging by the rate at which the tribes of the Northland plains are gathering, it will probably take another month before they can head south. Moreover, I have estimated that the North Free King's call to arms will not rally more than 150,000 barbarian soldiers. Hearing this, Lu Chen pondered for a long while. 150,000 barbarian soldiers, daring to march south in the winter to attack North City. What on earth was the North Free King thinking? At this time, Lu Chen asked, have our spies found out why the North Free King is choosing to march south in winter? Upon hearing this question, Xiao Pengtian immediately replied, back to you, Prince, indeed some soldiers have heard the reason for the North Free King's march in some small tribes. However, they only heard it in small tribes, and I cannot vouch for its authenticity. The scouts they had sent out included many soldiers from the former Sky Wolf King's tribe of the barbarian tribe. Aside from being familiar with the steppes, they had a significant advantage. They could communicate with other barbarian tribes, gathering more information about the various tribes on the plains. After hearing what Xiao Pengtian had said, Lu Chen immediately responded, I will be the judge of its truth, you just tell me what you found out. Xiao Pengtian immediately spoke. According to the soldiers who returned, the North Free King is descending in winter because he believes you stole his queen to be. He cannot swallow that slight. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment. If he had not defeated the Sky Wolf King's army of 300,000, Xiao Wenyao would indeed have been married off to the North Free King. However, to wage war on North City over a woman, Lu Chen still found it somewhat far-fetched. Lu Chen continued to ask, is there no other reason? Xiao Pengtian said, there is another reason, and that is the North Free King believes that the Sky Wolf King's tribe's army of 300,000 severely weakened North City, and that North City is now powerless to defend against their march south. As he spoke these words, Xiao Pengtian's emotions became complicated. He had once participated in the battle against North City, only to be captured by a general under the North Prince. Then, Lu Chen chuckled and said, that's probably the real reason the North Free King has in mind, no wonder they are marching south in winter. At first, Lu Chen could not fathom why the North Free King would decide to march in winter as the barbarians had never done so before. Even the Sky Wolf King's tribe had never braved a blizzard to march across the steppe before. The decision of the North Free King was indeed bold. If they were to march in winter, it was quite possible that many of the barbarian soldiers would die before even reaching North City, which would be extremely disadvantageous to the barbarian tribes. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, a man dressed in a black and red brocade guard uniform approached him. I greet you, Prince. Seeing this Jinyue, the expression on Xiao Pengtian's face darkened instantly, and he even felt the urge to draw his sword. The Jinyue guard standing before him was none other than Wu Yuan, the merchant who had been undercover in the Sky Wolf King's tribe. Now that the Sky Wolf King's tribe had all relocated to North City, there would be no more Sky Wolf King's tribe from now on. Due to his contribution in gathering information about the barbarians, and with the Brocade Guard recently expanding its recruitment, Wu Yuan had been promoted to the rank of a Jinyue commander. Although Xiao Pengtian had already submitted to Lu Chen, and he and Wu Yuan were both Lu Chen's subordinates, Xiao Pengtian could not help but feel a surge of emotion whenever he thought of past events, an impulse to cut down Wu Yuan on the spot. Lu Chen asked, what's the matter? Wu Yuan replied, Prince, the craftsmen have made the first batch of what you need, and we have secretly transported it to North City. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. It hadn't been long since the craftsmen from Great Yu City arrived at North City, and yet they had already produced the items he needed. Lu Chen immediately asked further, have the brocade guards tested their power? Wu Yuan answered, yes, they have been tested. The power is not as great as that of the grenade cannons, but it is not far off. And according to your suggestion, we added a lot of metal fragments inside, the lethal effect will be much better. Hearing the words, grenade cannons, Xiao Pengtian stiffened beside them. He had joined North City for a while now, how could he not know what grenade cannons were? Although he still didn't have the clearance to access the grenade cannons, he knew the name of the terrifying weapon that had bombarded them before. Upon hearing that the North Prince had actually created weapons comparable to the grenade cannons in power, Xiao Pengtian felt a chill run down his spine. Was it indeed the end of the era belonging to martial artists? He also wondered where the North Prince had acquired such devastating weapons. If the Sky Wolf King's tribe had known that North City possessed such weapons, they wouldn't have come to attack North City and would not have been annexed by it. But those matters were no longer of importance, Xiao Pengtian thought to himself with only a sense of reflection. At this time, Lu Chen said, General Xiao, come with me to see our new weapons. Saying this, Lu Chen leapt down from the city wall. At this moment, Xiao Pengtian's eyes widened as he looked at Wu Yuan. Seeing Xiao Pengtian staring at him with eyes that seemed to wish they could flay him alive, Wu Yuan said with a smile, General Xiao, we're now on the same side. There's no need for you to look at me with such hatred, right? Xiao Pengtian snorted and said, "Lackey." As his words fell, Xiao Pengtian also jumped down from the city wall and followed Lu Chen to see the new weapons. Wu Yuan shrugged his shoulders, utterly unconcerned. The brocade guards were indeed the North Prince's lackeys. Xiao Pengtian wasn't wrong in saying that, and Wu Yuan didn't feel insulted by it at all. In the eyes of the brocade guards, being called a lackey of the North Prince was more of a compliment than an insult. Soon, Lu Chen and his companions approached the convoy transporting the military equipment. Lu Chen immediately ordered the chests to be opened, inspecting the gunpowder weapons brought by the Jinyue guards. Since these were the first batch of gunpowder weapons crafted by the artisans, they appeared somewhat crude. Basically, an iron ball wrapped around gunpowder accounted for a bomb. There were also no cannons yet, the launching could only be done using catapults. To create cannons, further development of materials was needed, something that couldn't be rushed, and Lu Chen was aware of this. Lu Chen then said, "Take two to the grasslands, I want to test the effects myself." It so happened that Tianguang City was now only a military fortress, devoid of civilians, with only stationed soldiers throughout the city. And outside Tianguang City was a vast expanse of grasslands, making it the perfect place to test out these gunpowder weapons. Hearing Lu Chen's command, some Jinyue guards immediately moved a bomb onto a wooden cart and started pulling it towards the grasslands. Seeing those round iron balls, Xiao Pengtian was somewhat baffled. Were these iron balls the ones that defeated the 30,000-strong army of the barbarian tribe at Wanning Valley? Isn't this just an iron ball? Why does it have such devastating power? Could it be that this iron ball contained the life skill of a grandmaster? The brocade guard transported a box of bombs to the grassland, and quickly brought in some cattle and sheep, wrapped in armor, to use them as experimental subjects. At this time, Lu Chen took out a bomb made of a 2 to 3 kilogram iron ball from the box, and glanced at the ignition fuse on its tail. The current bombs did not have detonators, and needed to be ignited by hand. These bombs were very susceptible to moisture and would likely be unusable once dampened. However, these were the first batch of bombs, so they would make do for now. He believed that in the future, it would be possible to manufacture bombs with detonators. At that moment, Wu Yuan reminded him, "Prince, the craftsman said this is the simplest type of bomb made from gunpowder, the power might not meet your expectations." The blueprints that the system provided Lu Chen weren't just one but a whole stack, and there were also more than 10 types of gunpowder. Among these types of gunpowder, several were unattainable with the current conditions. The craftsmen from Great Yu City, although more inventive than those from Great Sum, still lacked modern chemical knowledge. There were things that they simply could not understand, they couldn't decipher the blueprints right away even if they had them. Hearing Wu Yuan mention the simplest gunpowder, Lu Chen immediately guessed that these bombs were probably filled with black gunpowder. If it were black gunpowder, so be it, it wasn't as if it couldn't be used. Lu Chen said at this point, "It's fine, we'll make do." At this time, Wu Yuan immediately took out a tinderbox and handed it to Lu Chen. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen ignited the fuse of the bomb and threw the bomb into the distance where a war simulation scenario had been set up. After all, the bomb had a fuse and did not explode immediately. Instead, after a while, it exploded with a loud, booming sound. Hearing this deafening noise and seeing the cattle and sheep drenched in blood at a distance, Xiao Pengtian shivered, his mind suddenly filled with the scene from Wanning Valley where the limbs of the barbarian tribe soldiers were blown to pieces by grenades. After the explosion, a large amount of white smoke was produced. Seeing so much white smoke, Lu Chen knew the power was probably not great. He immediately went to inspect the scene. Everyone quickly followed suit. When they got to the corpses of the cattle and sheep, Lu Chen found that the shrapnel from the recent explosion had pierced straight through the armor. However, there wasn't a large pit on the ground. With the same weight in grenades, one could definitely leave a big pit. The 3-kilogram bomb he recognized just created a small dirt pit, and the area affected wasn't very big. Of course, they weren't using this weapon to create pits. As long as the shrapnel inside could effectively kill the enemy after the explosion, there was no problem. As for the size of the blast pit, that was not a concern. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, "Well, the power is good. When the North Free King's army arrives, we'll properly test the power of this first batch of bombs. Hearing this, Xiao Pengtian couldn't help but feel some sympathy for the North Free King. Whom else to provoke but the North Prince? It was inviting death. Particularly since their Sky Wolf King tribe had recently suffered a defeat in North City, yet the North Free King still didn't learn the lesson and even advanced south to attack North City during winter. At this moment, Xiao Pengtian felt as if he could already see the inevitable end of the North Free King. He couldn't help but feel sentimental. It seemed another great tribe of the grasslands was about to disappear, and afterwards, Northland would likely belong entirely to the North Prince. At that moment, a Jinyue guard came before Lu Chen, handing him a bamboo tube for passing messages, Prince, intelligence from the capital city. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately took the bamboo tube from the hand of the Jinyue guard, then took out the intelligence and read it carefully. After reading the intelligence from the capital city, Lu Chen chuckled, relieved that their response was quick. Those aristocratic families really did intend to dispatch him to the front lines to wage war against Great Wu, then wipe out all of North City's heavy cavalry. If it hadn't been for the approach of the North Free King from the south, he would indeed have found it difficult to find an excuse. At this time, the Jinyue guard delivering the intelligence spoke up. Prince, the 20,000 imperial army dispatched by the court has already reached North City, and is estimated to arrive at Tianguang City in less than 10 days. Lu Chen said in surprise, that fast? The soldier answered, I set out with them from the capital city, they only carried some supplies, and all these 20,000 soldiers are cavalry. Hearing this, Lu Chen fell silent. It was evident that the court had not planned to send troops to help North City resist the North Free King's attack. After all, he still controlled 50,000 heavy cavalry, so their reluctance to dispatch troops was to be expected. However, to be fair, the court sending some supplies was somewhat helpful. After all, North City was poor and lacking in everything, even a mosquito's worth of meat was still meat. Just then, Xiao Pengtian reminded from the side, Prince, if we let the Imperial Army come to Tianguang City, wouldn't that expose these weapons? As Xiao Pengtian understood, it seemed that only the North Prince currently possessed such formidable weapons of mass destruction in the entirety of Great Sum. Clearly, the North Prince also had his own schemes and wouldn't hand over the weapons to the Great Sum court. Upon hearing Xiao Pengtian's reminder, Lu Chen pondered for a moment. The court's army was indeed a problem. The North Free King's forces would take at least another month to reach North City, and if they encountered any dangers on the road, like severe blizzard conditions, the North Free King's forces might even arrive later in North City. If the Imperial Army arrived at Tianguang City before the war, when the North City soldiers used these bombs against the North Free King's army, wouldn't it expose North City's secret? Initially, Lu Chen had thought that the court would refuse to send troops to support North City on the grounds of the impending war with Great Wu, but he hadn't expected the court to still symbolically send 20,000 cavalry. After some thought, Lu Chen said to the Jinyue guard who delivered the message, go to Yan County immediately, and tell Qin Yushan and Li Rui to find a way to keep the court's 20,000 imperial army there. Let them stay on the second line of defense, there's no need for them to come to Tianguang City. The one the court had dispatched this time was the son of the left minister, Lin Shuming, a clever individual. Lin Shuming had previously been to North City and had behaved. He strictly controlled the 70,000 soldiers of the court from wandering around aimlessly. It was apparent Lin Shuming did not want to clash with him, the North Prince. Lu Chen believed that when Lin Shuming heard his order to stay in Yan County, he would likely understand his motive and, not wishing to conflict with him, would probably obediently remain in Yan County. They didn't need the court's 20,000 light cavalry for the war with the North Free King. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the messenger replied at once, yes, Prince. All right, make haste and return to Yan County. This subordinate takes his leave. Having said this, the Jinyue guard turned and quickly departed. Just as Lu Chen was about to turn and leave, Wu Yuan spoke up, Prince, these weapons still lack names. Why don't you give them one? Considering Wu Yuan's suggestion, Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said, our enemies often mistake us for calling down heavenly thunder, so from now on, these bombs will all be known as thunderous. That will be all for today's testing. Take these thunderous to the arsenal, and make sure they're kept moisture-free. Lu Chen was very pleased with the power of this batch of bombs. He felt that no further testing was needed. Now, all that remained was to wait for the arrival of the Sky Wolf King. He was sure the Sky Wolf King would be moved to tears by the surprises he had prepared. Lin Shuming, leading 20,000 cavalry, had reached Yan County in less than a month. Unlike the last time, the speed of their march was evidently much faster. Once again at the southern gate of Yan County, Lin Shuming's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. The last time they had rushed to Yan County, they had even prepared for defeat. But upon entering the city, they realized that the North Prince had already dealt with the barbarian tribe's massive army of 300,000, and the 70,000 soldiers he had brought were merely porters. Looking at the opening of the southern gate of Yan County and the common folk bustling to and fro on the road, a soldier beside Lin Shuming said, "General, why do I feel like North City doesn't seem to have experienced a war at all?" Hearing the soldier's remark, Lin Shuming fell silent. When they had come to Yan County the last time, the city gates were closed tight, and on the road, it was hard to see even a mouse, let alone people. How could Yan County look so calm today? There was no serious atmosphere of war. Could it be that they had arrived late again and the war had already ended? Could his 20,000 men have become a corpse removal squad? Just then, a stout man dressed in black and red clothes and a man in coarse blue clothes appeared at the city gate. At this moment, the man in black and red spoke. "By the North Prince's command, this subordinate has been waiting for the general in Yan County for some time." Upon hearing the man's words, Lin Shuming immediately dismounted and approached Qin Yushan and Li Rui, whom he had met during his last visit to Yan County. Qin Yushan often conveyed messages for the North Prince, so Lin Shuming was somewhat familiar with him and knew that Qin Yushan was a very important Grand Master at the side of the North Prince. Lin Shuming then politely said, "Lord Li, Grand Master Qin, wasn't it said that the North Free King was leading an army of 200,000 south? Why does it seem like all of North City is tranquil, not at all like there had been any conflict?" Li Rui, wearing a full-faced smile, said, "General Lin, the North Free King did indeed intend to lead an army of 200,000 southward, but the prince chose to set the battlefield at Tianguang City, which is why Yan County appears serene." Lin Shuming said, "So that's the case, I thought the war had ended already. By the way, I am here under the Imperial Court's orders with some provisions and supplies for the cold. This is the supply list for you to check. Once you've verified the supplies and there are no issues, I'll then lead the 20,000 cavalry behind me straight to Tianguang City to assist the prince in resisting the North Free King's army." Hearing Lin Shuming's words, Li Rui glanced at Qin Yushan beside him, clearly waiting for Qin Yushan to speak. Qin Yushan then said, "General Lin, the prince instructed me to tell you that the Imperial Court's 20,000 troops should stay in Yan County, which is the second line of defense against the barbarian tribe's incursion southward. Its importance is paramount. One needs courage, strength, strategy, and..." Before Qin Yushan could finish, Lin Shuming quickly interjected, "Stop, stop, stop, Grandmaster Qin, I understand the prince's wish. Later, I'll lead the 20,000 soldiers behind me to the same campsite we used during our last stay in Yan County." Seeing how understanding Lin Shuming was, Qin Yushan did not say much more. At this point, Li Rui, with a smiling face, said, "General Lin, if there's anything you need, you can send someone to find me directly, and I will certainly do my best to fulfill your needs." Lin Shuming said, "Then I'll have to trouble Lord Li." Afterward, not indulging in further small talk, Lin Shuming once again led his troops to the campsite they had used during their previous visit to Yan County. Seeing the traces they had left from their prior encampment, Lin Shuming was awash with emotions. He just knew that after coming to North City, there would be nothing for him to do. The Imperial Court might as well have sent him to fight against Great Wu. In North City, he couldn't earn any military merit, only able to stay in the barracks every day. At this moment, one of Lin Shuming's confidants asked in a low voice, "General, are we really going to be stationed here? The Imperial Court did issue military orders for us to assist the North Prince in repelling the southward invasion of the barbarian tribe." If the imperial court learns that we've been staying behind in Yan County all this time, without even seeing a barbarian tribe soldier, I'm afraid a number of officials will impeach you. Hearing this, Lin Shuming smiled and then said, it's true that the imperial court ordered us to assist the North Prince in repelling the barbarian tribe, but the military orders also stated that after arriving in North City, we must obey the North Prince's command. Since the North Prince has ordered us to stay in Yan County, of course, we should follow his orders. Hearing this, the soldiers behind Lin Shuming thought about it and felt there was some sense to it. However, being stuck in the barracks all the time was intolerable for them. The 20,000 soldiers assigned by the imperial court to Lin Shuming this time happened to be the cavalry from that previous group of 70,000. They had stayed in North City for so long last time, doing nothing but staying in the barracks every day. To avoid conflict with the North Prince and refrain from letting them wander around, the soldiers had never felt such tedium, even during battle. They felt as though they were imprisoned in the barracks. Having been confined for so long last time, they had only returned to the capital city for a short while, and now they were to be locked up in the barracks again. Truthfully, this was something the soldiers found hard to accept internally. They would rather take to the battlefield and earn their glory by killing enemies. Although most people do not like war, not everyone is afraid of death. The 20,000 men Lin Shuming brought with him are who? They are the elites of Great Sha. They are veterans of battlefields, many of whom even took part in the war that annihilated Chen Nation. To confine such people to the barracks, doing nothing, would only make them more irritable. At this time, one of Lin Shuming's confidants could not bear it any longer and said, General, you're not planning to have a stay in the barracks again, are you? Lin Shuming thought for a moment and felt that confining the soldiers all the time didn't seem like a good idea, so he said, during your stay in Yan County, after drills are completed, you may enter Yan County to relax. However, I must remind you, if anyone causes trouble in Yan County, I will not show mercy and will hand you directly over to the North Prince Mansion for punishment. Seeing Lin Shuming allowing them to relax in Yan County, the soldiers immediately responded with an elevated voice, yes, General. Although they couldn't go to the front lines to kill enemies and earn merit, being able to enter Yan County for food and drink was still better than being confined to the barracks every day. The soldiers were very happy, finally not having to be shut in the barracks every day like last time. Meanwhile, in the Great Wu Dynasty, at the Lijiang Palace, a middle-aged man with graying hair, but who looked only to be in his 30s or 40s, was standing in front of all the officials, addressing the martial emperor. At this moment, his was the only voice in the entire hall, echoing ceaselessly. Your Majesty, 20 years of foreign wars have already caused countless people to be displaced from their homes, families torn apart. Now there is widespread public outrage among the common folk. If this continues, Great Wu is in danger of collapsing. In the past, Great Wu's foreign wars were only against some minor nations, but the Great Sha dynasty is a thousand-year-old empire. Even though they are rife with internal strife, the military strength of Great Sha is still not far off from that of Great Wu. Even if it is a sick tiger, as long as its teeth remain sharp, we should not provoke it. I humbly request your Majesty to rein in the warlike tendencies and send envoys to Great Sha as soon as possible. Sign a treaty with Great Sha to end the war. As the words of Prime Minister Chai Jiliang fell, the court of the Great Wu dynasty was incredibly quiet. All the officials looked at Chai Jiliang, who stood at the forefront, with disbelief on their faces. Evidently, no one had anticipated that Chai Jiliang would actually advise the martial emperor to end the war. Ever since the martial emperor ascended to the throne, he had been constantly waging wars. Now, the territory of the Great Wu dynasty had increased by a third, all thanks to the martial emperor's accomplishments, which he always proudly boasted about. And yet, someone dared to step forward and advise him against initiating more wars, even warning that the Great Wu dynasty faced the risk of collapse. Was this not akin to seeking death? Although Chai Jiliang was the prime minister, within the Great Wu dynasty, this was not a secure position. Since the martial emperor's accession, no one knew how many prime ministers had been dealt with, and some even suspected the martial emperor planned to abolish the position altogether, henceforth discontinuing the appointment of a prime minister. Chai Jiliang's head really was made of iron. The war between Great Wu and Great Shah had just begun, and he dared to jump out and advise the martial emperor to end the war. How could the martial emperor possibly agree to ending the war? The conflict had only just started, and Great Wu had already seized 2 counties from Great Shah. It was clear that Great Shah was no match. To a king obsessed with territorial expansion, this was a golden opportunity. How could he possibly stop now? At this moment, the martial emperor, dressed in a black robe with golden dragon embroidery, was staring intently at Chai Jiliang from his throne. The atmosphere in the hall was exceedingly oppressive. Sweat trickled continuously from the bodies of the officials below the throne, and the stifling air made it difficult for people to breathe. After what seemed like an eternity, the martial emperor finally chuckled and said, "Chai Jiliang, it seems that after a few years as prime minister, you have begun to lose sight of your position. Since my accession, I have conquered so much land for our future generations. In your eyes, Chai Jiliang, have I become a tyrant who cares not for the people's lives and only knows how to wage wars?" Hearing these words, Chai Jiliang continued with neither humility nor arrogance, "Your Majesty has indeed conquered numerous lands for posterity, and at first, the common people praised you greatly. But the continuous wars year after year have now wearied the people of Great Wu. No matter how much more land you conquer, there will be no smiles on the people's faces. Your Majesty, you are moving too fast, and the common people can no longer keep pace with you. Your Majesty, it is time to rest. You need to rest, the Great Wu dynasty needs to rest, and the common people need it even more." Hearing these words from Chai Jiliang, the martial emperor scoffed. As the martial emperor's expression grew darker, Minister of Rights Zheng Chengguang stood up and said, "Prime Minister Chai, surely you haven't been bribed by the Great Shah dynasty to advise His Majesty to end the war, have you? Now, who doesn't know that Great Shah is riddled with internal strife and has considerably weakened? If we don't annihilate them now, we may not have such an opportunity in the future." Chai Jiliang said coldly, "Minister Zheng, perhaps you are the one who has been bought with money. I have long heard that you are closely associated with the Chu family of Great Shah, receiving quite a number of gifts from them every year, while the Sum Emperor has long wanted to eradicate the Chu family. You have repeatedly urged His Majesty to attack Great Shah without regard for the lives of the people of Great Wu, you know your own motives best." Zheng Chengguang immediately retorted, "Prime Minister Chai, do not casually tarnish someone's reputation. Everything requires evidence." Just as Chai Jiliang was about to speak, the martial emperor atop the throne commanded in a booming voice, "Enough." After his word, the martial emperor looked at Chai Jiliang and said indifferently, "Prime Minister Chai is unwell. From today onwards, stay home and take good care of yourself." The position of Prime Minister will be temporarily assumed by Zheng Chengguang. Hearing this, Chai Jiliang immediately bowed and said, "I thank your Majesty for his graciousness." The martial emperor, not wanting to waste more words, stood up and with a wave of his sleeve declared, "Court is dismissed." After that, the martial emperor left Lijiang Palace. No sooner had he left than some officials began to take pleasure in Chai Jiliang's misfortune, making snide remarks. "Mr. Chai, what necessity was there for this? Now look, you've lost your position because of it. Mr. Chai, I think His Majesty is absolutely right. You've been Prime Minister for a few years, and you've forgotten your place. Our Great Wu army is about to reach the capital city of Great Shah, and Mr. Chai dares to oppose His Majesty. If they say you haven't been paid by Great Shah, I certainly don't believe it. Mr. Chai, you might as well go home and recover. Better yet, see a doctor about your head, haha. Hearing the office's sneers and jeers, Chai Jiliang didn't take it to heart and headed straight for the exit of the Grand Hall. In Great Wu, the Prime Minister was merely a workhorse, and while he did wield some power, it was indeed limited. The extent of that power was evident from the mocking Chai Jiliang had just endured. His influence was virtually negligible. His authority could be stripped away at any time, so few court officials were afraid of him as the Prime Minister. Great Wu Imperial Palace, Green Cloud Hall. A woman clad in a purple gown sat on a couch, her long legs crossed elegantly. She was stunningly beautiful, with a visage that could topple kingdoms and a complexion like ice and jade, seemingly radiating a holy glow. Presently, She held a bamboo slip in her hands, her gaze intently focused on it. At that moment, a maid entered the hall and said, "Princess, Prime Minister Chai is here." The woman softly replied, "Let him in." Her mature and melodious voice was like a warm spring breeze to the ear. Soon after, Chai Jiliang entered the hall. "Your servant greets Princess Junwan." Wu Junwan uttered a sound of acknowledgement, then asked, "What brings Prime Minister Chai to my Green Cloud Hall today?" Chai Jiliang spoke frankly, "Your Highness, today I advised His Majesty to end the war with Great Shah and angered him. As a consequence, he has stripped me of my position as Prime Minister, and I am no longer in that role." Upon hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Wu Junwan slightly raised her eyes and could not help but let out a soft laugh. "Ending the war, Mr. Chai. You do have quite a sense of humor." With that, Wu Junwan fixed her gaze on Chai Jiliang before continuing, "Speak up, what brings you to me? Do you perhaps intend to have me persuade my father to end the war? If that's what Mr. Chai believes, then you might as well leave now." Chai Jiliang immediately responded, "You misunderstand, Princess. I am here to ask that you use your connections to keep the Yu Emperor mindful of the situation in the north at all times." Wu Junwan was clearly puzzled upon hearing Chai Jiliang's request. "The north. Our relations with the Yu Emperor are indeed good, but why should I prompt the Yu Emperor to pay attention to the north?" Chai Jiliang explained, "To the north, Great Shah has 50,000 heavy cavalry. If these troops were to pass through Great Ju, they could potentially cut off Great Wu's military supply lines." Wu Junwan maintained her smile upon hearing Chai Jiliang's words. Is Mr. Chai referring to the North Prince of Great Shah's 50,000 heavy cavalry? Wu Junwan was no ordinary princess, she wielded considerable power and was well versed in the affairs of all great dynasties and nations. She was also aware of what Chai Jiliang meant by the 50,000 heavy cavalry. Chai Jiliang affirmed, "Exactly." Wu Junwan then dismissed the concern, "There is no need for Mr. Chai to worry. Those 50,000 heavy cavalry won't be able to pass through Great Ju. To prevent the barbarian tribes from moving south, Great Ju has dispatched 200,000 soldiers to the north. Even setting aside the Yu Emperor of the Great Ju dynasty's likely refusal to allow the North Prince passage, even if they tried to sneak across the land of Great Ju, those 200,000 troops would stop them." Upon hearing Wu Junwan's words, Chai Jiliang said, "Since Princess Junwan has spoken thus, your servant feels at ease." At this moment, Wu Junwan gave Chai Jiliang a glance and then continued, "This palace is curious, Mr. Chai, why do you wish to have my imperial father end the war? Could it be that Mr. Chai has accepted silver from Great Sum?" Chai Jiliang immediately replied, "Princess, the reason why your servant has advised His Majesty to end the war is purely because Great Wu can no longer bear the dire consequences of the conflict. The people of Great Wu are now struggling to survive. With an army maintained at over 1 million men year-round, the number of peasants available for farming is ever decreasing. If the war drags on, it may not only incite a rebellion among the people, but Great Wu may also soon face a widespread famine. The commoners have grown weary of the war, and so have the soldiers. Even with the acquisition of more land, there is no joy on their faces, only numbness and exhaustion." Hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Wu Junwan let out a clear, ringing laugh. "Mr. Chai truly worries for the nation and its people. No wonder your hair has nearly turned white, though you are hardly much older than this palace. However, this palace advises Mr. Chai it would be best not to defy my imperial father. He still tolerates you now, but if you continue to oppose him, Mr. Chai, stripping you of your position as Prime Minister might be the least of your concerns." Since his accession to the throne, there have been 5 Prime Ministers, and none of them met with a good fate. Mr. Chai, you do not want to follow in their footsteps. Bowing deeply, Chai Jiliang said, "Thank you for the warning, Princess. Your servant will be mindful in the future." At that time, Wu Junwan thought back to the earlier topic and continued, "Mr. Chai, what is your view on Great Sum's 50,000 heavy cavalry in the Northland? Many officials in court currently believe that these 50,000 heavy cavalry are the Sum Emperor's private force, but from what this palace has gathered, it seems the Sum Emperor has always disliked the North Prince, and this dislike stems from the prince's mother. It does not seem feigned." This palace finds it hard to believe that the Sum Emperor would entrust such an important force of heavy cavalry to a son he does not favor. Upon hearing this, Chai Jiliang pondered for a moment before saying, "Your servant also thinks the appearance of these 50,000 heavy cavalry is somewhat sudden. Even if they are the Sum Emperor's private force, producing armor for 50,000 heavy cavalry would surely have attracted the attention of the aristocratic families within Great Sum. However, as far as your servant is aware, right before these 50,000 heavy cavalry appeared in North City, the aristocratic families within Great Sum were completely unaware of them. Moreover, North City does not have the capacity to produce armor for 50,000 men, not to mention it's virtually impossible for the North Prince to have done so within just a year or so since arriving in his fief." In Chai Jiliang's view, the Sum Emperor's every move was under the scrutiny of the aristocratic families. If it were just a few thousand sets of armor, perhaps the aristocratic families could be unaware. But producing the armor required by 50,000 heavy cavalry is different. It requires a great number of craftsmen and a substantial amount of resources. The aristocratic families of Great Sum control the economic lifeline of the empire and hold sway over its various resources. It is impossible that they would have not noticed the Sum Emperor creating armor for 50,000 heavy cavalry. Even if they had not noticed directly, there would always be some traces to follow. But according to the intelligence collected by Great Wu, those aristocratic families of Great Sum were completely taken by surprise by the existence of a 50,000-man heavy cavalry unit under the Sum Emperor's command. Hearing this analysis from Chai Jiliang, Wu Junwan placed the bamboo slip she held on the table and then stood up. At this moment, a breeze blew by, making her purple gown flutter and dance in the wind. Wu Junwan, with a thoughtful look, asked, "So, Mr. Chai, you too believe that these 50,000 heavy cavalry are not the Sum Emperor's private troops but rather under the North Prince's command?" Chai Jiliang replied, "Your servant does not think these 50,000 heavy cavalry are the North Prince's private troops either. If the Sum Emperor were producing armor for heavy cavalry, it would be noticed by the aristocratic families. It doesn't make sense for the North Prince to produce 50,000 sets of heavy cavalry armor without the aristocratic families catching wind of it. Therefore, your servant believes that the 50,000 heavy cavalry under the North Prince's command may well come from another dynasty." With a smile, Wu Junwan said, "Mr. Chai's conjecture is indeed interesting. However, have you considered, Mr. Chai, if these 50,000 heavy cavalry came from another dynasty, how did they reach the North Land? North of North City lies the barbarian tribe, the southwest corner is Great Ju, and to the east is the Great Sea. It is impossible that these 50,000 heavy cavalry could head to North City without any news at all." Chai Jiliang said, "Your servant has also been pondering this question recently. According to my analysis, it is most likely that these 50,000 heavy cavalry come from somewhere north of the North Land. Only the barbarian tribe is in the North Land. What lies beyond the north of the North Land, even the major dynasties do not know. We have never explored it either. Hence, your servant suspects that there exists another kingdom to the north of the North Land, one that we simply do not know of." Hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Wu Junwan fell into deep thought, murmuring, "The land north of the North Land. This indeed is a place worthy of attention. The winters in the North Land have even driven the barbarian tribe away, so I am rather curious about what kind of race could survive in the area north of the North Land, even to the extent of establishing a nation. But then again, since both Mr. Chai and I do not believe these 50,000 heavy cavalry are under Great Sum's control, Mr. Chai need not worry that these 50,000 heavy cavalry will appear on the battlefield between Great Sum and Great Wu." Chai Jiliang said, "Princess Junwan, even though your servant does not believe these 50,000 heavy cavalry are completely under Great Sum's control, considering that these 50,000 heavy cavalry helped North City defeat a 30,000-strong army of the barbarian tribe, clearly the master behind these heavy cavalry is biased toward Great Sum. Therefore, your servant still believes that these 50,000 heavy cavalry will appear on the battlefield, and Great Sum's aristocratic family will certainly find a way to send these 50,000 heavy cavalry to the battlefield." Just at this moment, a maid entered the palace and walked straight to Wu Junwan's side, whispering, "Princess Junwan, intelligence from Great Sum." With that, the maid handed over the intelligence to Wu Junwan. Wu Junwan immediately took the report and glanced at it carefully. Then, smiling at Chai Jiliang, she said, Mr. Chai, now you need not worry about those 50,000 heavy cavalry appearing on the battlefield. My people have sent news that the North Free King is leading 200,000 troops southward, and the North Prince still needs those 50,000 heavy cavalry to resist the North Free King's army. This. Chai Jiliang was stunned for a moment. He then asked with a skeptical tone, Princess Junwan, how could the North Free King head south in the winter? Wu Junwan replied indifferently, this I do not know, but the Great Sum Court has already dispatched 20,000 cavalry along with supplies to go north to support North City. This information has been confirmed by multiple sources. Seeing that Wu Junwan said so, Chai Jiliang felt somewhat relieved. At this time, Wu Junwan said, however, speaking of which, I am quite interested in this North Prince. Despite being seen as a good-for-nothing by everyone, he manages to hold everyone's attention. To my knowledge, besides these 50,000 heavy cavalry, someone from the mysterious Moon Palace also went to North City, and it was none other than the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace. If he did not bear special value, the nation behind these 50,000 heavy cavalry would not possibly dispatch 50,000 heavy cavalry to North City to help the North Prince withstand a 300,000 strong barbarian army. And it's even less likely for the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace to make a personal visit. I really want to know what kind of value he holds.